dying the second year of the pure virtue reign. In the Jade capital city, at the Duke of Su's residence. It's been 3 days. You owe me an answer about the divorce. I sat in my study, holding a scroll in hand without looking up. The person speaking was Shun Yuanhui, draped in imperial robes with striking features. Her face wore constant arrogance. She was my concubine. I couldn't be bothered to respond, my thoughts wandering elsewhere. Su. She slapped the scroll out of my hands, scattering its pages across the floor. Only then did I lift my eyes to look at her. Although the Shun family is not one of noble standing, and I, Yuan Hui, am merely a daughter born of a concubine, she said coldly, we still have our pride. We will not tolerate disrespect and humiliation. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? A rather amusing thought, I said, my gaze locking onto hers. Are you truly determined to seek a divorce? Do you think I would jest about such a matter? She looked visibly irritated. The divorce is final, Your Grace. Delaying won't change anything. Write the decree and let me leave, quickly. To an outsider, it might have seemed like she couldn't wait to end this marriage. Inside, I sneered. 3 days. It's been 3 days since I arrived in this world. The original owner's memories had thoroughly merged with my own. 2 years ago, the late emperor, gravely ill, urgently summoned this prince back from the frontier where he had been honing his leadership. The emperor entrusted him as the regency duke to assist his young nephew, the child emperor, in governing the kingdom. But this man's talents were tragically lopsided. On the battlefield, he was an unstoppable warrior. Yet when it came to governance, he was utterly incompetent. In just 1 year as regency duke, he surrounded himself with sycophants, alienated wise officials, and allowed the Shun family to use his name to commit countless misdeeds, plunging the court into chaos. Hot-tempered and bloodthirsty, he meted out executions for even the slightest provocations. The prosperous empire left behind by the late emperor was shattered within a year. The court was in disarray, rebellions flared across the land, and borderlands barbarians grew bolder by the day. Yet amidst internal unrest and external threats, he simply carried on as he pleased, openly favoring Shun Yuanhui and treating the Shun family as his trusted allies. 3 days ago, upon hearing of Shun Yunhui's request for divorce, the man locked himself in this very study and drowned himself in wine. Quite literally. He drank himself to death. And thus I arrived. In my previous life, I might not have had extraordinary skills, but tea tasting was an art I mastered. With just a few words from this woman, I could see right through her. Her talk of divorce was nothing more than a ploy to extract more benefits from me. It was laughable. A dignified prince, revered as the military god of the frontier army, reduced himself to such a pitiful state for a woman. On their wedding day, he knelt before her in the presence of the entire court, putting shoes on her feet. Post-marriage, his servility only grew worse. Honestly, I'm embarrassed on his behalf. A prince groveling to a concubine, what a farce. This toxic relationship is better off cut. I remained silent for a moment before calling out, Lu Ji, come in and grind the ink. Yes, Your Grace. A man, not yet 30, stepped inside briskly. The man strode in briskly, silently grinding ink. Shin Yuanhui frowned. What are you doing? You made your demands, I smirked. Naturally, I must do my best to meet them. I'll write the divorce letter for you right now. Her pupils trembled for a moment. On any other day, if she got the tiniest scratch, this prince would lose his mind, rushing personally to the imperial physician. When she brought up divorce before, he always panicked, giving her whatever she asked for to appease her. But today he was actually going to do it. She quickly regained her composure, her expression growing even more disdainful. If this is just your attempt at playing hard to get, she said coldly, save yourself the trouble. My mind is made up. Whether it's a divorce or an official repudiation, I'll accept it. Once I leave, Your Highness, I hope you won't come bothering me anymore. Let's at least part with some dignity for each other. She was certain I was merely putting on an act, convinced that I would cave eventually. Her father had long taught her to stand before me with an air of coldness and pride, never showing weakness. Looking at her smug confidence, I chuckled. I laughed at her, but also at the original me. With his background and looks, why would he ever struggle to find someone to stand by his side? Yet he chose to debase himself, groveling for someone who looked down on him. Pitiful. Pathetic. Laughable. But I am no longer the original him. And I am no spineless devotee. Before she finished speaking, I flicked my wrist and tossed the divorce letter onto her face. The words divorce paper gleamed unmistakably. She stood frozen, unable to process it. You're really divorcing me? What do you think? My gaze was ice cold. Did you truly believe you're some golden phoenix on the branch, worth me clinging onto shamelessly? The might of royalty spilled from my words. She had never seen this side of me before. Only now did it hit her. I wasn't joking. I didn't care to waste another word. Turning away, I said, take your divorce letter and get out. I walked away. Shen Yuanhui clutched the paper, rooted in place. Just 3 days ago, Susu had clung to her like a loyal dog, catering to her every whim. Today, he left her with nothing but a divorce decree. She almost bit through her lip. 3 days ago, her father had told her to demand a divorce to pressure Susu into giving up his position as prime minister. She had been indifferent at the time, completely certain he wouldn't dare to let her go. Now, regret consumed her. She wasn't a fool. She knew it was Susu's protection that had provided her with a life of wealth and privilege. Without this royal household, she would be left with nothing. Her maid, Hanyu, rushed over, her expression frantic. Miss, what do we do now? Even a servant had figured it out. Her mistress had miscalculated, played too hard, and destroyed herself in the process. Though remarriage wasn't greatly shunned in this era, her ex-husband was the regent prince. Who in the world would dare marry her? Even if someone was brave enough to try, would the Shun family actually allow it? Shun Yuanhui finally pieced together the implications, biting her lip as she commanded, prepare the carriage. I need to see my father. On the other side, leaving the study, Lu Ji followed closely behind me as we strolled under the shaded paths of the prince's manor. Lu Ji had accompanied me since childhood, always loyal and understanding of my temperament. Yet today, even he was utterly baffled. The very same prince who doted on Shun Yuanhui, loved her to his core, and once beat a servant who had served him for nearly 20 years mercilessly, just because she had offended his favorite, had, astonishingly, penned a divorce letter with his own hand. As he mulled over it, Lu Ji wondered, had the prince perhaps bumped his head and suddenly come to his senses? If that were the case, maybe the late emperor really did intervene from beyond. Lost in his train of thought, he suddenly snapped out of it, startled. Without realizing it, I had led him to the entrance of the fragrant courtyard. Your Highness, this is… Shoo. I motioned for him to stay quiet. He immediately covered his mouth. At that very moment, a melodious tune drifted gently from inside the courtyard. It was a song I knew all too well. Unbidden, my lips curved into a smile. With a light wave of my hand, I said, come on, let's take a peek inside. Lu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, didn't you once swear never to step foot into the fragrant courtyard again, even in death? Did I say that? My sharp glance silenced him at once. Trailing behind me, Lu Ji muttered inwardly. He's slapping his own face here, isn't he though? Of course, he wouldn't dare to utter such thoughts aloud. Inside the courtyard, from afar, I could see a plainly dressed woman crouched by the window, washing clothes. She hummed the same familiar tune as before. She lacked the bewitching beauty and splendor of Shun Yuanhui. Dressed simply, without makeup or embellishment, her allure was instead natural, effortless, untouched by artifice. Watching her, hearing that song, a flood of memories surged to my mind. In my youth, apart from my skilled martial arts, I was good for nothing. Cockfights, recklessness, debauchery, my name was infamous. Even after coming of age and being granted the title of prince, no family was willing to marry their daughter to me. The Grand Dowager Empress, left with no other options, personally sought out a bride on my behalf. Eventually, she chose Zhao Manwan, daughter of the Minister of Rights, Zhao Senong. Zhao Senong had been a close friend of my late father. In my childhood, whenever my father attended Zhao's banquets, he often brought me along. Zhao Manwan and I grew up together, practically childhood sweethearts. Yet initially, the Zhao family was vehemently opposed to the match. Susu's reputation was atrocious. Marrying their daughter to me felt like pushing her into a fire pit. It took persistent cajoling and pressure from the Grand Dowager Empress for the Zhaos to reluctantly agree, scheduling the wedding for after my 3-year military training. But as the final year approached, everything changed. The then emperor fell gravely ill, summoning me urgently back to the capital and naming me the prince regent. At first, I dedicated myself to governance, and for a brief time, the court regained a sense of order and vigor. But as the months passed, I lost my way amid the chorus of flattery from ministers. My behavior became increasingly erratic. Privately, I became smitten with Shun Yuanhui, the illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, and was adamant about breaking my engagement with the Zhao family to take her as my wife instead. A prince marrying a concubine's daughter as his legitimate wife, wouldn't the court and the people laugh until their sides hurt? The Grand Dowager Empress was furious, issuing an imperial edict to sternly chastise the Shin family, while bypassing me entirely to formally bestow the title of crown princess upon Zhao Manwan. But even then, I stubbornly. On the day Zhao Manwan got married, she turned around and brought Xin Yuanhui into the residence as her concubine. From then on, the Grand Wang residence was completely handed over to the concubine to manage, and whenever there were social events or gatherings, she was always the one accompanying him. Zhao Manwan, the official wife, became nothing more than a decoration, a subject of ridicule. In my recollection, I noticed the woman washing clothes finally caught sight of me in the courtyard. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly stood up, walked over, and kneeled in greeting. "This humble one, Zhao, greets your highness." Her voice was steady, neither servile nor overbearing, without a trace of fear. I looked at her, momentarily dazed. Her hands were soft and delicate, her skin fair and smooth as porcelain. Her cheeks were thin, yet she exuded a quiet gentleness. Though she wore plain garments, she carried herself with a dignified and stately air. This, I thought, is what a royal wife should look like. Just as I was about to speak, she beat me to it. "Qing bring the cane." Not long after, a frail young maid emerged, carrying a wrought tin cane. She knelt beside Zhao Manwan, presenting the cane to me with both hands. "Your Highness has come today, presumably to punish this humble one for the incident 3 days ago." Zhao Manwan raised her eyes to meet mine, her expression indifferent. "I have already prepared the cane, so your Highness won't hurt your hand while using it on this humble one." My mind went blank as fragmented memories began to flood in. A month prior, the 3-generation elder official Qiu Zhen had passed away, leaving the prime minister's position vacant. Shen Yuanhui's father, Shen Jianchong, the minister of personnel, immediately approached me, hoping I would recommend him for the vacant role. Indulging Shen Yuanhui, I voiced his request during court, only to face strong opposition led by Zhao Xinong and other veteran officials. Even the long-secluded Grand Empress Dowager was consulted. A decree was issued, citing a lack of qualifications, officially rejecting the request on the spot. Shun Jianchong was enraged, and Shun Yuanhui threw a fit, demanding to dissolve the marriage. The original me, this pitiful fool, dared not confront her and instead stormed into Zhao Manwan's courtyard to vent. What followed was vile. He threatened to beat her to death and even hang her corpse outside the Zhao family home, forcing Zhao Xinong to face disgrace every day. No one could have expected that he wouldn't manage to carry out his threats. That very night, he himself died abruptly in bed. I sighed inwardly. There was no doubt. This brain was truly deranged. Noticing my prolonged silence, Zhao Manwan gave a bitter smile. "Qing it seems His Highness is reluctant to dirty his hands. You may do it on his behalf." Tears welled up in Qing's eyes. "Miss, do it," Zhao Manwan commanded sharply. Trembling, Qing raised the cane and swung it down on Zhao Manwan's back. Zhao Manwan closed her eyes, biting her lip, bracing herself for the impending pain. But the pain never came. Suspicious, she opened her eyes, only to see that I had caught the cane with my wrist. "Your Highness, you." She froze for a moment, then seemed to understand. She took the cane from me and placed it back in my hand. "It seems your Highness prefers to handle this personally." As she spoke, she prepared to kneel again. "Manwan." I instinctively grabbed her wrist. "Ah!" A sharp intake of breath escaped her, and her face contorted in pain. My heart clenched, and I quickly withdrew my hand. Did that hurt?" "No, no." She lowered her head and stepped back. "Your Highness may punish me as you see fit." "Punish my foot." I threw the cane into the corner of the room. "Let me take a look." "It's not necessary." She hastily pulled back her sleeve while retreating. I stepped forward, and she stepped back. I feigned anger and commanded, "Stop. Don't move." She froze in place. I grabbed her arm and pulled up her sleeve. Her arm was covered in bruises, which grew darker and more severe the higher they went. Some areas were already festering. In that moment, my heart felt like it was being twisted. "Lu Ji." I turned around, my voice icy. "Why are her ladyship's arms covered in wounds? Tell me everything." Lu Ji fumbled his words for a long time before he finally stammered out the truth. When I finished listening, my heart grew even colder. Although Shun Yuan Hui had been favored by the original me and held a title, it was still prefixed with secondary. Zhao Manwan, on the other hand, was chosen by my mother. As long as my mother was alive, Shin Yuan Hui could never officially take Zhao Manwan's position. So, all her resentment was directed toward Zhao Manwan. Every so often, she'd find an excuse to have the servants beat her with canes. If Zhao didn't comply, she'd cut off her stipends and sell her maids. Those maids had grown up with her. They were like family. She couldn't bear seeing them suffer, so she endured the punishments, gritting her teeth and taking the blows until her body was covered in fresh and old scars. Even so, her maids were still sold off, one by one, until only Qing'er remained. And the original me? Indulging in a life of comfort, I never once asked her about any of it. In fact, I had even scolded her, telling her that while I'd treated her fairly, her father was ungrateful and antagonistic, calling them heartless and cruel. Now, seeing all this, it was clear as day who was truly heartless. I exhaled deeply and said, "Lu Ji, here, take Long Biao and Long Wu with you and go to the hibiscus courtyard. Not a single servant is to remain there. Execute all of them." "Why, yes," Lu Ji replied instinctively, but then abruptly looked up, horrified. "Your Highness, which courtyard did you say? Did you not hear me clearly?" I shot him a cold glare. "And no, I heard you. Then why aren't you going yet?" Lu Ji pulled a pained expression, hesitating to speak. The hibiscus courtyard was Shin Yuanhui's residence. Everyone knew how much this prince adored her to the point of obsession. Even though they'd signed divorce papers, no one believed I'd be able to truly let her go. If they reconciled later on, Lu Ji's head would be on the line. But when I glared at him again, he didn't dare to question me further. "Understood. Your Highness, please don't." Zhao Manwan finally snapped out of her shock and grabbed my sleeve desperately. "There are hundreds of people in the hibiscus courtyard. If you execute all of them, what will the world say about you?" Whether my intentions were genuine or not, she refused to let me take innocent lives. I looked down at her hand, holding my sleeve tightly. Realizing it was inappropriate, she hurriedly tried to pull back. But I pressed down on it first. "But they bully you." "No, it's fine." Her cheeks blushed as she spoke softly. "Washing my own clothes. I can do it better than anyone else. Besides, living in the royal residence, I can't just sit around doing nothing." She's still making excuses for them even now. I wasn't sure if I should praise her for being kind-hearted or berate her for being naive. A warm yet aching feeling stirred in my chest as I pulled her into my arms tightly. "This past year, you've endured so much. I swear from this moment on, I will never let you suffer even an ounce of grievance." Zhao Manwan trembled all over, staring at me in a daze. Did he just say that? Am I dreaming? Or have I already died, and this is just an illusion moments away from death? Her beautiful eyes welled with tears as she continued gazing at me with disbelief. Seeing her tears fall, I panicked and raised my hand to gently wipe them away. "Why are you crying? Did I hurt you again?" "No." She slightly shook her head, her face tinged with bitterness. "For the prince to say these words to me, it brings me joy. But there's no need for you to go through all this effort. My father is principled. Even if I tried to persuade him, he would never agree to let someone from the Shun family dominate the administrative office." It took me a moment to realize what she meant. She's misunderstood, thinking my sudden kindness is to prompt her to plead with her father, Zhao Senong, on my behalf. "Warner, you're overthinking." I clarified. "I didn't mean for you to go to your father." "Then what does the prince mean?" Before I could complete my sentence, a loud proclamation sounded from outside. "The imperial decree has arrived." Both of us froze at once. Zhao Manwan straightened herself immediately, preparing to kneel in greeting, the formal protocol. However, Just before her knees could touch the ground, I swiftly pulled her up. Why are you kneeling again? I frowned. Of course, to welcome the imperial decree. She looked at me, bewildered. For what? I scoffed. Since when does an aunt kneel to greet her nephew? If he dares let you bow, I'll break his legs later. As someone from modern times, I'd always found these endless bowing traditions infuriating. Since the original host of this body was known for his boldness, I might as well embrace it fully. Yet my words made Zhao Manwan's heart race uncontrollably. At that moment, she had only one thought. If this were a dream, she would wish never to wake. Shortly after, a senior eunuch entered the courtyard with a group of younger eunuchs in tow. Seeing the two of us standing upright, the chief eunuch wasn't surprised at all. This prince had always done things his way. Prince Duan, receive the decree. Here, I strode forward, yanked the decree from his hands, and sent him flying to the corner with a swift kick. Go sit in the corner and squat there. I was just about to confess my feelings to my wife, and this fool had the nerve to interrupt. I was already fuming. The eunuch, looking utterly aggrieved, didn't dare to utter a word. He scrambled up, shuffling meekly to the corner. Zhao Manwan watched in sheer disbelief, her back drenched in cold sweat. Seizing an imperial decree, kicking the appointed messenger. In the entire kingdom, only Su would dare such audacity. Lowering my gaze, I finally opened the imperial decree to read. 8 bold words immediately caught my eye. The northern tribes invade, uncle to the front line. My heart sank, past memories rushing back like an unstoppable tide. Though Great Jing had unified the Central Plains, formidable threats still loomed from beyond its borders. The northern tribes were one such adversary, along with the Tiela tribes to the north and the powerful Chong states to the west. I never thought that the moment I arrived, fate would deliver me such a grand surprise. With a dark expression, I waved my hand dismissively and commanded, "Take the decree. You may leave now." The eunuch, discerning the look on my face, scurried off as fast as he could, tripping over himself in the process. Here I was, yet to appease my wife, and now faced with this chaos. To live even one life is already difficult enough, let alone to be granted a second chance. However, judging by the current situation, one wrong step and I might very well end up a prisoner in a ruined nation. Pressing my palm to my forehead, I sighed in frustration. Lifting my gaze, I saw Zhao Manwan standing quietly beside me. I hadn't even fully won over my wife yet, and there were still countless joys yet to savor. How could I allow myself to be captured as someone else's prisoner? More importantly, I was a transmigrator, carrying knowledge and ideas foreign to this era. Give me just a bit of time to grow my strength, and these so-called foreign invaders would be no more than a joke. Resolving myself, my eyes sharpened. I grabbed Zhao Manwan's hand and strode out boldly. "My lord, where are you taking this concubine?" She looked at me, confusion written across her delicate face. "To court," I replied. "Naturally, I need my beloved consort to personally help me change into my court robes." She froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. If my memory serves me correctly, this was the first time I had ever asked her to help me dress. Inside the grand throne hall of the imperial palace in Daxing City, the atmosphere was as majestic as it was oppressive. The dazzling gold and jade decor glistened with brilliance, surrounded by rows of civil and military officials. All were accounted for. At the very top, the young Emperor Su Wenshu sat presiding over the assembly. The northern tribes have invaded the borderlands, and war once again threatens to ignite. His voice echoed through the chamber as he scanned the officials. "What do you all think of this situation?" As soon as his question fell, the hall erupted into murmurs and debates. When the discussions had run their course, every gaze collectively shifted, not toward the emperor, as one might expect, but to Shun Jianchong, the minister of personnel. The unspoken understanding was clear. On this court, the real power wasn't in the hands of the monarch, but in those of the emperor's uncle, who commanded the military and political machinery of the state. Young Su Wenshu clenched his fists tightly under his long sleeves. Though only 11 years old, he was a precocious child born into the imperial family. Through observation, he had long since discerned the intricate game of politics and the limits of his own authority. He knew all too well that in the current state of Great Jing, he was merely a figurehead. a ceremonial puppet king propped up for appearances. The true ruler behind the throne was his uncle. And Xin Jianchong? Once merely a proxy for the emperor's uncle, this minister of personnel now carried nearly equal weight in court as the imperial uncle himself. For now, Su Wenshu dared not offend him. After a moment's thought, the young emperor plastered on a forced smile and asked, "Minister Shen, what are your thoughts?" Shun Jianchong rose with poise and stepped forward into the court. His tone was ever so casual as he replied, "In my humble opinion, Your Majesty, we should pursue peace talks." Before I even stepped foot into the throne hall, the cacophony of bickering voices inside reached my ears. "Sometimes, one must bow under the weight of the eaves," Shun Jianchong's deliberate voice rang out, laced with an air of subtle arrogance. 5 years ago, the war with the northern tribes cost us 30,000 lives. 3 years ago, the battle with the Tiela tribes claimed an additional 80,000 lives. A total of 110,000 lost souls. Is that not enough to show Your Majesty the devastating horrors of war? Several other officials murmured their agreement, their voices echoing faintly in the hall. And Lord Shun is absolutely right. Peace talks are best. The northern barbarians only want some money and goods. Instead of waging war, why not bring gold and silver to negotiate? I stopped outside the grand hall's door, sneering coldly. Inside, the young emperor, my nephew, Su Wenshu, tightened his jaw. What if they refuse to negotiate? What if their demands are too high, and the court cannot meet them? A man dressed like a censor cupped his hands, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty worries too much. The northern barbarians live amidst forests and mountains. They've likely never seen gold or jewels. Even if we offered them the kingdom's entire year's tax revenue, as long as it buys us peace, it would be worth it. Another military officer chimed in. We should sweeten the deal by sending them a princess for marriage. Princess Yongjia, with her noble status and stunning beauty, would be the perfect choice. The battle hasn't even begun. The enemy hasn't even shown themselves. And yet my fellow officials are already scrambling to give up money, land, and women. Absurd. Utterly absurd. I knew why Xin Jianchong dared act so arrogantly. Ever since I married his daughter, Xin Yuanhui, his family status had skyrocketed. I then personally elevated him to Minister of Personnel. That position in charge of all the empire's civil appointments had allowed Xin to place nearly the entire court under his thumb. When I'm around, he refrains from overstepping. But without me, he practically plays emperor. Well, enough is enough. It's time for them to see who the true backbone of the great Jing is. I flung aside my cloak and strode into the hall with purpose. Serve the country with unwavering loyalty. Dye your armor red with your own blood. Aim for the clouds. Swear to defend the gates of our empire. My voice thundered in the hall, reverberating off the beams above and startling the ministers kneeling below into silence. I didn't spare them a glance. My attention went directly to the throne. I bowed to my nephew. Your loyal subject, Su Su, pays homage to His Majesty. You could have heard a pin drop. Su Wenshu exhaled a long breath, a light sparking in his previously dim eyes. Rise, royal uncle. Take a seat at once. No need. Not for now. I slowly lifted my gaze, scanning the room. The air turned suffocating with the killing intent honed in countless bloodbaths. It didn't even require deliberate effort. It seeped from me naturally. Every single face I looked upon turned ashen, their bodies beginning to tremble. I thought I heard just now. I enunciated each word. Someone suggesting that we beg the barbarians for peace? No one dared respond. Which one of you said it? Step forward. I smiled, an ice-cold, dangerous smile. Let me take a good look at what kind of cur you are. Dead silence. I turned to my nephew. Your Majesty, please remind me. Who was just spouting such bold, impressive rhetoric? Kindly point them out. Su Wenshu's chin lifted slightly. It was Censor Zhang Xiai and General Zhai Zhong of the South Defense. Two distinct figures visibly shrank into themselves. I locked eyes with them. Their entire bodies shivered like autumn leaves in the wind, while their gazes darted around, seeking escape. My smile deepened. Looking toward the entrance, I spoke without raising my voice. Come in, someone. Take these two. Drag these dogs out and execute them. Two imperial guards stepped in with murderous intent. Lord Shun, save us. Zhang Xiai and Zhai Zhong collapsed to the ground. crying out to Shun Jianchong for help. I cast a sidelong glance at Shun Jianchong. Everyone in court knew that these two lapdogs were his. Their audacity to propose ceding territory and making peace through marriage in court was nothing more than a parroted message from their master. This act of mine was a resounding slap to his face. Sure enough, he reacted. Wait. Shun Jianchong stepped forward, his voice steady. Zhang Xiai and Zhaizhong only have the best interest of Dejing in mind. Once war begins, it will drain the nation's resources. While sessions and marriage are disgraceful, they can buy us time for recovery. As the old adage goes, a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. The entire court turned toward him in unison. I understood what they were thinking. Over the past year, I had followed my father-in-law's counsel without question. If he said east, I never went west. Today, for the first time, I openly defied him. Everyone was curious to see. Would I, the regent prince, bow my head like before? The two guards hesitated, looking back at me. I kept my gaze on Shun Jianchong and spoke lightly. Our Dejing was built on warfare, and we have never been a nation of cowards. If the northern barbarians invade our borders, it is the duty of our sons and daughters to take up arms and fight on the battlefield. And yet now we have cowards proposing to cede land, pay reparations, and even send off a princess. My voice suddenly rose. If such worthless fools aren't executed, shall we let them undermine the morale of our soldiers and citizens? Old officials, allies of Zhao Sinong, sharply lifted their heads. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Shun Jianchong's face darkened. Your Highness, your words are inappropriate. War is a source of turmoil. A warmongering nation cannot endure. Source of turmoil? I scoffed. Then let the Grand Secretary Shun consult the history books. Which dynasty didn't forge its empire through war? When the Taizu Emperor founded our state, our foundation wasn't stable, and the northern barbarians repeatedly invaded our borders, leaving corpses scattered across the plains. Taizu launched 13 military campaigns in 10 years, finally beating them back until they no longer dared to graze their horses south of our lands. During Taizong's later years, when rebellion stirred in the southern regions, he donned his armor and led his troops to restore peace in Dejing. And now, I looked around the court. Has everyone here lost their courage to dogs? Is this sorry band of defeated soldiers truly so formidable? The hall was silent, but I saw the spark ignite in the eyes of a few generals. Fight! We must fight this battle. A white-haired general suddenly stood. My grandfather was bestowed the title of Marquis of the Army personally by Emperor Taizu. Qin Ling volunteers to lead the vanguard and restore the glory of Dejing. Shun Jianchong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Precisely because former emperors poured their blood, sweat, and tears into this nation, we enjoy the prosperity we have today. His voice was thunderous. Your Highness, if you insist on pursuing this path, leading to an empty treasury and war-torn lands, can you shoulder the blame for such infamy throughout history? I narrowed my eyes. Then, Grand Secretary Shun, the meaning of the book, if I kill these two dogs, does that make me a tyrant? They say it's all for the country. To kill the loyal and upright is surely the act of a tyrant. I took one step after another toward the two condemned prisoners kneeling on the ground, tilted my head, and asked him, if I refuse to send a marriage alliance, refuse to cede territory, refuse to pay reparations, does that make me a tyrant as well? At this point, seeking peace is the only proper course. I stopped behind the two men. And if I insist on going to war instead? Shun Jianchong straightened his back, his tone firm and resolute. The Northern Rong have been lying in wait, gathering their strength for 10 years. Their cavalry far outmatches our infantry. If you recklessly declare war, that would surely be SHK. I drew my sword. Before he could finish, two heads had already flown into the air, and the scalding blood splattered his face. Shun Jianchong's entire body trembled violently. His face turned paper white as he pointed at me, unable to utter a single word. All the civil and military officials in the courtroom stared in stunned horror at the two headless corpses. I turned, gripping the blood-dripping longsword, and faced them, my voice ringing through the grand hall. If killing spineless lackeys, if refusing to send a marriage alliance, refusing to cede territory, refusing to pay reparations, if daring to draw a sword against invaders qualifies as being a tyrant. Then today, I, Su, will be this tyrant. I walked to the very forefront of the hall and said coldly, "Now tell me, who stands for war and who stands for peace?" An eerie silence descended. Not a soul dared respond. Those who usually followed Shun Jianchong, barking orders and making a scene, shrank into themselves, barely daring to breathe. The blood of Zhang Xi and Zhai Zhong hadn't yet cooled. Who would dare provoke me now? Even Shun Jianchong, normally untouchable in his authority, didn't dare. He stood frozen in place, but I could see it. That fear, that icy dread of losing his grip on power, slowly seeping into every corner of his expression. "Minister Shun," I carried my sword over to him, its tip still dripping with blood. "Let me ask you one last time. Northern Rome has invaded our borders. What's your position?" He gritted his teeth for a long time before squeezing out each word as though it pained him. "Your Majesty, I recommend sending troops against the Northern Rome." I hurled my sword to the ground with a resounding clang. From this day forward, I lifted my gaze, looking not just at the ceiling of the hall, but at the future of this nation. The great Jing dynasty will not form marriage alliances, will not cede an inch of land, and will not pay reparations. A true sovereign falls with their nation. An emperor guards the gates of the kingdom. This is a principle that will never change in Jing, and anyone who dares to defy it will be executed without mercy. A nation's true strength has nothing to do with its wealth or resources, but instead depends on whether its people are willing to stand tall and unyielding. The civil and military officials all raised their heads, one by one, their spines straightening as if, for the first time, they had glimpsed the backbone of the Jing kingdom. From the imperial throne, the young Su Wenshu gazed intently at my back, his eyes brimming with unconcealed admiration. Shun Jianchong, on the other hand, simply stared at me, his eyes filled with a gnawing sense of impending danger. In the past, I ruled the court with force and military power. He never truly regarded me with esteem. But today is different. Today, the entire court, both civil and military officials, genuinely acknowledged me. One statement, asterisk, no appeasement through marriage, no ceding of land, no paying of reparations. The ruler sacrifices himself for the country. The sovereign defends the gates. Asterisk, completely won over the officials, making me the backbone of the great Jing. He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. What happened to Su So? How does he seem like a completely different person overnight? No, I must ask Yuan Hui about this. The court session ended. The officials all shot me a deep glance before lowering themselves in unison and bowing with respect. I smiled faintly and said, "As long as this king is here, the heavens of Great Jing will not collapse. Gentlemen, take care on your way out." The officials left, their ranks orderly, leaving the grand hall of heavenly peace nearly empty. Now, it was just me and the young emperor, Su Wenshu. "Nothing more here. Your uncle's leaving," I said, turning to walk away. True, he was the emperor, but he was also my nephew, someone I watched grow up. The former me had always treated him casually, and I had no choice but to keep with that approach for now. Stirring trouble wasn't worth it. Su Wenshu looked at me with eyes full of admiration. "Many thanks to royal uncle today. If not for you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do." I rolled my eyes. "You're not even embarrassed to admit that? As an emperor, you let a mere minister push you around? Aren't you ashamed?" His face turned red, shame washing over him. Aye. Less of the aye nonsense. I thought back to the scene earlier, and my anger flared up again. Frustrated with those useless officials, and equally frustrated with this spineless young emperor. All I wanted was to live a carefree life as a royal prince, wielding power when awake, resting in beauty's embrace when tired. But with a weak emperor on the throne and power concentrated in the hands of treacherous ministers, how was I supposed to indulge myself in peace? One wrong step, and I might wake to find the dynasty usurped and my own head severed from my shoulders. I leveled him with a cold glare. "Listen carefully. What happened today can only happen once. If anyone dares to spout nonsense like that again, you order their head chopped off immediately." "Got it." Su Wenshu widened his eyes. This isn't right. Father always wrote in his letters that a ruler should rule with benevolence, treat their ministers with compassion. Benevolence my ass. I cut him off at once. People are practically defecating on your head, and you're talking about benevolence? Remember this. You're no longer the crown prince, no longer some pampered young royal. You are the emperor. And as the emperor, you must have the will to control everything under heaven. Today it was the Shun family stepping on you. But if you let this slide, tomorrow it will be the Wang family, and the day after that the Zhang family. By the time the entire kingdom disrespects you, when everyone thinks they can trample over you, do you think your throne will still be secure? I fixed my gaze on him, my voice slowing to a deliberate, heavy tone. If that day ever comes, your royal uncle will fight to his death for you, even if it means dying atop the city walls. But if you wait until then to figure out how to rule as an emperor, it will already be too late. Su Wenshu stood there stunned, frozen like a wooden statue, unable to say a single word. He cast him a deep glance, then turned to Dong Xian, the senior eunuch standing nearby. From now on, don't let him read his father's books anymore. They're not suitable for him. Find him a few books on military strategy and history. With the art of war as a blade, anything can be achieved. With history as a mirror, the future becomes clear. Understood. Dong Xian bowed deeply, but when he looked up at me, his gaze was complicated. He was one of the late emperor's trusted confidants, left to support Su Wenshu. His intellect and capability far surpassed typical eunuchs, so naturally, he could see the problem clearly, the sharp distinction between a crown prince and an emperor. A crown prince garners loyalty with virtue and benevolence. An emperor, however, cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Such tenderness could invite catastrophe, raising hidden dangers and threatening the very foundation of the royal family. But these were things he, as a servant, was not in a position to say. Unexpectedly, the usually carefree and unrestrained Prince Su had uttered such words openly in front of the emperor today. Prince Su, it seemed he truly was different now. On the other side, Su Wenshu's eyes reddened slightly after hearing my words and was about to speak when a young eunuch hurriedly ran in. Your Majesty, a messenger from Prince Su's estate has arrived. The princess consort has suddenly fainted. They request Prince Su to return immediately. My face darkened instantly. Warner fainted? What happened? Is it serious? The eunuch shivered slightly. I'm not certain. The estate only urged your return as quickly as possible. A sense of foreboding gripped my chest. Without sparing a second thought, I spun around and left the hall in a rush. Behind me, Su Wenshu turned to Dong Xian. Chief Eunuch Dong, take several imperial physicians to Prince Su's estate. Make sure the royal aunt suffers no harm. Understood, Your Majesty. At Prince Su's estate, I strode quickly into Zhao Manwan's courtyard. The moment I stepped in, I could sense that something was wrong. A heavy atmosphere loomed over the space. Frowning, I pushed open the door. Zhao Manwan lay pale as paper on the bed, her complexion ghostly white. Her maid, Qing'er, stood anxiously by her side, her face lined with worry. When she saw me enter, Qing'er's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you're finally here. Please, look at the princess consort, the household. Before she could finish, Zhao Manwan's faint, brittle voice cut her off sharply. Silence. I hurried to the bedside, my voice steady but harsh. What's going on? The princess consort has fainted. Why is there no physician here? Qing'er hesitated, biting her lip, clearly torn. Zhao Manwan, her tone weak, interjected faintly. There's no need, Your Highness. It's nothing serious, no need for a doctor. But Qing'er could no longer resist. Her eyes brimmed with distress and frustration. How is this nothing serious? It's that steward, Li, who forbade the household from calling for a doctor for the princess consort. That set off my rage. The consort of a regent prince, my consort, was refused a doctor by a mere steward? She was made to suffer while authority was stolen right from under my nose. This was an outright insult. Guards, I called, my tone ice cold. From a shadowy corner, Lu Ji stepped out and presented himself. What are your orders, Your Highness? Murderous intent surged within me. Bring that wretched Li Fun to me. Now. Yes, Your Highness. On the bed, Zhao Manwan struggled to speak. Your Highness, Chief Steward Li is on Lady Shen's side. Perhaps you should let it go to avoid straining your relationship with her. The words made my nose sting with bitterness. Such a good woman, forced into such a desperate situation, yet still thinking of that venomous woman. Expressionless, I turned to Qing'er and ordered, "Go fetch several doctors. If anyone dares to stop you, write their names down. Tell Lu Ji to take care of them. Throw their bodies to the mountain wolves." Qing'er's eyes lit up with joy. "Yes, Your Highness." As she left, I sat down at the bedside, gently caressing Zhao Manwan's pale face. My voice softened. "My lady, I've let you suffer again." Zhao Manwan's cheeks flushed faintly at the tenderness in my gaze. She felt a little uneasy, but also a warmth she had never known. Deep down, she wished that time could stop at this moment forever. "Your Highness, I've brought them." Lu Ji's voice echoed from outside the door. I stood, and the tenderness in my eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a cold ruthlessness. Zhao Manwan's heart clenched at the shift in my demeanor. It terrified her. Turning back to her, I said soothingly, "Don't be afraid, my dear. You've been overlooked in this household for too long. Today, I'll restore your dignity." With those words, I walked out the door. Behind me, Zhao Manwan gazed after my back, her eyes brimming with tears full of emotion. The events of these past few days, moment by moment, felt like a dream, one so blissful it made her heart ache. If it truly were a dream, she wished to never wake from it. Outside, Li Fan stood with an arrogant expression but looked uneasy. "Li Fan, do you realize your mistake?" I asked coldly. With her heavy-set frame and unattractive features, she didn't bother to hide her disdain. "I don't understand what you mean, Your Highness. I was appointed by Lady Shun as the chief steward of this household. Everything I do follows her instructions. If you have a problem, take it up with her." My face turned colder. On the battlefield, I held unyielding authority. In court, ministers respected me as the regent prince. Yet here, in my own household, a lowly steward dared to act so insolent? This was the mess the original master of this body had created. His utter lack of discipline had emboldened Shen Yuanhui's servants to believe they were above everyone else. Unfortunately for them, I'd have to clean this up. Seeing me silent, Li Fan crossed her arms with a sneer in her eyes. Asterisk, "So what if you're the prince? You still have to bow and scrape before my mistress like a dog." Asterisk. I spoke softly. "It seems you have no awareness of your place, nor any sense of reality." Li Fan snorted arrogantly. "And what's my place? I'm Lady Shun's personal maid and the chief steward of this household. Even if you're the regent prince of Jingqiao, so what? If you upset my mistress, you'll still have to knee." Swish. A flash of cold steel. Her words halted abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Fan reached for her throat as blood spurted from the fresh wound across her neck. I'm my lady's trusted servant. How dare you kill me?" Thud. The massive body fell to the ground. I rubbed my throbbing temples and muttered, "What a weirdo. I don't even know where he got the nerve to bark at me like that." Turning to Lu Ji, I commanded, "Deal with it. Bring back the steward that the princess consort had initially assigned. From now on, all matters of the prince's residence must pass through the princess consort for approval." "Understood, my lord." As I turned around, I was greeted by the sight of Qing bringing in Director Dong and a few imperial physicians. They stood at the doorway, mouths wide open in shock, clearly frightened by the scene they'd just witnessed. Qing'er trembled as she spoke. "And my lord, the moment I stepped out, I ran into Director Dong. He said he was sent by His Majesty to check on the princess consort's health." I smiled at her and then turned my attention to Director Dong. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty is concerned about the princess consort's condition and ordered this old servant to come." I kept a polite smile on my face. "Oh, I see. Well then, I'll trouble you, Director Dong." Director Dong glanced uneasily at my blood-splattered robes, feeling a chill from my seemingly amiable smile. He hurriedly replied, "It's my duty, Your Highness." "My duty." I led the physicians inside. Zhao Manwan wrinkled her delicate nose, catching a faint scent of blood. Her thoughts turned to the commotion earlier from outside the door. In an instant, she pieced things together. Her gaze rested on me in disbelief. "Did you kill Li Fan, my lord?" I nodded with a smile. Such insolent servants deserve nothing less than death. She gave me a long, searching look. The dowry maid of Shun Yuanhui killed? This would have been unthinkable in the past. Could it be has he really changed? Seeing her crinkle her petite nose at the smell, I brushed off my robes and smiled sheepishly. Ah, I forgot. Your delicate nose doesn't handle the scent of blood too well. From the side, Director Dong watched in astonishment. Is this truly the same intimidating, murderous Duke Su from earlier? I removed my outer robes and addressed the imperial physicians behind me. Please examine her closely. I want to know why the princess consort fainted. Yes, Your Highness. They answered and got to work. Moments later, I asked anxiously, Doctors, what's the diagnosis? How is my water? One of the imperial physicians stepped forward and explained, Your Highness need not worry. The princess consort is in no serious danger. However, due to years of overly bland diets, her blood and energy are depleted. That's what led to her collapse. I'll write a prescription for her recovery. Moving forward, please ensure that her diet is more nourishing so as to restore her vitality. A wave of shame washed over me. Overly bland diet. What nonsense. It was plain malnutrition. I'm a regent duke, and yet I allowed my wife to go hungry to the point of fainting. How disgraceful. It all goes back to the original me. Obsessed with Shun Yuanhui's affections, he neglected the princess consort entirely. Not only did he turn a blind eye to her, but when upset, he took it out on her with violence. He never even thought to care for her basic needs. I glanced at Director Dong. He gave a little cough and said hurriedly, Ahem, Your Highness, since the root of the issue has been identified, I shall take my leave and report back to His Majesty. After all, this problem counts as a household scandal for Duke Su. If he lingers any longer, he might provoke the Duke into flying into a rage out of sheer embarrassment. Best to leave quickly. I nodded and said, Qing'er, see Chief Eunuch Dong out for me. Yes, Your Highness. After Dong Xian left, I called toward the door. Lu Ji, have the kitchen prepare a meal to replenish blood and energy. Understood. Not long after, a dozen dishes loaded with nutrients were brought in, their appearance, aroma, and taste tantalizing enough to make anyone's appetite stir. Gently supporting Zhao Manwan, I said softly, Wanner, have some soup first to settle your stomach. I've already asked someone to prepare the medicine. You'll take it after the meal. It'll be easier on your stomach. She looked at me deeply before giving a light nod. All right. We sat face to face at the table. I diligently served her soup and picked food for her, as if trying to make up for all the wrongs the former version of myself had done to her, all in one sitting. Looking at me, Zhao Manwan's eyes welled up. Since entering the Su Prince's residence, she had never seen me treat her with such care. The man before her seemed completely different, unreal even. Your Highness, tell me the truth, she said, eyeing me closely. Why are you being so kind to me all of a sudden? Do you have some ulterior motive? I smiled faintly. Just take it as me wanting you, the person. She shuddered slightly, then lowered her head to eat. Her cheeks dusted with a rosy glow. Resting my chin on my hand, I stared at her without a word. Her face turned even redder as she stammered. Your Highness, is there something on my face? No. Then why are you staring at me like that? Because you're beautiful, and I enjoy looking at you. Her gaze became flustered. Asterisk, what's happening? Why has His Highness suddenly become like this? Asterisk. After the meal, I brought over the medicine and spoke softly. Here, Wanner. Let me help you take it. This concubine can do it herself, she insisted. I shook my head. No, I want to feed you personally. Now, open up. Blushing furiously, she hesitated but slowly opened her cherry-red lips. After taking the medicine, her complexion improved significantly. The evening grew darker. Glancing outside the window, Zhao Manwan finally spoke with a hint of formality in her soft tone. Your Highness, it's already late. Perhaps you could stay here tonight? I chuckled. All right, then I'll stay with you tonight. Her entire frame froze, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the edge of her robe. It was meant to be a mere polite statement, something she'd never expected me to agree to. The me from before never set foot in Juxiang Pavilion. This simple acknowledgement of staying over caught her completely off guard. I could see the turmoil in her eyes. To agree meant one thing, to refuse, another. Either way, there was fear in her heart. Eventually, it seemed she made up her mind, her delicate voice trembling. Hitchin, shall this concubine help the prince prepare a bath? Night descended, the scent of a woman faintly lingering, and warm water swirled invitingly. My heart skipped an unbidden beat. All right, A bath it is. Warmth steamed beneath the curtains as soft fragrance filled the room and mist curled gently around us. Her face flushed scarlet as she carefully helped me remove my outer gown. When her fingertips touched the jagged scars across my back, I felt her reaction falter noticeably. She shuddered briefly. "Your Highness, perhaps tonight." I immediately understood her meaning. The original owner of this body had never consummated his marriage, not even on their wedding night. She was still as pure as snow. Hot water splashed, dampening her robes, which clung to her and revealed her alluring curves. Strands of disheveled hair stuck to her delicate cheeks, and she looked up at me like a startled little rabbit, eyes full of apprehension. I reached out and wrapped my arm around her slender waist. "Your Highness, not here. Let me serve you in your bath first," she murmured, lowering her head, the softness in her voice almost dripping with honey. I took a deep breath and brushed aside the loose strands of hair on her forehead. "What are you thinking, silly girl?" She froze for a moment. "Your body is still weak right now. It's not the time for this. Take care of yourself first," I said with a grin. "Tonight, let's just have a simple bath." There was a flash of disappointment in her eyes. "Your Highness, do you find me undesirable?" I gently pinched her cheek. "Stop overthinking. If you faint again, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life." "How could I faint again?" "Your Highness, you're just saying that to coax me." I straightened my expression. "Are you questioning this prince's abilities?" Later, on the bed, Zhao Manwan had drifted into a deep sleep, her lips parted slightly, as if still savoring something in her dreams. I leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. "Little enchantress, rest up for a few more days," I whispered, "and then this prince will show you his true prowess." Meanwhile, at the Shun residence, "Father, that bastard Su Su actually agreed to the divorce." Shen Yuanhui's face was dark with fury. Shen Jianchong frowned deeply. "Wasn't he totally smitten with you? How could he agree to divorce? He embarrassed me in court today, openly opposing me at every turn. What on earth is going on with Su Su? I have no idea. Today, he seemed like a completely different person," Shen Yuanhui replied, frustrated. Shen Jianchong's voice dropped. "He's just throwing a tantrum. There's no way he'll actually let you go. Tonight, go back and coax him. Don't ruin my plans." "Father, that thing, it hasn't worn off, has it? Maybe I should just give him another dose, just in case?" "Such nonsense. The Liang goo planted in him can't be undone. He'll never be free of it," Shen Jianchong said in a low tone. "The Liang liquor will activate the parasite, stoking his desires. When you return, drink a few cups with him, and I guarantee he'll spoil you like before." Shen Yuanhui's eyes sparkled with sudden realization. "I see. I know what to do now." Back at the prince's residence, at Furong Court. "What did you just say?" "Su Su is spending the night at that wretched Zhao Manwan's Juxiang garden." The maid, Hongyu, nodded. "It's true. Before you even returned to the residence, His Highness killed Manager Li and issued an order. Moving forward, all decisions in the prince's household must first gain Zhao Manwan's approval. Seems like he's planning to hand the household over to her. How dare he?" Shen Yuanhui slammed her hand on the table, her face twitching with rage. Just half a day out of sight, the royal residence was in complete chaos. As long as I, Shen Yuanhui, am still here in the prince's mansion, that Zhao woman can forget about rising up. "Young miss, with the prince backing her now, and your marriage having been annulled, it might be impossible to fight her." Shen Yuanhui sneered coldly. "Annulment? So what? I've seen through Su Su's brute nature long ago. As long as I put my mind to it, he's still under my control. Watch and see. As long as I'm around, Zhao Manwan, that lowly woman, will never take the top position." The next morning, golden sunlight spilled into the room. I slowly opened my eyes, still catching a trace of her faint fragrance at my nose. But the space beside me was already empty. By the window, a basin, boar-bristle toothbrush, and a small white towel had been laid out neatly on a stool for me. Rising from bed, I began to wash up. Creak, the door opened. Zhao Manwan stepped in, carrying a tray, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. "Your Highness, you're awake. I've prepared breakfast for you." Her maid Qing'er suppressed a grin behind her lips. "The princess was busy in the kitchen at the crack of dawn preparing this for your Highness. The osmanthus cakes and porridge here are her specialties. Her father couldn't even get his hands on them back then. I grabbed a piece of osmanthus cake, taking a bite. Nodding approvingly, I said, excellent cooking. I truly struck gold marrying Zhao Manwan. Her eyes lit up with a trace of joy. I'm glad your highness likes it. If you wish, I can make it every day from now on. After breakfast, the two of us chatted a bit before I left the Juxiang pavilion to attend to other matters. Back in my own courtyard, the day was still young. Deciding not to let time go to waste, I opted for some practice in martial arts, reacclimating myself to the skills of this body. Now, as the top military general of the Jing dynasty, my martial abilities simply couldn't afford to decline. Standing in the courtyard, I shut my eyes briefly and drew in a steady breath. A forceful yell exploded from my lips as my fist shot out in a synchronized barrage, my footwork light yet precise. A powerful aura spiraled around me as I executed a strikingly vigorous martial arts routine. This was inner energy, the mark of a true warrior. In this world, martial artists were ranked across 9 tiers. As for me, I had reached upper tier 7th rank. The original owner of this body was a prodigy, blessed with unrivaled talent, a noble lineage, abundant resources, and a mentor acclaimed as the strongest in the land. The only setback? He practiced the 5 Emperor technique, a notoriously difficult method. Progress was slow. Otherwise, he'd already have claimed the pinnacle of the 9th rank by now. After repeating the sequence several times, I exhaled, standing tall as I withdrew my fists. Moments later, Lu Ji approached the courtyard. Your Highness, the former steward, Madame Xiang, has been asked to return. From now on, the prince's estate will be managed by the princess. Assist her well. If anyone defies her instructions, take decisive action. Cut first, report later. Lu Ji hesitated briefly, then spoke with caution. But Shinside consort has returned to the estate. If she stays, the princess may remain under her thumb. My brow furrowed slightly. I'll deal with it. I arrived at the hibiscus courtyard. Raising my gaze to the plaque above the entrance, my expression grew cold. Henceforth, this residence will no longer bear the name Hibiscus Courtyard. Guards, remove this plaque and throw it into the fire. Yes, Your Highness. The servants snapped to attention, responding hastily. Over the past few years, the original owner of this body ruled with cruelty and unpredictability, embedding fear and authority deep into everyone's hearts. I passed through layers of rocky outcrops, stone arches, and elaborate gardens before stopping in front of a grand hall. Its ornate structure, carved with dragons and painted in brilliant colors, was even more extravagant than my own council chamber by some measure. All this for a single woman. The original owner's brain must have been trampled by a donkey. I stepped into the hall. After a long wait, Shen Yuanhui finally appeared, her steps delicate and unhurried. She was draped in a thin, red gauzy dress that perfectly highlighted her alluring figure. Your Highness, you finally remembered me, she cooed in a soft, seductive voice. She oozed temptation and charm, a born enchantress. No wonder she had the original owner utterly bewitched. But I stood firm, an unshakable mountain. I recall giving you a letter of separation. I frowned. Why are you still in the Prince of Su's residence? For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of resentment flashed in her eyes, but her expression quickly shifted to one of delicate vulnerability. Oh dear, I was just teasing Your Highness before. It's only because I love you so deeply that I wanted to test your affection for me. I was wrong, my lord. Don't take it to heart. Please, she said, her voice sweet and pleading as she rushed toward me. She clung to my arm, swaying slightly in an almost childlike manner. Can't you forgive me, my lord? Her moist, rosy lips glistened like a freshly ripened red apple. A natural-born seductress. I shoved her away with force. Shen Yuanhui froze in shock. What are you doing, Your Highness? I've learned some new skills recently, and I wanted to share them with you. Spare me the schemes. I sneered. Pack your things and get out of the Prince of Su's residence by the end of the day. Her face went pale, her voice trembling. Your Highness, are you truly so heartless? Heartless. I fixed her with an icy stare. Shen Yuanhui, how dare you use that word? For the past 2 years, I've treated you generously, and your Shen family has received nothing but favor from me. And what did you do in return? Taking advantage of my favor, You acted recklessly and arrogantly. I don't even want to list your numerous wrongdoings. Leave, while you still have a shred of dignity. Petty, venomous, and jealous. Just because Zhao Manwan's beauty rivaled her own, she had repeatedly goaded the original owner into taking harsh action against her rival. Keeping a woman like this in the residence? I wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Shen Yuanhui stared at me for a long time, her gaze searching mine. Seeing my expression unyielding, a flicker of panic finally crossed her face. Su seems different from before, she murmured softly. Rising to her full height, tears glistened in her reddened eyes as she gazed at me. If your highness has made up his mind, then I will obey. Her voice was barely audible. But if we part ways today, who knows when we'll meet again? She took out a bottle of wine and poured 2 glasses. You used to love the wine I brewed the most. This cup here, it's my thanks for the care you've shown me these 2 years. She raised her glass in a toast. I watched her every move, not lifting a finger. She tilted her head back and drained the glass in one go. Only then did I lift my own glass, taking a delicate sip. One sip, the liquid slid down my throat, and a sudden wave of dizziness hit me. My mind felt like it was floating. I frowned deeply. This sensation, it wasn't my first time experiencing it. The original owner of this body had felt it twice before. Once was the night of his wedding during the ceremonial toast. The second time was when Shun Yuanhui proposed divorce, sending him into a downward spiral of drunken madness. That time, he first lost clarity of mind, then fell into a coma, and finally, he simply died. And the wine? Both on his wedding night and in the household cellars, the supplier was always the same person, Shen Yuanhui. Your Highness, you must be tired. Allow me to help you rest, she said softly, supporting me with her delicate hand, her breath carrying a faint fragrance. I grabbed her wrist tightly, my stare locking onto hers with an intensity that could pierce through. There's something in the wine, I said coldly. Did you poison it? You're hurting me, Your Highness, she whimpered, her voice trembling as she tried to pull her wrist free. I stepped forward, closing the space between us. She faltered, and the expression on her face shifted to panic. Your Highness, what are you going to do? My breathing grew heavier, and I could feel the heat behind my eyes. Something violent and uncontrollable was surging within me, screaming to be unleashed. If I didn't find an outlet, I felt like I would explode. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? My voice came out rough, rasping. Fine then, I'll grant you your wish. Her body trembled, and it seemed as though she finally realized tonight was far from ordinary. Let me go, she cried. But my grip only tightened. She couldn't escape. Ah. What followed was a disordered symphony of noises within the hall. Breathless gasps, startled cries, and deep growls, like that of a beast. Outside the room, Hanyu stood in place, her face flushed a deep red. She'd hesitated several times, wanting to push the door open, but in the end, she didn't dare disturb the elegant moment of her master. She stayed her step. Yet that single moment of hesitation nearly became a fatal mistake for her lady. By dusk the next day, I stared at Shun Yuanhui lying weakly on the floor like a fish out of water, her strength entirely drained. My face showed no emotion, only cold disdain. You brought this on yourself. I turned and walked away. Behind me, Shun Yuanhui's face was streaked with tears, her complexion pale as a ghost. No one could say what she had endured in these last 16 hours. Outside the door, Lu Ji stood at attention. Detain everyone in Furong Courtyard. I ordered without looking at him. Until further notice, no one is to contact them without my explicit permission. Lu Ji's expression froze, surprised. Shen Yuanhui struggled to prop herself against the doorframe, her voice hoarse as she accused. So, after humiliating me like this, now you're going to lock me up too. I turned back to glance at her, my gaze like ice. If I find proof that you poisoned me, I said slowly, my tone devoid of mercy, you should pray to the heavens that being locked up is the worst of your punishments. Her entire body shuddered. Lu Ji, visibly agitated, followed behind me. Your Highness, what happened in there? I suspect Shen Yuanhui poisoned me. I couldn't stop my mind from returning to the original owner's death, the result of being drunk. A 7th-level martial expert dying from drinking too much wine? Impossible. There was only one explanation. The wine, like today, had been tampered with. A sudden, fierce surge of killing intent radiated off Lu Ji. Without a word, he turned to storm into the room. I stopped him. Secure the area and detain everyone first. Summon the imperial physician to examine that cup of wine. Yes, Your Highness. The royal physicians arrived quickly. Your Highness, your body is in good health, and there are no signs of poisoning, the chief physician assured. I frowned. No poisoning. Another physician chimed in. The wine is also harmless, but it did contain several potent ingredients designed to stimulate desires. Nothing harmful to the body, however. My frown deepened. The wine was not poisonous, yet the disoriented, uncontrollable sensation I experienced yesterday, what was that about? After the physicians left, the more I thought about it, the more something seemed off. Lu Ji summoned Song Yuan in December. Tell them to bring me intelligence on the Shun family immediately. Moments later, a man and a woman knelt before me. Subordinates Song Yuan and December report to Your Highness. Song Yuan commands a covert assassination group, while December oversees my intelligence network. The two of them are my left and right hands. Rise. What has the Shin family been up to these past 2 days? December replied. Your Highness, the Shun family has been tirelessly visiting court ministers, appearing to make every effort to stop you from initiating war. Humph. That old fox still won't give up. I sneered. How many are willing to side with him against me? Among the 6 ministries, 5, excluding the Ministry of Rights, have aligned themselves with Shun Jianchang. I abruptly looked up, unable to hide my shock. 5 out of 6 ministries? December continued. Shun Jianchang has students and allies scattered throughout the court and oversees the Ministry of Personnel. Over the past 2 years, he has systematically placed trusted confidants in key positions. At present, most officials in court are his people. I took a sharp breath. So, the Shun family's influence has grown to this extent. The imperial court has practically become a stage dominated by their faction. As the ancients said, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. But when a tree has grown so vast that it blocks out the sun, who could possibly bring it down? The Shin family has the makings of a tyrant clan. If left unchecked, the Jin dynasty will inevitably fall into their hands. I enunciated each word. The Shin family cannot be allowed to remain. Keep a close watch on the Shin family. Focus especially on whether they've made contact with any poison masters in the past year or 2. Understood, Your Highness. At the Juxiang garden, Zhao Manwan was watering an orchid, humming a cheerful little tune, her face radiant with joy. It was apparent that she had been in high spirits lately. Suddenly, her maid Qing'er rushed in, gasping for breath. Why are you always so frantic? Zhao Manwan asked, amused. My lady, terrible news. This morning, His Highness went to the fragrant lotus courtyard and hasn't left all day. The servants are all saying. Saying what? Qing'er's cheeks flushed as she lowered her voice. They're saying His Highness has been indulging with Shun Yuan Hui the entire day. The noises can be heard from several courtyards away. Clatter. The watering can fell to the ground. The smile on Zhao Manwan's face shattered instantly. Qing'er, what you're saying, is it true? Her voice trembled. After leaving Juxiang Garden yesterday, His Highness did indeed go to the fragrant lotus courtyard, Qing'er said, looking conflicted. But only the truth could be spoken. Zhao Manwan stood there dazed. You may leave. I'd like some time alone. But, my lady, please don't. She interrupted with a bitter smile. Don't worry. After all these years, haven't I gotten through worse? Now go. After Qing'er left, Zhao Manwan stood silently before the orchids, tears shimmering in her eyes. She had truly believed he had changed, that he'd chosen her, that he was serious about driving her out of the prince's residence for her sake. But in the end, he hadn't changed. It was just a fleeting whim of his, a passing fancy to amuse himself. All her deep affection, utterly misplaced. Night fell, cloaking the world in darkness. After finishing the day's political affairs, I unknowingly found myself outside Juxiang courtyard again. The flicker of candlelight from the window spilled a gentle glow, and an involuntary smile crept to my lips. Zhao Manwan. This woman, of all the people and things in this world, she was the closest thing I had to home. I pushed the door open and entered. The candlelight swayed. She had fallen asleep at the desk, her brows furrowed in her slumber. Even in sleep, This girl was frowning. Just what kind of burdens weighed so heavily on her heart? I lowered myself and gently scooped her up into my arms, laying her on the bed and tucking the blanket around her. Just as I turned to leave, a delicate hand grabbed the hem of my robe. "Your Highness, don't leave me." My chest tightened. I looked down to find her still frowning, as if caught in the grip of some nightmare. Lying beside her, I turned to gaze at her stunningly beautiful face. In barely a whisper, I said, "Don't worry, I'll never leave you." The first light of dawn seeped through the windows. Zhao Manwan stirred awake, blinking in confusion as she found herself surrounded by bundles of medicinal herbs and dazzling treasures. Perplexed, she stepped outside, only to be greeted by a line of maids bowing in unison. "Good morning, my lady." Her brows knit in confusion. A woman with a dignified yet kind demeanor stepped forward. "Your Grace," she began. "All these maids were selected by the prince personally to serve you from now on. He says you can dismiss whoever doesn't please you or even rid yourself of these treasures as you wish." Zhao Manwan froze in astonishment. "Aunt Xiang?" she exclaimed with a mix of surprise and joy. This was Aunt Xiang, a woman Zhao Manwan once rescued from the despair of being a war refugee. She was also the only person Zhao Manwan ever completely trusted. "Yes, Your Grace." Aunt Xiang nodded warmly. "The prince said he wouldn't feel reassured if anyone else took care of you. That's why he called me back to your side." Her heart stirred with emotion. Was this the same man who was still at Furong Courtyard yesterday? "Last night," Aunt Xiang teased with a grin. "The prince came to Juxiang Courtyard again. You fell asleep at the table, and it was the prince who carried you to bed. I'd say you were so sound asleep you didn't notice a thing." Zhao Manwan's heart softened. "Last night he stayed here?" "Yes, right in your room." Her eyes shimmered faintly with renewed warmth. "And where is he now?" "His Majesty's messenger arrived at dawn to summon the prince to the palace." Aunt Xiang replied with a hint of amusement. "Apparently, to give a lecture." Zhao Manwan froze again. "A lecture? The prince?" On the battlefield, Su Su might be formidable, but when it comes to wit or scholarly knowledge, he's like a man with 7 orifices and 6 of them blocked. Asking him to teach His Majesty a lesson. Who would believe that? On my way to the palace, unease clawed at my chest. The imperial physician assured me I was fine, but I couldn't shake off this restlessness. "No, this won't do. After I return, I must force Xin Yuanhui to open his mouth and talk." Inside the imperial study, the moment Su Wenshu saw me, he hurried forward, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me to sit at his desk. He was beaming with enthusiasm. "Uncle Emperor, you're finally here. Please teach me a class, would you? When you teach, it's far more useful than those scholars' lessons." "No rush with the lessons," I said, pressing down my frustration. "There's something urgent I need to discuss with you first." The young emperor's face froze for a moment. "Please, speak, Uncle Emperor." I leaned in and asked gravely. "Tell me, do you think the current Jing dynasty is truly the Su family's dynasty, or is it the Shin family's?" His expression instantly darkened. The Jing dynasty may carry the Su family's name, but it's no secret who actually wields power in the court. It's the Shin family. Su Wenshu stared at me, his gaze intense, nearly burning. "Uncle Emperor, do you have a way to deal with the Shin family?" Beside him, the chief eunuch, Dong Xian, slightly raised his eyelids but said nothing. I sighed deeply. Back in the day, the Shin family were nothing more than a minor house barely surviving on their ancestors' waning influence. It was my own foolishness that brought them to power. I married Shun Jinchang's daughter, allowing him to exploit me. I practically handed him the means to elevate the Shun family to where they are today. Su Wenshu said nothing, his lips pressed tightly. These words could only come from me. Anyone else daring to speak them would have been crushed into dust by the Shun family long ago. But I changed my tone, letting a sharp edge creep into my voice. Just as I pushed the Shun family to the heavens, I can drag them right back down into the mud, leave them with nothing. Su Wenshu's eyes lit up with fiery excitement. The Shin family was like a leech sucking the lifeblood of the Jing dynasty. The longer they lived, the harder it would be for the dynasty to thrive. "What does Uncle Emperor plan to do?" he asked, breath quickening. I picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote a single character on the blank paper before me. "Xinghao Xinghao, Zhao Xinghao Xinghao, Zhao. Zhao." "Exactly." I nodded. Zhao Sinan was one of the 3 regents appointed by the late emperor. His reputation rivals Shun Jianchang's. Will support the Zhao family and pit them against Shun Jianchang. What happened with Shun Yuanhui yesterday made me even more wary of the Shin family. Eliminating them is now my top priority. And supporting the Zhao family. That's just the beginning. There are 2 promising figures in the Zhao family, Zhao Zhiming and Zhao Alai. Zhao Zhiming became the top scorer in the imperial examinations at just 17. Now 30, he's serving as the governor of Yangzhou and has demonstrated considerable administrative talent. I want to make him the prefectural magistrate of the capital. Zhao Alai, on the other hand, was born with extraordinary strength, and his mastery of the 3-axe technique is unmatched. Rough on the outside but sharp within, he's a natural leader for troops. I want to appoint him as the commander of the Imperial Guard. Su Wenshu frowned. But the current Imperial Guard commander, Yu Li, and the prefectural magistrate of the capital, Tao Yu, are both Shun Jianchang's people. Those are critical positions. Will Shun Jianchang let them go so easily? I chuckled coldly. Letting go or not, that's not up to him. You just draft the decree, leave the rest to me. Su Wenshu looked at me, his eyes full of admiration. Official Dong. Your Majesty, this old servant is here. Draft 2 decrees, as instructed by the imperial uncle. Yes, Your Majesty. After giving the orders, I left the palace satisfied. Upon returning to the Su Prince's manor, I summoned Shiryu, December, and Song Yuan. Shiryu, gather all the dirt on Tao Yu and Yu Li from these past years. Song Yuan arranged to meet them at Dingshi's High. I lazily leaned back on my chair. Tao Yu and Yu Li were merely pawns, easily manipulated to my liking. Understood, Your Highness. After they departed, Lu Ji approached me from behind. Your Highness, are you planning to completely fall out with Shun Jianchang? Fall out? I sneered. The relationship between me and the Shun family was torn apart long ago. But these days, I've been guarding you closely. Should the Shun family be driven into a corner? I didn't refuse. Lu Ji was a master martial artist, and many times in the past when I was surrounded, it was him who carved a bloody path and dragged me out. In the Zhao residence, Zhao Sinong sat in the hall, a scroll of golden-edged imperial decree laid out on the table beside him, his face full of suspicion. Zhiming, Alai, what do you make of this? The decree had just been personally delivered by official Dong from the palace. The elder son was now appointed chief of the metropolitan prefecture, while the younger son was made commander of the imperial guards. Under any other circumstance, this would have been an enormous blessing. But in today's Shun-dominated Jing dynasty, it was rather peculiar. Even Zhao Zhiming was confused for once. Tao Yu and Yu Li are both Shin family people, and they're still firmly in their posts without a single misstep. Why would His Majesty suddenly issue such an order? What could it mean? Zhao Alai, built like a mountain and with a fierce demeanor, spoke with remarkable clarity. The emperor has only granted promotions without issuing specific orders for the roles. Whether the decrees take effect remains uncertain. We'd be better off holding our ground for now and observing what happens next. Zhao Sinong's eyes gleamed. Alai makes sense. Succeed or not, this doesn't harm the Zhao family. Zhao Zhiming still frowned. I'm more curious as to why His Majesty issued this decree. Right now, the entire court recognizes only the regent prince, Fu Zhengwang, and the Shun family's authority, as if His Majesty doesn't even exist. And yet, at this moment, there's suddenly a decree elevating the Zhao family. It's clear he intends to use the Zhao family to counter the Shin family, Zhao Alai said in a low voice. But taking this step means a complete break with the Shin family. Who in the current Jing dynasty has the guts to make a move like this? Zhao Sinong said thoughtfully. Could it be that His Majesty has someone advising him behind the scenes? He cast his gaze toward the imperial decree, his voice lowering. If that's true, then it is a blessing for our Jing dynasty. By evening, I arrived at Juxiang Garden. Seeing me, Zhao Manwan quickly instructed Aunt Xiang to have the kitchen prepare a meal and hurried out to greet me. Your Grace, you're here, she said softly, bowing slightly with grace, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. I took one look at her enchanting face and couldn't help but tease her. A day apart feels like 3 years. Want her today? I desire a bath again. Her gorgeous face instantly flushed red. She responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito buzzing. If your grace wishes, after dinner, Warner can assist you with your bath. Leaning closer to her ear, I murmured, you said it, not me. Later, I'll teach you something new. A warm breath brushed over her ear, making her shiver slightly, almost unable to stand upright. What? What are you going to teach? You'll find out tonight. Not far away, Aunt Xiang's expression shifted to one of, I totally get what's going on. Zhao Manwan covered her face with both hands, exclaiming, oh no. Aunt Xiang overheard. This is mortifying. At dinner, her thoughts clearly wandered. Warner, what's on your mind? Huh? Have you finished eating, Your Grace? If you're done, we can go take that. She raised her head only to meet my puzzled expression. I had thought she was still upset over yesterday's incident with Xin Yuanhui, but it turns out her mind was preoccupied with this. She must have noticed the realization dawning on my face because her cheeks turned crimson and she stammered, no, that's not what I meant. I set my chopsticks down, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips as I looked at the stunning woman before me. Yes, my princess, I am indeed in the mood for a bath right now. She avoided my gaze, scrambling to her feet. I'll go have Chinger prepare the hot water. With that, she practically fled from the room in the most adorable state of flustered chaos. Later that night, behind the folding screen, Zhao Manwan reclined timidly in the wooden tub, her jet-black hair cascading freely. Her arms gently wrapped around my neck, and her doe-like eyes fixed on me, unwavering. Beads of water trailed down her cheeks, catching the dim light. She looked breathtaking, yet her gaze spoke volumes. It was resolute. No matter what, this time, she would not let Xin Yuanhui, that fox-like vixen, one-up her again. I leaned closer, and her body instinctively trembled at the contact. My eyes softened with affection. I really can't help myself when it comes to you. But your health is still fragile. I can't, in good conscience, disregard your well-being. Her heart warmed, and she replied in a shy murmur, I'm fine. I brushed my hand along her face gently. I want to give you memories worth cherishing. There's no need to rush into things. Though a flicker of disappointment crossed her expression, the overwhelming emotion was one of tenderness, knowing that, amidst it all, I truly cared for her. But Your Grace, her voice faltered as her cheeks reddened further. Are you, going to be okay? It was my turn to blush. Well, if I'm not, it's entirely Warner's fault for being so alluring. She looked up at me with a twinkle in her eye, gathering her wet hair over one shoulder, and smiled sweetly. Then, let Warner help fix that, Your Grace. That night, we both slept soundly. As I held this extraordinary woman in my arms, I realized something within me had changed. Since the moment I was reincarnated into this world, I had always carried a sense of detachment, as if none of this could truly touch me. But now, because of her, I felt my walls begin to waver, truly becoming a part of this world. It is those ties and attachments that give a wanderer a place to call home. The next morning, she still slept soundly, peaceful like a slumbering goddess. About half an hour later, she slowly awoke, and the moment her eyes opened, they met my gentle gaze. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind like a revolving lantern, causing her cheeks to flush bright red in an instant. Last night, she had perhaps been a little too free-spirited. Would the prince think she was an improper woman? I smirked, a bit devilishly. What's this? Remembering something embarrassing? Your Highness, she buried her face, avoiding even the sight of her own feet. You're so mean. Looking at her bashful and endearing expression, I thought to myself, this world is truly worth it. Does Warner like me being like this? She nodded shyly, her cheeks still crimson. Yes, I like it. She lifted her gaze, her eyes full of endless tenderness. Your Highness, do you know? These past few days have been the happiest of my life. I reached out to gently ruffle her hair. Silly girl, the happiest days are still ahead of us. When the Shin family is dealt with, the court stabilizes, and young Wen Shu is ready to hold his own, I'll take you to roam the world, to leave our footprints in every corner of Jing Dynasty. I'll take you to see the oceans, to sit by the shore and watch the sunrise and sunset, to visit great rivers and mountains. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Your Highness, I love you. I froze for a moment, then lowered my head. Her stunningly beautiful face leaned in closer before her lips pressed against mine. With the sun high in the sky, I left the room feeling utterly content. She had drifted back into a deep sleep. Outside the door stood Aunt Xiang. Hmm? Aunt Xiang, why are you here? I felt a bit awkward, thinking of the somewhat bold sounds from earlier in the room. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed if they had been overheard. A faint blush flickered across Aunt Xiang's still graceful face, but she quickly steadied herself. The kitchen prepared breakfast, so I came to see if your highness and the princess consort had woken. The princess consort is still a bit weak. Prepare some nourishing dishes for her. If anything is missing, have Lu Ji arrange it. Yes, your highness, she replied. As I was about to walk away, a thought struck me. I turned back and added, oh, and the bedding in the princess consort's room. Change it. Aunt Xiang hesitated, surprised. That bedding had been replaced just yesterday. Though she didn't quite understand the reason, she still nodded. Understood, your highness. I gave her a slight smile and left the courtyard. Aunt Xiang stood there thoughtfully for a moment. Suddenly, she realized what it meant, and her already beautiful face turned a deeper shade of red, radiating even more charm. In the courtyard, a man clad in black stood sharply with a hand resting on his sword. Commander Yu, my prince has set a feast at Dingshi and invites you to join, said the man, his voice cold as steel. Do not be late. Yuli narrowed his eyes. Having led the Imperial Guards for years, he could tell at a glance. This man was a master. In the capital, there was only one man worthy of being addressed as Prince, the Regent King, Su Su. There could be no other. Yuli furrowed his brows tightly. Everyone knew he was aligned with the Shen family. Just 2 days ago, Su Su had publicly embarrassed Shen Jianchong, and now the Shen family was rallying ministers to deal with Su Su. At this critical moment, Su Su had invited him. I have suddenly fallen ill and might not be able to attend. He couldn't meet with Su Su. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly arouse the Shun family's suspicion. The man in black sneered. Commander Yu, you should think this through carefully. There isn't a soul under the heavens who dares to refuse my lord. He calmly introduced himself. I am Tsang Jia from the king's secret execution division. If you refuse, I will have to carry out my lord's second command. As the words second command left his lips, a suffocating wave of murderous intent filled the room. Yuli's pupils contracted sharply as cold sweat trickled down his back. Under the Regent King's command, 2 legendary forces were feared throughout the nation, the 12 Moons, responsible for intelligence, and the Secret Execution Division, responsible for assassinations. There was no information that the 12 Moons couldn't uncover, and no target the Secret Execution Division couldn't eliminate. Once marked by the latter, death was certain. Yuli never would have imagined that Su Su would directly send someone from the Secret Execution Division to invite him. This wasn't an invitation, it was a death sentence. Commander Yu, Song Jia pressed again. Are you going to Dinshi or not? Yuli gave a bitter smile. Did he really have a choice? Meanwhile, at Jingzhao Yin's residence, Song Yuan was sent to fetch Tao Yu. Lord Tao, have you made your decision? Song Yuan's smile carried a subtle, chilling undertone. Tao Yu remained silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. Since His Highness has summoned me, how could I refuse? I shall go. Dinshi, the most prestigious restaurant in all of Jingzhou. Inside the top private room, Yuli and Tao Yu sat as if on pins and needles. Though the two had known each other for years, they now sat silent, expressionless. Across from them was the most powerful man in Jingzhou, Prince Su Su, the Regent King personally appointed by the late emperor before his passing. Su's perspective. I raised my cup with a smile. I only called the two of you here today to ask for a small favor. There's no need to be tense. Just consider this your own home. Relax. Neither of them dared to reply. In court, they might have had the courage to argue with the emperor directly, but before me, no one would dare cross that line. Defying the emperor might not mean death, but showing me disrespect? That was a guarantee. The memory of Zhai Zhong and Zhang Xi splattering blood all over the palace hall still lingered in their minds. Sit. I gestured casually. The two barely perched on the edge of their chairs, holding their breaths. I, on the other hand, took my time eating and drinking, saying nothing. After roughly a stick of incense's worth of time, I finally set down my chopsticks. Yuli worked up the courage to speak. May I ask what orders your highness has for us? I glanced at him lazily. It's simple. All I need is for you to move a pen. The two visibly exhaled in relief. Tao Yu forced a smile. Writing poems and essays is what I do best. Yuli quickly echoed. Huh. Huh. Coming to Lord Tao was truly the right move. Back in his day, he was a top-ranking scholar famous across the land. I smiled calmly. That's about right. Now, I just need the two of you to draft resignation letters. The smiles on their faces froze instantly. Threats, bribes, manipulation. They had likely prepared themselves for any number of approaches. The one thing they hadn't expected? I wanted them to resign from their posts. They exchanged glances, and the air in the private room grew heavy. Outside, the sharp gazes of Tsang Jie and Tsang Yuan swept over the room like cold blades. Yuli let out a mocking laugh. Your Highness, those who know you call you the Regent Prince, but those who don't might mistake you for the Emperor of Jing Dynasty himself. I wasn't angered. I simply met his gaze with composure. Seems, Commander, you has no intention of granting me this favor. Your Highness, I merely wish to remind you, he scoffed coldly, that the court is far from being your sole playground. If you want my position revoked, perhaps consult Lady Shen and Minister Shen first. Don't repeat the embarrassment from 6 months ago when your attempt to reform the military blew up in your face, endangering the trust between husband and wife and disrupting the peace in your household. It wouldn't look good. Tao Yu, standing to the side, clearly took pleasure in my discomfort. 6 months ago, when I issued orders to reform the military, the Shun family countered with a simple statement. The treasury is empty. That forced me to withdraw the directive. Since then, the entire court had gossiped that the true power in Prince Su's household was none other than Lady Shun and the Shin family, which commanded influence across the dynasty. Every word from Yuli now jabbed precisely at my vulnerable scars. Tao Yu smoothly stepped in to mediate. Your Highness, Commander Yu harbors no ill intent. It's just that both of us owe our advancement entirely to Minister Shun's favor. If you wish to move us aside, there's no way the Shun family would approve. A perfectly played duet. My rage boiled. All right. Even a mere magistrate of the capital and a commander of the Imperial Guards dared to mock me openly, entirely disregarding the authority of my title. I understand your stance, I said coolly. So, the two of you have decided you won't heed my command. Is that correct? Tao Yu straightened himself, his expression growing cold. Your Highness, I take my orders solely from Minister Shun. If you insist on opposing the Shin family, I'm afraid even your princely position might be at stake. Please reconsider. A blatant, unrestrained threat. I narrowed my eyes, the air around me chilling. Yuli abruptly stood, disdain plain on his face. If your Highness called us here only for this, then save your energy. Even if I were to die as the commander, resignation is out of the question. With that, he turned and strode toward the door. Tao Yu followed close behind, prepared to leave as well. In their eyes, no matter how much power I wielded as a prince, I was nothing more than a dog kept by the Shin family. As long as the Shin family stood strong, I could never make waves. Song Yuan and Tsang Jie blocked their paths at the door, their voices cold as steel. Did His Highness say you could leave? Sit down. The two men's faces instantly darkened. Prince Su, what is the meaning of this? From Su's perspective, I rose slowly, deliberately. I thought to grant you, and your families, a path to survival. It seems I am far too benevolent. What? Giving your entire family a way out? Their faces instantly changed. I pushed a stack of papers across the table. Here, you'll find evidence of your embezzlement, bribe-taking, misappropriation of military rations, and illegal appropriation of civilian land over the years. The most interesting part, however, is this, your repeated secret correspondence with provincial feudal kings. I allowed a brief pause. A high-ranking court official colluding with feudal kings? That's a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your families. Their hands fumbled as they snatched up the papers. Their faces turned as white as the sheets they held. Crash. Both men dropped to their knees as one, trembling voices pleading. Your Highness, we were wrong. We shouldn't have spoken so recklessly earlier. I sneered coldly. Wrong? Oh no, you've done nothing wrong. You're quite extraordinary, aren't you? You're members of the Shin family. Does it look like I, of all people, have jurisdiction over you? If I provoke your family's wrath, would this throne I sit on still be mine? Tao Yu scrambled forward, clutching my leg. No, no, no. Your Highness absolutely has the authority over us. I'll write my resignation right now. Please, spare our lives. Yuli slapped himself hard across the face. Smack. Your Highness, it's my fault. My filthy mouth. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. My mouth deserves to be punished. Embezzlement and land grabbing were mere trifles to them, easily swept under the rug with a single word from Shun Jianchang. But the phrase colluding with feudal kings? Throughout history, central court officials conspiring with external feudal lords had always been a major taboo. As a court official, instead of staying loyal to governing and serving the people, if you're conspiring with outside forces in hopes of becoming a kingmaker during a dynastic upheaval, well, this is a crime that doesn't merely fall solely on your shoulders. It implicates your entire family, 9 generations worth of kin. This crime, if proven true, not even Shin Jianchang could save them. I cast a frosty glance at them. Go back, write your resignations, and recommend Zhao Jiming and Zhao Alai from the Zhao family to take over your positions. Then, atone with your lives. If you do so, I won't see to the extermination of your kindred. The two shuddered violently. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Li and Tao Yu stumbled out of Ding Shizhai restaurant, utterly despondent, each returning to their homes. After giving final instructions to their families, they locked themselves in their chambers. Hours later, when their families pushed open the doors, they found only 2 cold, lifeless bodies and a resignation letter. Imperial Study. Dong Xian hurried to the desk. Your Majesty, both Yu Li and Tao Yu have committed suicide at their residences. These are their resignation letters. Su Wenshu froze. Good heavens, why on earth would they suddenly take their own lives? Unfolding the resignation letters, his hands began trembling as he read further. The two cited inability to continue due to fatigue as their reason for stepping down, and at the end, astonishingly, jointly recommended Zhao Jiming and Zhao Alai as their successors. When the realization struck, the young emperor's hands shook with sheer excitement. Royal Uncle has truly done it, Dong Xian added. Moments ago, the Duke of Su sent a message requesting Your Majesty to issue a decree appointing Zhao Jiming and Zhao Alai to their new posts and promulgate the decision throughout the nation. At this moment, Su Wenshu's admiration for Su reached its zenith. He was utterly obedient. Grand Supervisor Dong, draft an imperial decree at once and announce it to the world. As you command. Shortly afterward, an imperial edict was issued from the palace. The Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, Yu Li, and the Governor of Jingzhou, Tao Yu, have resigned. Both have nominated Zhao Alai and Zhao Jiming as their successors, and I have approved their recommendations. I hereby appoint Zhao Alai as the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, tasked with protecting the capital, and Zhao Jiming to head the Jingzhou Governor's office. Both are to assume their posts immediately. With this decree announced, the entire court was left in shock. His Majesty is placing the Zhao family in power? At the Shun residence, Shun Jianchang was watering the flowers in his garden when a man dressed in black hurriedly approached. My lord, a decree from the palace. Yu Li and Tao Yu have both resigned, and Zhao Alai and Zhao Jiming have been named as their replacements. The water in Shun Jianchang's hand abruptly stopped pouring. He turned around sharply. What's the meaning of this? Why would they resign just like that? I investigated, my lord. At noon, Su met them for a meal at Dingshizhai. After returning to their residences, they wrote their resignations and took their own lives. Clenching his teeth, Shun Jianchang said, Su again. What is he up to lately? Why is he so determined to oppose my Shin family at every turn? My lord, what should we do? Regardless of whose idea it was to elevate the Zhao brothers, Shun Jianchang's eyes gleamed with icy intent. I must stop this. One Shin family in the court of Jing is enough. At the Zhao residence, the father and 2 sons were stunned when they heard the decree. Could it be it has truly happened? Zhao Sinong was dumbstruck. Zhao Jiming frowned, pressuring Yu Li and Tao Yu to resign. There's no way the young emperor has the capability to do that. So who's behind all this? Zhao Alai said in a deep voice. I heard that after submitting their resignations, the 2 committed suicide. And before that, They were seen dining with Su Su at Dingshi Zhai. What? Zhao Sinong and Zhao Jiming turned their heads abruptly, their faces filled with shock. If anyone else had been behind this, they wouldn't have thought twice. But if it was Su Su, it was deeply alarming. For Su Su to turn on the Shin family and elevate the Zhao family, that wasn't something a brute like him would ordinarily do. Are you sure, Alai? Absolutely. The father and sons fell into deep thought. Zhao Sinong spoke slowly. I'm almost certain of one thing. The young emperor has someone powerful advising him. And the weight of that person's influence is terrifying, so much so that they were able to compel Su Su to act. Zhao Jiming, after a long moment of deliberation, asked, but in the entire court, aside from the Grand Empress Dowager, who else could command Su Su's obedience? Zhao Alai's eyes flashed as a sudden thought struck him. If there isn't such a person, doesn't that leave only one possibility? Su Su himself is the mastermind behind the young emperor's actions? As soon as the thought arose, he shook his head vigorously. That scoundrel, Su Su, helping the Zhao family? Impossible. Someone must have offered him something else in exchange for his assistance. That had to be the case. What do we do tomorrow? Zhao Jiming asked. Zhao Sinong replied solemnly. Since it's an imperial decree, we obey. Tomorrow morning, we attend court. This came so suddenly. It's likely the Shin family will be caught off guard, Zhao Jiming said. But at tomorrow's court assembly, they will absolutely not let things go easily. Zhao Sinong let out a cold snort. So what? The imperial decree has been issued. If we, the Zhao family, don't dare show our face, we'd really be seen as cowards afraid to come out. The next day, morning court. Officials entered the hall and stood arranged in rows. The young emperor sat upright on the dragon throne. If there is business to report, then report it. If not, court is dismissed. Before the words were fully spoken, Shun Jianchong stepped forward from the front of the hall. Your Majesty, I have business to report. Shun Jianchong stepped forward, his aged eyes sweeping towards Su Wenshu, seated on the throne. Your Majesty, the positions of the commander of the Imperial Guard and the governor of Jingzhou are of utmost importance. How can they be appointed without consultation with the Ministry of Personnel? And yet you directly named Zhao Alai and Zhao Jiming. I plead with your Majesty to rescind the decree. I stood silently to the side, watching coldly. The young emperor's face darkened. For the first time in 6 months, he showed such an expression. Rescind the decree? Su Wenshu whispered through gritted teeth. An imperial decree issued yesterday. Rescinded today. How would the world see me then? The court was filled with stunned officials. They looked at the boy emperor seated on the throne as if he were a stranger. This once mild and obedient young emperor had suddenly grown a spine today. Shun Jianchong froze momentarily but quickly straightened his back. If your Majesty bypasses the Ministry of Personnel to appoint officials, then what is the point of having the Ministry of Personnel? Your Majesty might as well dismiss this old official from his post. The 2 deputy ministers of the Ministry of Personnel immediately chimed in. We request your Majesty remove us from our positions as well. Using retreat to advance. What a cunning move in this power play. Su Wenshu's hands tightened on the armrests of the throne. The Ministry of Personnel was the lifeblood of the court. Truly dismissing them would throw the court into chaos. The young emperor's panicked eyes turned toward me. Only then did I lazily step forward. Minister Shun, are you resigning? I surveyed the room, my voice steady and unhurried. If that's indeed the case, then I shall assist His Majesty in recommending some new candidates for the role of Minister of Personnel. I have plenty of suitable individuals in mind. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly tensed, the air thick with confrontation. A year ago, crushing Shin Jianchong would have been as easy as snapping a twig. But now, the Shin family had grown its influence. Things were no longer the same. Shun Jianchong sharply turned his head to glare at me. Su Su, what are you implying? Merely a reminder, Minister Shun. I enunciated, one word at a time. The court of Jing has never lacked capable candidates for the position of Minister of Personnel. If you intend to use this petty tactic of threatening resignation to intimidate His Majesty, you'd best think twice. My gaze shifted toward the 2 deputy ministers. What about you two? Have you thought it over? Instantly, they bowed their heads in silence, not daring to speak another word. Shun Jianchong's face alternated between shades of green and pale white. I took a step closer. So, Minister Shun, are you resigning or not? He glared at me fiercely before letting out a cold snort and looking away, as if he'd actually resign. After clawing his way to this position over half a lifetime, he'd never willingly let it go. Authority to command? Shun Jinchang's voice rang out with unwavering conviction, resonating through the hall where murmurs of agreement followed. I let out a cold chuckle, ignoring his provocations as my gaze swept across the assembled civil and military officials. Slowly, I began to speak. Then why don't you share with us, Minister Shun, how many in this very hall can beat their chests and claim they have no indulgent past of their own? Zhao Jiming made mistakes, yes, but he's learned from them, reformed, and proven his loyalty. Have his recommendations shown any flaw? The cases under the Jingzhou office are piling high as mountains. What the court needs are men willing to take action, not those proficient only in empty rhetoric. You, Prince Su, your arrogance knows no bounds. Shun Jinchang's face turned ashen, his beard trembling in fury. My eyes sharpened, my tone icy. Minister Shun, mind your station. I was appointed regent prince by the late emperor. When it comes to personnel matters in the capital, I hold direct authority. Instead of wasting breath here, perhaps you should worry about the idle students from your Shun family drawing empty salaries. How will you handle their consequences? His face twisted, opening his mouth as if to retort, but I waved a hand dismissively. My decision is final. The Zhao brothers shall take up posts as Jingzhou governor and commander of the Imperial Guards. This matter is settled today. Prince Su, enough. The voice of the young emperor suddenly rang out, cutting through the hubbub. Though youthful and tender, his tone carried a weight that silenced the room. Let it be done according to my royal uncle's decision. The hall fell into an abrupt hush. Shun Jinchang's mouth opened and closed, fury evidently boiling within him. But in the end, all he could do was retreat in anger. What he hadn't anticipated, clearly, was the emperor siding with me. The young emperor's gaze landed on me, a mixture of resignation and something less discernible tugging at his expression. Standing aloof, I ignored the wary looks from others in the court. Meanwhile, as the Zhao brothers knelt in gratitude while trembling, Zhao Xinong's quivering hand spoke volumes and left me satisfied. This is the court, who dictates whether it stands in order or falls into chaos. It is still I, Prince Su. As I stepped out of the grand hall, I glanced up at the sky. Was this move meant to set an example for the young emperor, or to teach the court a hard lesson? Not even I could tell for sure. But one thing I was certain of, Shun Jianchang and his family would never have the final word in this Jing dynasty. Everything is just beginning. Appoint the Minister of Capital Commandery? Zhao Eli broke the legs of the crown prince of Wu Kingdom 3 years ago. To let such a lawless scoundrel lead the Imperial Guard, wouldn't it plunge the capital into chaos and terror? Indeed, Your Majesty, the Zhao brothers cannot be trusted. Most of the court officials voiced their agreement in unison. Within the grand hall, the waves of dissent surged towards the lone, young figure sitting atop the dragon throne. I took deliberate steps forward, coming to stand in the center of the hall, my hands clasped behind my back. Zhao Jiming, who at 17 passed the imperial exam as a top scholar and became a Hamlin academic editor. At 21, he requested to serve in the provinces and governed with integrity. The day of his departure from Yangzhou, I scanned the assembly of officials, my voice firm. The people lined the roads for 10 miles, sending him off. A man like this, are you truly questioning his virtue? My gaze swept across the room, daring anyone to meet my eyes. But none did. On the dragon throne, that young figure slowly raised his head, staring at my back. The confusion in his eyes began to dissolve, gradually replaced by a glimmer of resolution. Uncle, he murmured softly. I continued. Zhao Eli is naturally strong, wielding his signature trident axe with awe-inspiring skill. Beneath his rough exterior lies a sharp mind and talent worthy of a general. Years ago, the crown prince of Wu Kingdom tried to forcibly take a common girl as his own. Zhao Eli happened to witness the scene. He intervened, saving her, only to be berated and assaulted by the prince. In his fury, he crippled that arrogant scoundrel's legs. I paused briefly, letting the hall fall silent before my voice dropped, cold and unyielding. In my opinion, he did no wrong. If there was any fault, I narrowed my eyes. It was in showing too much restraint. If it were me, I'd have taken the brat's worthless life. The hall descended into deadly quiet. The leader of the Imperial Guard, I announced, my tone icy, should be someone as fiercely righteous as this. I swept a chilling gaze across the gathered officials. Who here disagrees with me? Step forward now. Not a single response. The entire court, civil and military alike, held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. The fate of Zhai Zhong and Zhang Xiai, from just days before, lingered freshly in everyone's minds. Who would dare challenge me now? Both Zhao Yilai and Zhao Zhiming stared at me in stunned disbelief, as if they were seeing a ghost. This infamous, ruthless Prince Su, was he truly capable of speaking such words? Shen Jinchang's chest heaved with suppressed anger. That suffocating sense of losing control over the court, the very essence of power, gripped him once again. This time, it burned even more intensely. Forcing himself to maintain composure, he began. Prince Su's remarks may hold some logic, but this old minister still finds the proposal inappropriate. Your Majesty, I have here 2 other capable generals to recommend. I cut him off, my tone calm but sharp. If I recall correctly, Shen Jinchang, you were the one who recommended Yu Li and Tao Yu, were you not? The words caught in his throat. Even useless men like Yu Li and Tao Yu were elevated under your influence, I said lightly. It seems that the Minister of Personnel wields more power than even His Majesty himself. Shen Jinchang's heart skipped a beat. Around him, his faction's faces paled in unison. Perhaps we should do this instead, I said, stepping forward with a cold gleam in my eyes. Minister Shen, how about we change the dynasty's name altogether? Rename it after the Shen family. How does that sound? From atop the dragon throne, Su Wenshu's eyes burned with a flicker of killing intent. At the side of the hall, Grand Eunuch Dong Xian scanned the room warily, his gaze sharp and deliberate. The air within the grand hall felt taut, as if stretched to its limit. One spark, and it would all erupt. Thump! Shun Jinchang fell to his knees with a heavy thud, his forehead pressed against the icy cold tiles of the floor. Your Majesty, this old servant harbors no such intentions. The Shen family has been steadfastly loyal to the Jing dynasty, unwavering in our allegiance. The Duke of Su is trying to sow discord between the crown and its ministers. Your Majesty must see through his ploy. Su Wenshu stifled the murderous glint in his eyes, speaking in a measured tone. Minister Shun, there's no need to overthink. My royal uncle was merely jesting. Stand up, the ground is cold. Shen Jinchang stood, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty is wise. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Minister Shen, you're so easily frightened. I was only joking, and yet you knelt immediately. He fixed his gaze on me, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hostility flickered in his eyes. If not for the deep roots of the Shen family, those words alone could have cost me my head today. Su, I underestimated you. Time is long, and we'll see who comes out on top. At that moment, Shun Jinchang's enmity toward me solidified. I shifted my attention away from him, turning to the 2 brothers standing within the chamber. The appointments have been delivered to you both. After court adjourns, assume your posts immediately. Zhao Zhiming and Zhao Alai cupped their fists in unison. Yes, my lord. It was done. The positions of commander of the Imperial Guard and magistrate of the capital now rested entirely in the Zhao family's hands. From his seat, Zhao Senong, head of the Zhao family, could barely contain his delight. With these 2 posts secured, the Zhao family finally had the strength to stand taller in their clashes with the Shuns. The brothers turned toward the throne and kowtowed. This servant thanks your Majesty for your grace. Su Wenshu smiled. A real smile, one that, for the first time, carried a hint of newfound confidence. Rise, my loyal subjects. From now on, this court would at last bear traces of his own authority. Today's court meeting is dismissed. Withdraw. The ministers began filing out one by one. In the past, the end of court would see Shun Jinchang surrounded by flatterers and sycophants. But today, the tide of favor had shifted. By elevating the Zhao family, a rival to the Shuns, and bestowing the key positions of the magistrate of the capital and commander of the Imperial Guard to 2 of its members, I had effectively signaled the fall of the Shun family's favor. In the now deserted main hall, Shun Jianchong stood alone, his face as dark as storm clouds. I walked past him at a leisurely pace. Heh, Su, what a clever move, he said coldly. You think giving those 2 posts to the Zhaos will be enough to take me down? I stopped and turned my head slightly, a faint smile playing on my lips. Take you down? You greatly overestimate yourself. The same hand that once lifted the Shun family to prominence can easily push the Shuns into the mud. His eyes brimmed with venomous spite. So, today marks the point of no return between us. Point of no return? I raised an eyebrow. That bridge was burnt long ago, wasn't it? I looked directly at him and enunciated each word with weight. You had Shun Yuanhui poison me. Was it to end my life? Or was there some other purpose? Hold my life in your hands and force me to serve the Shin family. His pupils suddenly contracted. How does this guy know? Did Yuanhui blow her cover? But he quickly regained his composure. Poison? I don't understand what you're talking about. Even if our positions differ, you're still my son-in-law. Why would I harm you? Shin Yuanhui is already imprisoned by me, I said, expressionless. She will spend the rest of her life in darkness. I won't kill her, but I will make her understand what it means to live a fate worse than death. Shin Jianchong trembled violently. She's your wife. How could you do such a thing? I sneered. Everyone must pay for their actions. For her, that's inevitable. My gaze locked on his, sharp and cold. And the same applies to you. As our cold stares clashed, the hair on his body stood on end. Minister Shun, I said with a tone full of dread. Time will tell. With my hands clasped behind my back, I walked out the door. Behind me, Shun Jianchong's face turned ashen as he watched my retreating figure. This Su, he's changed. And now, he's utterly terrifying. As soon as I exited the palace gates, I noticed the Grand Eunuch, Dong Xian, waiting for me at a corner. He approached me with a sly smile. Your Highness, the Emperor has summoned you. The Imperial Study. The moment Su Wenshu saw me, he rushed forward and clung to my arm, practically bouncing with excitement. Uncle, you were amazing in the court today. The moment you spoke, none of the officials dared say a word. Even old fox Shin Jianchong didn't dare oppose your decision. His face lit up with joy. Ever since I ascended the throne, I've either been suppressed by the court officials or cornered by that old man. Today, I finally got to hold my head high for once. My expression darkened. Have you already forgotten what I told you last time? Shin Jianchong only threatened you with resignation, and you're already shaken to your core? With such weakness, how do you expect to uphold the vast lands of Jing dynasty in the future? The joy on his face instantly faded. But uncle, it's different for you. You command 3 major armies. I don't have anything to make the officials respect me. Why would they listen to me? As the Emperor of Jing, you hold the greatest power of all. My voice was cold as steel. In all the history of Jing, has any emperor behaved as spinelessly as you? If you want the officials to fear and obey you, then simply eliminate those who refuse. Kill enough of them, and they'll naturally fall in line. Only then will they truly fear you. At the side, Dong Xian was trembling, his heart pounding violently. He had seen countless advisors trying to teach their emperors to rule with benevolence. But an advisor teaching his emperor to kill? There had only ever been one, Su. The Duke of Suching truly lived up to his name as the god of death. Su Wenshu's expression, meanwhile, lit up with clarity. Uncle, you're absolutely right. Only by killing them will they fear me. I understand now, uncle. I know what I must do. My tone softened slightly. If you want to kill others, you need a blade in hand. Zhao Zhiming and Zhao Alai. They are the blades I prepared for you. Do not disappoint me again. Rest assured. He straightened up, his expression solemn. I will never disappoint the expectations of royal uncle. Damn it. In the study of the Shun mansion, Shun Jianchong pounded the desk with his fist. Su, you dare to oppose me time and again, and even favor the Zhao family. Fine, very well. He burst into an angry laugh, his face twisted with rage. Lord Shin, what has provoked you so? A shadow appeared behind him without a sound. The man was dressed in coarse linen, with a few eerie-looking insects crawling on his clothes. His raspy voice crept through the room. If it's about dealing with Su, I may have a way to ease your concerns. A flash of disdain crossed Shin Jinchong's eyes. What means do you have? The man pulled out a small bottle. This is the bloodthirst goo. Mix it into water, and once consumed, it devours the essence and vitality of the drinker. Only by taking the antidote I've crafted, once every 10 days, can one survive. Otherwise, they'll be drained into a husk. This goo is perfect for control. Sounds good in theory, Shun Jianchong sneered. Last time, you swore that the fiery sun goo would be undetectable, yet Susu still figured out I poisoned him. How do you explain that? The fiery sun goo was an anomaly. It was my first time using it. But this bloodthirst goo, it's been tested many times and will let you completely control Susu. If you tell him to go west, he won't dare to go east. Shun Jianchong took the bottle, his gaze trailing over it. Is it truly that effective? I've run extensive trials during its creation, Lord Shun. You may rest assured. Shun Jianchong stared at the bottle for a long while before speaking. I'll trust you once more. After the man in linen departed, Shun Jianchong called toward the doorway. Someone come in. A figure cloaked in black answered, stepping into the room. Master, what are your orders? He handed over the bottle. Give this to the young mistress. Tell her to find a chance to make Susu consume it. Let her know that, once this is done, I will find a way to rescue her from the Duke's residence. The black-clad figure took the bottle without a word. Yes, master. In the Duke's residence, at the Magnolia Court, Xin Yuanhui lay weakly on the bed, her face pale. Her attempt at starting a fire had backfired, and she paid the price, enduring my unrelenting discipline for over 10 hours. By the time I was finished, her body felt like it had been shattered, leaving her utterly immobile. When I finally had my fill of her, I had her confined here in Magnolia Court. She loathed me to her very core. Eek! The wooden door creaked open. Her maid, Hanyu, approached the bed and lowered her voice. Miss, Master sent this bottle over and said you are to find an opportunity to give it to the Duke. She pulled out a small bottle. Shen Yuanhui's face turned ghostly white. Again, a year ago, her father had sent her a similar bottle, promising that if she could make Susu consume it, he would be loyal only to her. Back then, she wouldn't have hesitated. But now, she was terrified. The thought of enduring such torment again left her trembling. She feared she wouldn't survive it. At the same time, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I looked deeply into her eyes and nodded. All right, I happen to have something to ask you. After today, I would never set foot in Furong Court again. Before long, Hong Yu entered, carrying a pot of soup emitting a rich, mouth-watering aroma. She stole a glance at us and blushed deeply. My lord, miss, the soup is at the perfect temperature. Please, enjoy it while it's hot, she said. Xin Yuanhui ladled a bowl of soup herself. Hidden beneath her sleeve, a blood red, tiny worm slipped into the broth unnoticed, quickly blending into the soup's color. My lord, drink it while it's warm, she said gently, her manners as virtuous as ever. This is highly nourishing. It will do your body good. I picked up the bowl but didn't drink it. She watched from the side, her smile charming, but in the depths of her eyes simmered a dark, vindictive rage. Go on, drink it. Once you do, you'll be nothing but a dog raised by the Shen family. Scooping a small spoonful, I gently blew on it, then brought it to her lips. You've been exhausted these past 2 days. If anyone needs nourishment, it should be you. I smiled. Here, let me feed you. Xin Yuanhui froze. Her expression changed in an instant. Hanyu had mentioned that the bottle contained a blood parasite. Once consumed, it would drain the person's life force, leaving them only capable of survival with a specially formulated antidote. It was what her father intended to use to control Susu. Yet, if she drank it herself and couldn't access the antidote, would that horrifying parasite reduce her to nothing but a husk? Her face grew even paler at the thought. Watching her hesitation, I understood everything. I was right, wasn't I? This soup, it's poisoned, isn't it? I said coldly, staring directly into her eyes. Her body trembled, her smile awkward and forced. What are you talking about, my lord? How could I ever poison you? If there's no poison, I said with a sneer, then drink it. Or should I feed you myself? No, I won't drink it. I won't. Panic filled her eyes. I seized her chin and poured the soup toward her mouth. She struggled frantically, her hand jerking out suddenly. The bowl slipped from my grip. Crash! The bowl shattered, and the soup splashed onto the floor. From the spillage emerged a blood-red centipede with long, hideous legs, emitting a foul, overwhelming stench. It crawled over the table's edge, then with a sudden hiss, sprayed venom that corroded the table leg into a pile of ruined wood. It crept forward a few steps before stiffening abruptly, falling still. I narrowed my eyes coldly. So, this is what you intended to feed me. Shin Yuan Hui was trembling all over in fear. I didn't know it was this powerful. It's my father. My father gave it to me. He made me use it on you. I swear I didn't know. I tightened my grip around her throat, my voice chillingly sharp. A venomous woman like you doesn't deserve to live. Her face flushed red as she gasped, blurting out desperately, "If I die, you won't survive either. You're still poisoned." I loosened my grip and demanded coldly, "Speak. What other poisons have you given me?" Her, coughing, she said, "That poison is called the Flaming Sun Goo. There are 2 in total. Whoever takes it will be bound to the other for life. If they are separated, the goo poison will eat away at their organs. If you kill me, you won't survive either." Flaming Sun Goo. My face darkened. Exactly. She nodded desperately. That first night we met, my father ordered me to poison you with the Flaming Sun Goo, and we spent the night together. Ever since then, haven't you found yourself unable to leave me? If we're apart for too long, don't you feel uncontrollable desire, dizziness, and weakness? I recalled how the former master of this body succumbed to a violent death, along with my recent uncontrollable symptoms. So it's goo poison. No wonder ordinary doctors couldn't figure it out. I gazed at her coldly. Lu Ji. Lu Ji stepped forward. "My lord, take this venomous woman and throw her into the dungeon." "Understood." "You can't." Shen Yuanhui's face turned pale, and she shrieked, "Su Su, you can't lock me up in the dungeon. I won't go to that horrible place." Lu Ji ignored her screams and dragged her out of the room. In the adjunct chamber, the candlelight flickered. Lu Ji, Shuriwei, and Song Yuan stood in a row before me. "There is a goo in my body called the Flaming Sun Goo." I looked at Shuriwei. "You will head to the southern territories and do whatever it takes to find the cure quickly." "Yes, my lord." Shuriwei's brows furrowed. Song Yuan erupted angrily. "Who dares to poison the prince? Hand them over. I'll tear them apart with my own hands." Lu Ji said flatly, "It was concubine Shun." Song Yuan instantly went silent, not because her surname was Shun, but because she was the prince's woman. Recently, the Shun family prepared another goo, called the Bloodlust Goo. They aimed to gain complete control over me. Luckily, I saw through it in time. My gaze turned icy. "Song Yuan, investigate which southern faction is supporting the Shin family." I enunciated each word. "When you find them, leave no one alive." "Understood, my lord." Song Yuan bowed deeply. Once Shuriwei and Song Yuan departed, I sat alone in the study. The moonlight outside was bright, its glow cold and distant. To think goo poison truly exists in this world. Until it is eliminated, it feels like a stone weighs heavily on my heart. Lu Ji stood silently behind me. "My lord, as long as concubine Shun remains in the residence, the Flaming Sun Goo is temporarily under control." He paused briefly, lowering his voice. "The day after tomorrow, you will inspect the 3 armies. Word has it the Shun family has begun planting their men in the military. You must act swiftly, my lord." Images of my army flashed in my mind. The Sioux Command Army, the Vanguard Battalion, the Battle-Forged Corps, 300,000 soldiers, built from the ground up. This is the foundation of my unwavering presence in the court. "Don't worry," I said coldly. "The army is the backbone of the Jing dynasty. The Shin family will never be allowed to extend their claws into it." The Zhao family. Zhao Xinong's fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest, his brows deeply furrowed. "Today, in court, Su Su actually defended our Zhao family. Not only did he stop Shin Jianchong from proposing peace, but he also pushed you 2 brothers to higher positions." He glanced at his 2 sons. "This doesn't seem like something that damned man would do." Zhao Jiming frowned. "Father, what do you mean?" "Behind His Majesty, there must be a mastermind." Zhao Xinong spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. "Su Su's change. There's an 80% chance that it's the work of that mastermind." Zhao Alai spoke in his deep voice. "That mastermind is willing to completely fall out with the Shun family just to secure the magistrate of Jingzhou and the commander of the Imperial Army. Perhaps we should firmly grasp these 2 posts first and wait to see what happens." "Second brother is right," Zhao Jiming nodded in agreement. But Zhao Alai remained in his seat, lost in thought as a growing suspicion solidified in his mind. Could it be? Su Su himself is that mastermind? The three most powerful armies of the Jing dynasty: 200,000 elite Jingwu soldiers, 50,000 heavy cavalry under the Prince of Su, 50,000 heavily armored troops of the Pofong Battalion, 300,000 soldiers, all under my command. If I stomp my foot, the entire foundation of the Jing dynasty would shake. At dawn, I departed the prince's residence. By midday, I arrived at Sioux City. The army's commanders poured out of the city to greet me, and the inspection ceremony was about to begin. In the shadows, spies from all directions were frantically relaying my every move. The Shin family. A man dressed in black knelt before Shin Jianchong. Master, Zhou Lin is ready. Shin Jianchong kept his eyes shut. Send 100,000 taels of silver to his household. Bring his 2 sons to the Shun estate and raise them as our own. Yes. The man in black withdrew. On the desk lay a chess piece with the character General inscribed on it. Shin Jianchong stared at it for a long time, his eyes growing misty. Sacrificing one adopted son to drive a wedge between Su Su and the Grand General of the armies, it's worth it. Liner, don't blame your adoptive father for being ruthless. On the command platform, I stood tall, my waist adorned with the legendary Su Prince sword. On either side, Song Yuan and Song Jia were alert, scanning the surroundings. Below, the square was vast, stretching like an endless sea. 300,000 soldiers fixed their fiery, reverent gazes on me. At 15 years old, I joined the military camp and fought alongside them on the battlefield. Jingwu soldiers, the Su Prince's cavalry, the Pofong Battalion. Every one of them was forged through blood and iron, side by side with me. I raised a bowl filled to the brim with fiery liquor, my voice booming. Brothers! Prince! 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 The deafening roar of 300,000 voices shook the mountains. I Su Su toast to you all. I drank it down in one hearty gulp. Thank you, Your Highness. 300,000 bowls of liquor were downed in unison. The drill commenced. Form. The Grand General of the armies, Su Lianghan, gave the command, and 200,000 elite Jingwu soldiers poured out, forming impenetrable square formations in perfect synchronization. Battle. Spears rose like a forest, advancing slowly. A chilling aura of slaughter swept toward us, sending shivers down the spine. Charge. 50,000 iron cavalry of the Su King's army roared out, splitting into 5 torrents in a wedge formation. They maneuvered seamlessly between offense and defense. Advance. 50,000 heavily armored soldiers of the Breaking Point Brigade marched forward in unison, massive black shields in hand, their war blades gleaming as they held them tightly. Rumble. The ground surged, and dust shot to the sky. The sheer force of the infantry was no less intimidating than the cavalry. Perfectly synchronized, their movements were as disciplined as if controlled by a single mind. This was an army of unyielding steel. Standing on the platform above them, a surge of pride and ambition erupted within me, roaring like a tiger across the mountains. To lead such a formidable army to conquer the world, perhaps that is the deepest dream buried in the heart of every man. With these 300,000 troops in my hands, I am determined to forge the Jing dynasty into an unprecedented power, a nation so mighty that all under heaven would bow before it. And so, a vision of conquest took root in my heart. The training concluded, and I inspected the camp accompanied by Su Lianghan. Your Highness, any directives after today's drill? He asked. I smiled and shook my head. With Grand Marshal Su overseeing things, I have no worries. Behind us, a burly man excitedly hurried over. Your Highness, I heard that the Bei Rong has crossed the border. Could it be that we're going into battle soon? This was Liang Wukue, the commander of the Breaking Point Brigade. Straightforward and not the brightest, he excelled when it came to brute force and was unmatched in leading charges. Under his command, the Breaking Point Brigade's strength was undoubtedly doubled. I laughed and teased. You brute. All you think about is fighting. Why don't you use this time of peace to marry a wife and continue the Liang family line? A blush climbed onto Liang Wukue's rugged face. Who'd want someone as rough as me? Xiao Ju, the commander of the Su King's army, laughed heartily. Oh, look at you, Lao Kue. Your face is red as a monkey's backside. So, you do have some sense about these things. Everyone burst into laughter. Liang Wukue snorted. Laugh at me all you want. But whose voice was it yesterday yelling the loudest about going to Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, huh? The deputy commander, Li Lang, glared at him. What are you looking at me for? I don't go to those places. Puffed. Now you're acting noble just because His Highness is here, Liang retorted with disdain. But when His Highness isn't around, you're the one shouting the loudest. Xiao Ju added fuel to the fire. Your Highness, I can vouch for that. I watched these brothers, men who had crawled their way out from mountains of corpses, as they bantered and teased each other. I couldn't help but laugh. You're all grown men now. I'll talk to the princess consort to see if she can help find some well-matched ladies for you lot. The eyes of the younger generals immediately lit up. Li Lang grabbed my hand earnestly. Your Highness, please, you must have the princess consort take this matter seriously. Laughing, I responded. Well, it's clear who's the most eager here. Another burst of laughter erupted from the group. As the laughter gradually subsided, I glanced around the camp. My brows furrowed slightly. Where's Zhou Lin? I don't recall seeing him during the inspection. Didn't see him? The crowd froze momentarily. Su Lianghan spoke. Zhou Lin acquired a wild horse yesterday and insisted on taming it. He fell, breaking his ribs, and is currently recovering in the camp. A thought crossed my mind. With Zhou Lin's martial skills, falling from a horse and breaking ribs? It doesn't quite add up. Does His Grace wish to visit? Su Lianghan inquired. Zhou Lin, the deputy general of Jinwu troops, and Su Lianghan's right-hand man, ranks second in command of the 200,000-strong army. A skilled warrior and learned strategist, he's an exceptional soldier. Let's go and take a look. Within Jinwu troops' campsite stood an isolated barracks tent. The soldiers outside saluted, "Greetings to your grace," and the generals. Stepping inside, the strong smell of medicinal herbs hit me hard. On the bed lay a young man in his late 20s, who, seeing me enter, quickly attempted to rise, flustered. Your Grace. I stepped forward and gently pressed him back. You're injured. Stay put. Your Grace is most kind. I sat at the bedside. Are the injuries severe? Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. Nothing too serious. After a few more exchanged words, I stood. Rest up well. I'm off to check on other matters. Safe travels, Your Grace, Zhou Lin said as he struggled to prop himself up. I turned and headed for the exit. Then, Your Grace, look out. Liang Wuk, among others, shouted out of alarm, their faces pale with panic. Instinctively, I sidestepped. A gleaming blade grazed my shoulder, droplets of blood scattering in its wake. It was Zhou Lin, clutching a dagger in reverse grip. His eyes burned with a desperate resolve as he sprang at me once more. Die! The dagger aimed straight for my head. I struck out with my fist. Thud! My punch landed squarely on his chest. 70% of my strength coursed through the blow, propelling him back several feet. That single punch could have claimed half a man's life. Seize this treacherous dog. But Zhou Lin clenched his teeth, staggering as he got up from the ground. In a sudden twist, he turned towards Su Lianghan, his voice filled with anguish. Commander Su, save me. Before the words could even settle, he charged at Su Lianghan. With a knitted brow, Su Lianghan drew his sword. Slash. The blade struck true. Zhou Lin's head hit the ground. The camp fell into deathly silence. Xiao Ju, Li Lang, and the others glanced between the lifeless body, Su Lianghan, and myself. Their frowns deepened. This matter was far from simple. I stayed silent, though a storm surged within my thoughts. Su Lianghan's complexion turned ghostly pale the moment Zhou Lin cried, "Save me." Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Your Grace, I failed to restrain myself and killed Zhou Lin. I await your punishment. Liang Wuk, ever blunt, blurted out. Commander Su, what's with this? You killed the assassin to protect His Grace. What's the kneeling for? However, Xiao Ju and Li Lang exchanged a single glance, their gazes solemn and heavy. It was Commander Su who first informed His Grace that Zhou Lin had fallen and broke his ribs. It was Commander Su who suggested visiting Zhou Lin. When Zhou Lin's assassination attempt failed, the cry for help was directed at General Su, and in his final moments, the one he leapt toward was also General Su. One event led seamlessly to another. so perfect it was almost terrifying. And the conclusion was obvious at first glance. It was General Su who had ordered Zhou Lin to assassinate. Precisely because it seemed so straightforward, it all felt unnervingly suspicious. Su Lianghan knelt before me, cold sweat dripping down his face. I knew what he was thinking. The hand behind Zhou Lin's actions was clearly targeting him. The assassination happened too fast, so fast that blood was still seeping from my shoulder. In the heat of the moment, he struck Zhou Lin down with a single blade, cutting short the only living lead in this case. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Commander Xiao Zhu, General Li Lang, and the other officers who had followed me for years held their breath. They were afraid of me. They knew my temperament, hot-headed, suspicious, and intolerant of even the slightest offense. I always lived by one unyielding principle. Better to kill the wrong person than let one guilty man go. And right now, that principle was pointing directly at General Su himself. I remained silent, letting the suffocating atmosphere press down on everyone in the room. After what felt like an eternity, I finally opened my mouth. General Su, this was not your fault. Rise. It didn't matter if he was the true mastermind behind the scenes. I couldn't touch him. Su Lianghan's influence within the three main armies was second only to mine. If I killed him, morale among the troops would shatter. I watched as he slowly got to his feet, then enunciated each word clearly. This incident reeks of conspiracy. Someone is trying to use Zhou Lin's death to drive a wedge between us and leave us divided for easier conquest. The eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. I could see the astonishment in their faces. To them, I had always been a straightforward warrior, charging into battles without hesitation, someone who didn't play these intricate political games. Times had changed. I had changed. Su Lianghan was even more shocked. He knew me better than anyone, brave but impulsive, fierce but lacking in cunning. For a brief moment, he must have thought his death was certain. If someone wants to sow discord, I smirked coldly, then let's play along. Let them see exactly what they want to see. Your Highness suspects someone behind this? Su Lianghan asked. My gaze turned icy. At court, besides the Shin family, who else is so eager for my downfall? He's already consumed by his thirst for power, and now he's reaching for control of the military as well. A flicker of alarm passed through Su Lianghan's eyes. Your Highness knew all along, he murmured. But I never thought Zhou Lin would be their pawn. If even the three main armies have been infiltrated, the other forces must be compromised to an even greater extent. I frowned deeply. The capital's 6 garrison units, the left and right Yue guards, the left and right Wu guards, and the left and right Jinwu guards. Though not a threat to the three main armies, falling into the Shun family's hands would still make them a menace. When even the forces you trust most are poisoned by betrayal, is there any corner of this realm left untouched? I'll take care of this, I said, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. All of you, hold the three armies together for me. For reasons I couldn't quite explain, as the words left my lips, I saw a new kind of fire ignite in their eyes. Once, they revere my status and fear my might. Yet in this moment, what I see in their eyes is loyalty. The patrol ended hastily. Under the escort of Tsang Yuan and Tsang Jie, I flew into a sorry retreat from Sioux City. News spread swiftly. The Prince of Jing was gravely injured within the ranks of the three mighty armies, unable to linger even among his most loyal forces. This move I made revealed plenty. The power players of the Jing dynasty all pricked up their ears to listen. At the Shin residence, Shun Jianchong held that intelligence report in his hand, a sly and satisfied smile creeping across his face. Zhou Lin, I didn't raise you in vain. Go in peace, and rest assured, I'll take good care of your family. He stood up and gazed out at the locust tree outside his window, summoning a man clad in dark attire. Activate the peace in Su Lianghan's inner circle. Keep fanning the flames of discord. Additionally, send someone to make contact with him in secret, extend goodwill, and pull him to our side. Understood, Master. As the door clicked shut, Shun Jianchong's grin widened further. From a young age, he harbored a dream to ascend to the position of Grand Chancellor and become the most powerful chancellor in history. Not only to wield life and death over the empire's people, but also to control the life and death of the emperor himself. Everything was proceeding as planned. Inside the imperial study, my royal uncle was ambushed in the ranks of the three great armies. Su Wenshu slammed his hand against the table, his fiery outburst reverberating through the room. Who's behind this? It's likely Shen Jianchong. Dong Xian whispered cautiously. That damned old fox. The young emperor's voice, for the first time, carried a searing edge of bloodlust. I could just kill him. Dong Xian's heart skipped a beat. He'd watched this emperor grow up since he was a boy. Never had he seen such a demeanor. Violent, piercing, and carrying the faint but unmistakable wrath of a sovereign. By the time I returned to the prince's mansion, Zhao Manwan was sitting in the courtyard, working on her embroidery. She caught sight of the bloodied white cloth on my shoulder in an instant. Her face turned pale, and the needle and thread slipped out of her hands, landing on the ground. "My lord, what happened to you?" Song Yuan and Song Jia immediately dropped to their knees. "Princess consort, it was our incompetence. We failed to guard the prince properly. Please punish us." I lifted a hand. "The incident occurred suddenly, and neither of you were present at the time. It's not your fault." Zhao Manwan, however, turned to them with a warm smile first. "Don't blame yourselves too much. For injuries like this, it's nothing for the prince. You've both worked hard today. Go rest now." The brothers froze in disbelief. I knew what they were thinking. If this had been Shun Yuanhui, he'd probably be hurling accusations and giving them a tongue lashing right about now. Once they'd withdrawn, Zhao Manwan approached closer, her voice trembling. "Weren't you just out on patrol? How did you end up like this? Is it serious? Does it hurt?" Seeing her frazzled and genuinely anxious, a cold corner of my heart softened unexpectedly. In a world so saturated with schemes and calculation, finding someone who truly hurts for you is an exceedingly rare thing. "Huh, it's just a scrape," I chuckled. "Warner, have you eaten yet?" "Huh, not yet. Neither have I. Come on, let's eat together." I grabbed her wrist and led her inside. Night. Several dark figures leaped into the Shun family's backyard. "Who's there?" A man in coarse garments abruptly looked up. Three figures descended over the wall, gleaming blades slicing downward. "Kill him." The man in coarse garments waved his hand, and several dark green venomous snakes hissed as they shot through the air. The flash of the blades severed the snakes in two. But even after being split apart, one of the snakes was still alive. With a sharp hiss, it burrowed into the body of one of the black-clad intruders. Ah! A pain scream was cut short, and the man collapsed, dead with his eyes wide open. The faces of the remaining two darkened, and they lunged forward again. The man in coarse garments struck out with his withered, yellow hands, carrying a chilling force. In an instant, two blades were shattered, and his palms landed squarely on their chests. The two were sent flying into a wall. Without hesitation, they grabbed their companion's corpse and fled back over the wall. The man in coarse garments lightly tapped the ground and floated up to the wall like a falling leaf. He stared into the darkness, but ultimately did not give chase. 10 miles away, at an abandoned temple. "Commander, we've failed. We couldn't ascertain the identity of that southern border expert," kneeled two black-clad individuals, their breaths weak and shallow. A man in fitted combat attire turned around. It was Song Yuan. He swept a glance at the corpse on the ground. "The three of you, all at the third rank, yet one dead and two gravely injured? Could it be that he's reached beyond the fourth rank?" "I believe it's more than that," one of them said solemnly. "This person's methods are sinister and ruthless, far more troublesome than any typical fifth rank." Song Yuan pondered for a moment. "Triple the compensation for Duan Ting's family. The two of you, return and recover for now." After the two retreated, Song Jia emerged from the temple, crossing his arms. "Brother, a fifth-rank southern border expert. Should I handle this? The Shin family has been too restless lately. Our top priority is to protect the prince." Song Yuan's gaze turned cold. "We can't afford another incident like the one in the three armies." "Got it." Song Yuan hesitated for a moment. "Summon the blood servant. He'll be more than enough to deal with that southern border expert." The Shun household. After listening to the account of the man in coarse garments, Shun Jianchong asked, "Who do you think it could be?" Those three weren't strong, at most third rank. Yet, even against all three, I felt pressured, the coarse garment man said gravely. To be known for overcoming strength with weakness in the martial world, only one comes to mind: the legendary Dark Judgment Division of the Royal Court. Shen Jinchang's brow furrowed. The Dark Judgment Division. If Su has already discovered you, that means he's aware of the goo curse we planted. He suddenly raised his voice. Someone, any news of the young lady recently? A black-clad figure appeared. Since the day the young lady was sent to place the goo on Su, there's been no word. We attempted contact through the royal residence, but there's been no response. It's likely the young lady has. Shun Jinchang's face remained blank, showing not the slightest bit of emotion over his daughter. Only cold indifference remained. Useless. Couldn't even handle placing a goo curse properly. Master, what should we do now? Shun Jinchang's gaze turned icy cold, a sharp glint of killing intent flashing across his eyes. The goo technique is no longer viable. Su's recent behavior unsettles me. Our window of opportunity to control him is closing. In that case, kill him. Contact our people immediately. During the morning court session tomorrow, force Su to relinquish his position. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, plant a few death warriors among the audience, just in case. Understood, Master. As dawn broke, I awoke from Zhao Manwan's warm embrace, feeling rejuvenated. After a swift wash, I stood in the courtyard, moving into a steady rhythm as I started my martial practice. Whoosh whoosh. My punches were bold and sweeping, their force resembling a collapsing mountain. Every movement contained an unfathomable depth of insight. This was the Five Sovereigns' mountain-shifting fist, the pinnacle martial arts technique stored within the royal library. I had begun my training at the age of 5 and had only managed to reach the second stage after 18 years of grueling effort. Fortunately, blessed with the soul of 2 lifetimes, my comprehension far exceeded ordinary standards. Under my mastery, this esoteric martial art had become extraordinarily refined. As the biting wind of my strikes intensified, a faint 5-colored glow began to emanate from my body. From the shadows walked out Lu Ji, his eyes burning with admiration. "Your Highness, are you about to break through?" he murmured. "Huh." Immersed in the essence of the technique, I threw another punch. A projection of 5-colored energy surged forward. Boom. A giant willow tree in the courtyard, its trunk thicker than 2 men could embrace, was cleaved abruptly in 2, broken clean at the middle. My heart rippled with awe. The martial arts of this world were truly wondrous. Congratulations to your Highness on advancing your prowess. Lu Ji cupped his hands in respect. The 3rd stage of the 5 Sovereigns' mountain-shifting fist. Even against an 8th-grade expert, you now stand a chance of triumph. My curiosity was piqued. I've heard that an 8th-grade cultivator's inner energy can condense in a physical form, boasting incredible destructive power. Lu Ji raised his hand, and a strand of inner energy gathered into what appeared to be a dagger. He casually flicked it. Boom. The energy-formed dagger pierced through a distant section of the courtyard wall, shattering its thick bricks and leaving behind a gaping hole. To solidify inner energy into tangible form, this was the hallmark of an 8th-grade expert. I smirked. Impressive, you've reached 8th grade already. 8th grade isn't much, Lu Ji replied humbly. Above this lies the 9th grade, where it's said that practitioners can even soar through the skies. My eyes lit up. Does our Jing dynasty possess 9th grade practitioners? The 9th grade commands supreme respect. They can even defy imperial decrees if they wish, Lu Ji explained. Over 2 centuries of Jing dynasty history, there is no doubt that 9th grade masters safeguard our nation's stability. The 9th grade. My heart swelled with admiration and yearning. I couldn't help but wonder when I might someday reach that illustrious peak myself. After breakfast, I made my way to the imperial court. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Unity, civil and military officials had already assembled, standing in neat lines. Upon my arrival, the crowd parted, forming a wide aisle while bowing in unison. Your humble servant humbly greets Prince Su. Without hesitation, I walked straight up to stand before Shin Jinchang. Once upon a time, this spot was his, the head of all officials, unmatched, unparalleled. But today, I surpassed him in a single stride, commanding the position he once held. Shin Jinchang's heart surely darkened in silence. Biting back a grin, I shot him a sideways glance and raised an eyebrow. Minister Shun, you don't seem to be in the best of moods. Could it be that you're unhappy with this prince standing ahead of you? His expression tightened, and he forced a dry laugh. Your Highness is mighty. How could this humble official dare to feel otherwise? Officials, enter the hall. A booming voice rang out. The grand golden doors creaked open. I turned back and raised an eyebrow at Shin Jianchong. Minister Shun, after you? His eyes were alight with fury, nearly burning me with their intensity. Your Highness should go first. He gritted through clenched teeth. I chuckled softly. The smile was unremarkable, but Shun Jianchong read endless disdain in it. In the Golden Hall, all the officials stood solemnly. At the very front, I stood among them. On the dragon throne, Su Wenshu's nervous eyes followed me. I lifted my chin to meet his gaze and offered a gentle smile, signaling for him to remain at ease. His tense expression finally softened. I knew well, I was his only pillar of support. Should I fall, he would have no one left to hold up the court. The court announcer, Dong Xian, stepped forward, his voice sharp and formal. Those with petitions may speak, those without, let the court dismiss. A heavy silence blanketed the hall. An intense and oppressive atmosphere quietly brewed. Your Majesty, a voice shattered the silence. This humble servant has something to impeach. The officials turned to glance in unison. Given my current dominance, even Shun Jianchong had to tread carefully around me. Who would dare provoke me now? The voice belonged to Chang Jinyan, a fifth-rank official from the Bureau of Clan Affairs. I wish to impeach the Regent King for overstepping in state affairs. Chang stepped out of the ranks. Since ancient times, Regent Kings were meant solely to assist the Emperor, not to meddle in every detail of governance. Yet, the Regent King arbitrated the executions of loyal officials like Zhai Zhong and Zhang Xiai, and he appointed his close allies, Zhao Erlai and Zhao Zhiming. This is nepotism. Such actions are detrimental to the governance of the state. The gathered ministers exchanged subtle glances. This man was merely the first pawn. Wu Tianming, the Vice Minister of Personnel, quickly stepped forward. Your Majesty, I must echo these concerns. The Ministry of Personnel oversees the promotion and demotion of officials for the benefit of the Emperor. Yet the Regent King has infringed upon our jurisdiction. If this continues unchecked, what function does the ministry even have? Hundreds of eyes turned toward me. I maintained an air of calmness, as if the person they accused had nothing to do with me. Zhao Kuo, the Vice Minister of War, glanced toward his superior, Xue Julin, then stepped forward as well. The capital is safeguarded by the 6th Division Army. Yet beyond the city walls lies an additional force of 300,000 troops under no authority but the Regent King's. Your Majesty, the Regent King has stationed troops in the Suchin stronghold. What is his true intention? Who can say? The hall fell dead silent for a moment, shaken. This verged on outright accusation. Su intends to rebel, but it was easy to see why they might think so. My 300,000-strong army stationed in Suchin rendered the 6 divisions nearly irrelevant, reducing their authority to little more than a shadow. I glanced at the 3 accusers and spoke slowly. Chang Jinyan, you accuse me of slaughtering the loyal and promoting only the favored. Fine. If you say I slaughter the loyal and promote only my own, then so be it. What do you plan to do about it? I narrowed my eyes, fixing my gaze sharply on his face. Chang Jinyan immediately felt like needles were piercing his back. If you dare to prattle on again, do you believe I won't send you to reunite with those so-called loyal and righteous men this very instant? The words dripped with raw menace. Chang Jinyan's knees buckled, nearly collapsing to the floor. The entire court held its breath in shock. I turned to Wu Tianming. Did you say this king overstepped the Ministry of Personnel's authority? Have you even taken a good look at the people your ministry has recommended over the years? Take Nanmen Shou, tasked with building the Yangtze River waterworks. He was your pick, wasn't he? Spent 500,000 taels of silver and built a half-baked project that killed tens of thousands of civilians downstream. Or Deng Mu, sent to suppress the Jianzhou bandits, another one of your recommendations, vowed confidently to resolve the matter within a month, only to be captured in less than 5 days. A complete disgrace to our military. Wu Tianming's face twitched. I wasn't making any of this up, it was the truth. The court avoided bringing it up only because these men were tied to the Shin family. But I didn't care. I ripped apart their facade, showing no mercy. If this king oversteps your ministry of personnel, then it's a blessing for you lot. I let out a cold snort. Wu Tianming's hand trembled as he pointed at me. You. I squinted at him. Are you sure you want to point your finger at this king? He quickly drew his hand back in alarm. Then, I turned my gaze to Shun Jinchong, a mock smile tugging at my lips. Lord Shin, do you think this king is right? Shun Jinchong's face remained expressionless. Whatever His Highness says is correct. I turned away in disdain. Coward. Shun Jinchong's forehead veins bulged. The entire court chuckled bitterly. The Duke of Su scolded the Minister of Personnel again. A coward, no less. And yet, the man didn't dare to retort. I shifted focus to Zhao Kuo. The capabilities of the 6 guards, do I even need to elaborate? Officially 20,000 strong. Yet how many are actually standing? You know the real numbers. And which commander under your recommendation isn't some pampered, noble brat? How many have even seen a battlefield, let alone blood? My gaze was filled with scorn. It's not that this king looks down on the 6 guards. It's that under the command of your Ministry of War, they've rotted to the core long ago. Zhao Kuo's face darkened. So don't even think of comparing the guards with the 3 armies under this king's command. That would be an insult to my armies. I caught Xue Jilin glancing at me out of the corner of my eye, his gaze flickering, lost in some private thought. I stood tall and firm in the court, steady as a pillar. Finally, seeing Zhao Kuo and the others unable to suppress me, Shun Jinchong himself stepped forward. Your Majesty, if I may, Shun Jinchong began with a bow. Last night, as I passed by the Imperial Academy, I noticed lights blazing even at such a late hour. Curious, I went inside to investigate. Your Majesty, do you know what I overheard? The court collectively held its breath. Shun Jinchong was stepping in personally now. Su Wenshu glanced at him, an obvious disdain flashing in his eyes. Minister Shun, do enlighten us. Prime Minister Shun Jinchong spoke as he stood at the doorway. Your Majesty, I overheard the scholars outside, deeply concerned about the future of Jing Dynasty. I believe it might be prudent for your Majesty to hear them out. Su Wenshu furrowed his brows tightly. It was again that sense of powerlessness, being forced into a corner, nothing within his control, only able to passively endure. He looked at me. I nodded, signaling my reassurance. His heart steadied. No need to panic. His imperial uncle is here. Summon them in. Su Wenshu said coldly. Let me hear what sentiments they could possibly offer. Summon the scholars from the Imperial College to enter the hall. Moments later, streams of young scholars filed in, one after another, numbering in the hundreds. The students humbly greet your Majesty. The gathered crowd bowed in unison. Su Wenshu's voice was indifferent. Speak then, your so-called sentiments. What are they? One scholar stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, your Majesty. This student is Wu Ziang. Lately, we have been hearing rumors of an imminent invasion from the northern Rong tribes, an unstoppable force, causing great distress. The Jing dynasty appears strong from the outside, but in truth, it is rotten within. Banditry, feuding warlords, princes asserting their autonomy. All of these are brewing trouble. Declaring war against the northern Rong at this moment would not only fail to resolve the external threats, but could also trigger internal disorder, bringing disaster to the nation. Before he even finished, another stepped forward. Over the past few years, tax revenues have plummeted, yet state expenses continue to skyrocket. Prince Su squanders wealth recklessly, further worsening the financial crisis. Under such fiscal strain, can the Jing dynasty really sustain another war? Your Majesty, please reconsider. This is not a sign of cowardice from us, but rather an acknowledgement of the current dilemma. In this student's view, Prime Minister Shun's proposal for peace is the only viable path. Yes, there may be humiliation now, but when the Jing dynasty becomes strong in the future, we can reclaim what was lost and settle scores with the northern Rome. One voice after another rang out, uninterrupted. The Hall of Imperial Awe, Fengtian Hall, turned into what seemed like a chaotic bazaar. Su Wenshu's expression grew increasingly grim. The stance regarding the northern Rong tribes had already been set in stone. Yet now, here they were, dredging it up again. The northern Rong are wolves with unbridled ambition. Bowing down just this once would only embolden them to push further next time. The notion of ceding territory and paying reparations, this absurdly foolish notion. How could these pedantic scholars even bring themselves to say such words? And thinking of the future? Fools, the lot of them. Suddenly, Shun Jinchong dropped to his knees. For the sake of the common people across the land, for the future of the Jing dynasty, I implore your majesty to think this through regarding the northern Rome. Seeing this, the faction loyal to the Shun family all prostrated themselves before him, echoing in unison, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Soon, the majority of the court had knelt. Only Zhao Jiming, the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, Zhao Sinong and his faction in the Ministry of Rights, Minister of War Xue Julin, and a few neutral officials remained standing, unmoved. Su Wenchu's mind felt blank, stuck in chaos. This was coercion, open defiance in court. They were forcing his hand. He gritted his teeth. "Prime Minister Shun, tell me, what is it you want me to do to satisfy you?" For the sake of all the people in the land, Shun Jinchong's voice was somber yet resolute. "Marry for peace, cede land, and offer reparations. These are the utmost wise strategies for our time." Su Wenshu was trembling with anger, nearly losing control over his breathing, but he could not find the words to respond. He couldn't agree. The moment he nodded, he would go down in history as the first Jing emperor to betray the nation, forever a target of eternal disgrace and hatred. The stalemate lingered. I slowly spoke up. "This king has said, the Jing dynasty does not negotiate marriage alliances, does not cede territory, does not pay indemnities. A ruler dies for the nation, and the emperor defends the gates of the country. This is the unwavering will of the Jing dynasty. Those who defy this shall be executed without mercy." The kneeling ministers, initially tense, stole a glance at Shun Jianchong at the head of the assembly. Relieved, they thought. With Lord Shin here, surely Su Su wouldn't act too outrageously, would he? Wu Ziong stared at me and spoke sharply. "So you are the tyrant king, Su Su?" I was taken aback. I hadn't expected him to address me like this. "Yes, I am Su Su," he retorted coldly. "It is precisely because of a despot like you that the emperor is being led astray. Your Majesty, as a student, I request the removal of Su Su from his position as the regent prince and his demotion to commoner status to restore order to the court." With that, he knelt and bowed his head low. Behind him, the scholars hesitated only briefly before shouting in unison, "We beseech your Majesty to remove the regent prince from his position, demote him to a commoner, and restore order to the court." The vast Feng Tian Hall was soon blanketed with lowered heads and bowed forms. Su Wenshu clenched his fists tightly. These infernal ingrates. Losing land and paying indemnities wasn't enough. Now they wanted to demote the emperor's uncle to a mere commoner? Did they not understand how critical the emperor's uncle was to the Jing dynasty? All those years of studying, and it seemed they'd managed only to stuff their brains full of nonsense. I chuckled. "You pretentious scholars. All those years studying the classics for nothing. I'll grant you this. You're young and ignorant, being used as pawns. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you." Wu Ziong glared at me, unrelenting. "Huh. We scholars have a code of conduct and integrity, something an oppressive and tyrannical prince like you could never comprehend." Growing impatient, I said, "I have no time to argue with you. I'll give you until the count of 3. If you're still here by then, there will be no mercy." Wu Ziong raised his head proudly and defiantly. "To restore fairness and clarity to the court, I, Wu Ziong, am willing to die at your hands. No need to count. If you've got the nerve, kill me now." Shine. The sound of steel sliding out of its sheath echoed. I drew the sword of Prince Su from my side. Wu Ziong's body trembled. Deep in his eyes, a flicker of fear betrayed his defiance. Even if you kill me, there will be countless more scholars after me." Swoosh. A clean, sharp sound, like a blade slicing effortlessly through the soft flesh of a melon. Wu Ziong clutched his throat, terror pooling in his eyes as he gazed at me. You tyrant." Blood spilled from between his fingers, gushing uncontrollably. He would never understand, even in death. True integrity lies in the soldiers defending the borders with their lives, not in a group of self-righteous men sitting in the palace, exchanging national land for their own supposed virtue. Before Wu Ziong could finish speaking, he collapsed rigidly into the pool of his own blood. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence. The scholars from the Guozi Academy were as pale as paper. They had come to the Fengtian Hall, hoping to gain favor and recognition from Shun Jinchong to secure a promising future. Never had they imagined I would actually dare to kill someone. I stood there, the sword in my hand, dripping with fresh blood. In the grand hall, every word was cold as ice. Who else wishes to propose ceding land in peace talks? Step forward. Minister of Personnel Wu Tianming, his hair and beard bristling, pointed at me and bellowed in anger. Su Su, how dare you kill a scholar in the Imperial Hall? Your Majesty, please throw this scoundrel into the heavenly prison and set a date for his. A flash of the sword. Blood sprayed. Eyes wide open, he collapsed to the floor, unable to accept the reality, even in death. Warm blood splattered onto Shun Jinchong's face, and the old man trembled all over. I placed the Su Prince's sword horizontally across his shoulder, the blade pressing against his neck. Old thing, I made it clear, anyone who proposes peace negotiations again will be killed without mercy. Shun Jinchong looked up at me. His voice trembled, though he managed to keep his defiant tone. You wouldn't dare kill me. When father once considered passing the throne to me, I found the idea dull. I replied indifferently. So instead, he gave me this Su Prince's sword, saying, so long as it's not a member of the royal family, I am free to kill anyone I please and report later. Shun Jinchong's pupils shrank violently. He had witnessed that event with his own eyes back then. At the corner of the hall, Zhao Sinong and his son Zhao Jiming exchanged a glance, their eyes a storm of emotions. They wished for me to strike Shun Jinchong down, yet they feared my actions would lead to condemnation across the land, staining my name for generations. Just then, Shun Jinchong shot a look at a wiry man among the scholars. That man jumped up suddenly. Fellow scholars, Su Su has even slain Brother Xiong. What else would he hesitate to do? Once he kills Shingong, we'll be next. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, let's take down this tyrant together. With that, he lunged at me, followed by 4 or 5 other scholars, crying, fight for our lives. The expressions of the court officials twisted in horror. Dong Xian stepped in front of the young emperor, Su Wenshu, shouting, protect his majesty. I swung my sword. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. 3 fell to the ground instantly. From the crowd, a burly scholar drew a dagger from his boot, his footsteps shifting abruptly. In a flash, he was upon me. A 7th-rank martial artist. The dagger pierced the air with intent. I raised my sword to block. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew. Die, you tyrant king. He ignored the sharp edge of my sword, thrusting the dagger fiercely toward my chest. I released the sword, directing all my energy into my fist, and struck out. The 5 royals' mountain-crushing fist. To him, it felt as though an entire mountain was crashing down. Bang! He was sent flying, slamming heavily onto the hall's stone floor, never to rise again. Another 5 men rushed at me. I was ready to throw another punch when a figure swiftly stepped in front of me. Dong Xian. Enough, he growled. His brows locked in fury, his aura surged to a terrifying peak. Bam, bam, bam. The 5 attackers were flung away like straw. Shun Jinchong was frozen, petrified. Throughout his long career, he had never imagined this quiet civil official, Dong Xian, to possess such explosive martial ability. Imperial Guards. Detain everyone immediately. A squadron of Imperial Guards stormed into the hall, quickly taking control of the situation, and the group of scholars surrounded the hall. Zhao Alai strode in, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at everyone. Su Wenshu slammed the table. Commander Zhao, you came just in time. Drag these treacherous rebels out and behead them. As you command, Your Majesty. Arrest them all. Yes, sir. Your Majesty, you must not act in haste. Shun Jinchong protested urgently. The Imperial Academy represents the voice of scholars across the nation. If they are all executed, you risk inciting widespread outrage. I sneered. Scholars? Do scholars dare to storm the Hall of Heavenly Harmony calling for bloodshed? Shin Shangshu. Have you ever seen a scholar exuding killing intent and wielding the strength of the 7th rank? You tout their voices to His Majesty, but in truth, you orchestrated assassins to infiltrate the court. Isn't that your real plan? Shun Jianchong dropped to his knees with a thud, his face alarmed and pleading. Your Majesty, spare me. This old servant had no idea those rebels would be so bold as to impersonate scholars and plot an assault. An investigation will uncover the truth, I said, fixing a sharp gaze on him. Instead, he composed himself and countered. If mere assassins manage to infiltrate the Hall of Heavenly Harmony, there must be corruption afoot. I request the combined efforts of the Capital Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Dali Temple to investigate thoroughly. If any collaborators are discovered, I implore your Majesty to execute them and their entire families. Su Wenshu declared, his voice firm. Zhao Jiming, I grant you the authority to lead this investigation. Should anyone be implicated, punish their clans, and show no mercy. I accept the command. Shun Jianchong stared at me, his face dark and unreadable. Once again, the situation had slipped from his grasp. The wind in the imperial court had shifted, and everyone could see it plainly. The once isolated young emperor was no longer alone. With Commander Zhao Alai of the Imperial Guards, Prefect Zhao Jiming of the capital, and myself, the Duke Regent, as his loyal allies. The Hall of Heavenly Harmony was no longer a stage dominated by the Shun family's influence. After court dismissed, Shun Jianchong kicked open the gates of his residence in a fit of fury. Damn Suso, porcelain antiques were swept from their shelves and shattered across the floor. Someone, he barked through gritted teeth. Spread the word about Susu slaughtering scholars in the hall today. I want every scholar in the land to despise him, to dismantle his reputation. A figure cloaked in black slipped into the night. When I returned to Juxiang Garden, Zhao Manwan was already there to greet me. Your Grace, you're back, she said softly. Her delicate nose twitched, her brows gently furrowing. She was sensitive to the scent of blood, and she immediately noticed the kill lingering on me. But she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she spoke warmly as she helped remove my cloak. The kitchen has prepared a meal. It's all your favorite dishes. The harshness in my heart began to dissolve. It's always you, Warner, who understands me best. The dishes were brought to the table. After a grueling day in court and an intense assassination attempt draining much of my inner energy, hunger gripped me, and I ate voraciously. The food tastes exceptional tonight. Which chef in the residence made this? Chinger, standing nearby, chuckled. It was Her Grace who made it herself. She's been preparing it since your Grace left for court this morning. If you hadn't come back to dine tonight, I'm afraid the Duchess would have been heartbroken. He froze for a moment, looking at Zhao Manwan. She seemed a bit shy. Does the prince like it? I do. Then I'll make it for the prince every day from now on. I smiled. Does the prince have something troubling him today? She asked softly. Just the constant political power struggles at court. She poured me more tea and said gently, I can't help with that. But I've never expected the prince to hold great power. If someday you grow tired, I'm willing to leave the capital with you and live a simple, carefree life without worries. My hand holding the chopsticks paused. She looked at me nervously. What she was suggesting was for me to give up command of 300,000 troops, to relinquish my position just beneath the emperor. The old me could never have allowed such a thought. But I smiled. So Warner feels that way too. I was worried if I said it, you'd refuse. Her eyes lit up, and her smile was radiant. How could I refuse the prince? Whether we stay in the capital, travel through mountains and rivers, or live quietly in the countryside, Warner will be by your side. I felt deeply moved. When it came to power, no one in court had more than I did. The only next step for me was the throne itself. And given my abilities, it wasn't out of reach. But I didn't want to be emperor. Endless memorials to approve, countless officials to meet. It held no appeal for me. Life as a carefree prince sounded infinitely better. That day will come, I said as I set down my chopsticks. Just not right now. At present, corrupt officials hold sway in court, and even the emperor's orders don't leave the Hall of Heavenly Peace. Meanwhile, the Northern Rhone watch us like hawks, ready to seize our Jiang Empire lands whenever they can. In these times, the Jiang Empire cannot be without me. She smiled with warmth. It's fine, I'll wait for you. I gazed at her, affection welling in my heart. Warner, Xiangyi and Qing'er exchanged a glance with each other, and quietly slipped out of the room. At the Jing's official residence, the Assistant Secretary for Civil Affairs bowed low and reported, "My lord, since this morning, rumors have been spreading in the capital, claims that the Regent Prince executed 7 or 8 students from the National Academy in the court hall, sparking outrage among scholars. Some have started drafting essays of protest, accusing His Majesty of allowing such a tyrant to remain at his side, endangering the very fabric of the Jiang Empire. They even talk of rallying scholars to purify the imperial court in the emperor's name." This civil affairs secretary was one of Zhao Zhiming's most trusted subordinates, someone he had personally promoted. Zhao Zhiming's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He disliked me. I knew this. But he also understood, right now, the Jiang Empire couldn't survive without me. If these rumors succeeded in bringing me down, the 3 military commands would lose their leader, presenting an opening for those with ulterior motives. After a brief moment of thought, he ordered, "Investigate immediately. Find out the true background of those so-called students who staged the attack in the Hall of Heavenly Peace." "Yes, my lord." "A group of students? When did scholars suddenly acquire such combat skills?" The rumors in the capital continued to escalate. I had now become the tyrant prince in everyone's mouths, a symbol of brutality, and the area outside the royal mansion was packed with onlookers whispering and gossiping. At Ding Shizhai, a renowned restaurant, brothers Zhao Zhiming and Zhao Alai sat across from each other in a private room. "Brother, as soon as I dug into the background of those scholars, I came straight to you." Zhao Alai lowered his voice. "Those people aren't students from the Imperial Academy at all." Zhao Zhiming raised an eyebrow with interest. "Then who are they?" "A group calling themselves Broken River Moon, a shady organization in the martial world. They're mercenaries for hire, willing to do anything if the price is right. Unfortunately, the trail ends there." A gleam flashed in Zhao Zhiming's eyes. "This matter is, without a doubt, connected to the Shin family. His Majesty already intended to use this opportunity to protect Prince Su, which means we'll help solidify this case." Zhao Alai hesitated briefly before giving a nod. By evening, an announcement was posted by the prefecture of Jingzhou. "Investigation has revealed that those who appeared in court this morning and were slain by Prince Su were not scholars from the Imperial Academy. Instead, they were operatives from the martial world group, Broken River Moon. Moreover, it has been discovered that a steward of the Shun family has had frequent dealings with Broken River Moon recently, the details of which remain unclear." The notice sent shockwaves through the capital. Public opinion, which just moments earlier harshly criticized Prince Su, suddenly went silent. Soon after, an imperial edict was issued from the study of the emperor. "Those who posed as scholars in the assassination attempt against Prince Su shall all face execution." The Imperial Academy, having failed to discern right from wrong and recklessly accusing Prince Su, has disgraced its role of cultivating future talent. As punishment, students from the academy are barred from holding government positions for the next year. The prefecture of Jingzhou is ordered to fully investigate the Shin family, with Commander Zhao Alai of the Imperial Guards assisting. The entire capital was thrown into an uproar. Banned from holding public office for a year, this was effectively a death sentence for the careers of all students from the Imperial Academy. Chaos erupted within the academy. After more than a decade of tireless academic effort, many students saw their futures destroyed overnight by a group of imposters. "Who's the bastard pretending to be one of us and plotting against the Regent King? Let me catch them. I'll tear them apart myself." Without someone powerful backing them, would they dare act in the throne hall? Who do you think orchestrated this? Who else could it be? Who has the audacity and the means, if not that Secretary Shan, who holds sway over the entire court? At the Eastern Market, the executioner's blade rose and fell. Dozens of young men were beheaded. Among the dead, there were indeed several who were genuine scholars. Still, Su Wenshu ordered that all of them be executed. The Imperial Academy, once a powerhouse for cultivating talent for the throne, had become nothing more than an extension of the Shun family's influence. Without a decisive show of force to cut it down, it would surely spiral out of control. Spectators at the market whispered among themselves. Did His Majesty really order the execution of all those academy scholars? Scholars? You didn't read the announcement? They were assassins from Broken River Moon, disguised as scholars, sent to take down Prince Su. Their deaths aren't unjustified. Is that so? Well then, they deserved it. Thus, a wave of malicious rumors, poised to wreak havoc, was extinguished before it could grow. Meanwhile, at the Shun residence, after hearing of the Zhao brothers' tactics, Shun Jianchong slammed his palm onto his desk, shattering it into pieces. Zhao Jiming is manipulating public opinion. In the matter of Zhao Ali's public display of power to deter others, Su, you've truly made me see you in a new light. He regretted his past decisions. Back when he recommended the Zhao brothers, if only he had fought tooth and nail against it, perhaps things wouldn't be so precarious now. But what was done was done. The Zhaos, himself, and the young emperor. These three forces had now coalesced into a formidable power dynamic. A man in black asked softly, "My lord, the emperor has ordered the Zhao brothers to thoroughly investigate the Shin family. Should we let them investigate?" Shun Jianchong gritted his teeth. There's nothing for them to find anyway. The man in black slipped away silently. Night. The Zhao family estate. After dinner, the father and two sons sat together in the courtyard. Jiming, Ali, Zhao Sinong furrowed his brows. Something has been bothering me about this morning's court session, so I called both of you back to discuss. Zhao Ali paused. What does father find suspicious? Everything, from start to finish, feels off, Zhao Sinong said slowly. The moment Su entered the court, he openly provoked Shun Jianchong. He stepped up, mocking and taunting him. Then he cut down Wu Ziong in a single stroke, leaving his blade poised to force a reaction. Every move he made seemed calculated to push Shun Jianchong into acting. Right on cue, assassins appeared, aiming for his life. But he remained unervingly calm, as if he had long known that they couldn't hurt him. As soon as the assassination attempt ended, Ali arrived with the Imperial Guards to take control of the situation. Later, Jiming redirected the public narrative. The brothers' frowns deepened. Indeed, it all felt too seamless, like a predetermined script played out to perfection. Susa handled the brutal measures. The emperor gave the orders. Zhao Ali executed them with force, and Zhao Jiming repaired the court's opinion in the aftermath. Every piece fell into place without error. On this pretext, they executed rebels on the spot, dealt with over 100 students from the Imperial Academy, and struck a blow to the increasingly audacious institution. Zhao Sinong said gravely, I've been pondering. Could today's events have been orchestrated by that mysterious genius behind the emperor? Highly possible, Zhao Jiming nodded. Zhao Ali remained silent. Zhao Sinong stroked his beard, his eyes faintly revealing admiration. I'd really like to meet this strategist face to face someday. Jiming, Ali, starting tomorrow, watch the Shin family like hawks. The moment they show any weakness, crush them without mercy. Yes, father. After the assassination in the Grand Hall, the winds of Jing began to shift. The Zhao brothers rose to prominence on the political stage and launched a fierce investigation into the Shin family. Unexpectedly, Shun Jianchong and his faction fell quiet. In the study, Emperor Su Wenshu tasted the allure of power for the first time. Before him were two sheets of paper. One bore the names Zhao Jiming and Zhao Ali, the other Su, and 3 major armies. Dong Xian, he murmured. With just the Zhao brothers, I've already silenced the Shin family. If I add royal uncle Su and his 3 armies to the mix, wouldn't I be able to uproot the Shuns completely? Dong Xian's heart skipped a beat. He dared not respond. It's only been a short while, and the young emperor already has his eyes on the 3 armies. After a pause, Su Wenshu chuckled and picked up his brush, crossing out the words Su, but leaving 3 armies intact. The 3 armies are the emperor uncle's personal troops. I won't touch them, he said with a resolute shift in tone. Then I'll take the 6 guard forces. Dong County shook his head. Your Majesty, the 6 guard forces are deeply entangled with influential noble households. It's murky waters. The Shin family may seem calm on the surface, but their strength remains intact. For now, we still rely on the Regent King to keep things in check. This matter requires careful planning. Su Wenshu frowned, suddenly realizing it had been several days since he'd last seen his emperor uncle. At Su Manor, I have not attended court for 3 days. At the moment, I am accompanying Manhwan in her bath, steam curling in the air as she teasingly pouts. Buzz. A sudden dizziness slammed into my mind. An intense and scorching desire exploded from deep within me, veins bulging, a fire igniting throughout my body. In that moment, I was like a ravenous beast starved for far too long. Manhwan lifted her head, noticing the faint red in my eyes. A look of shock crossed her delicate face. "My lord, you." I rose abruptly, hastily throwing on my clothes. "I won't be staying at Jushan Garden tonight." With those words, I nearly fled from Jushan Garden. In front of the dungeon, Lu Ji approached. "The goo poison has flared up again." Suppressing the restless heat in my throat, I sneered. "This blazing sun goo is vicious. Even with my 7th tier cultivation, I can't suppress it." "I heard last time Lady Shin nearly lost her life." Lu Ji sighed. "My lord, you'd better take it easy. Until the antidote is found by December, you're stuck relying on her to endure this." I offered a bitter smile. "You wouldn't understand the sinister nature of this poison. Once it erupts, a person loses all reason, completely unable to control themselves." "Well, best of luck to Lady Shin then." A cold gleam flickered in my eyes. "She planted the seed. She'll have to reap the consequences." I pushed open the dungeon door. The cold, damp chamber reeked of moisture. Shin Yuanhui was curled up on the wooden bed, and the moment she saw me, she glared with venom, gritting her teeth. "Su Su, how dare you imprison me in a place like this? My father will never forgive you." I approached, step by step, my eyes gleaming with a wild and beastly light. Her voice abruptly cut off. Her tone trembled as she backed into the corner of the wall. Su, what are you going to do?" I took a big stride forward and scooped her up around the waist. "Ah, Su, be gentle." The bed creaked, and soon all sound was stifled in her throat. The next morning, I walked out of the dungeon, my footsteps unsteady. Lu Ji was standing at the door, shaking his head with an expression that seemed to say, "Even an iron body can't handle an entire night." I couldn't be bothered to respond, returning to my courtyard to practice the 5th Emperor's mountain-moving fist. Life carried on as usual, until 3 days later. A report, its edges stained with blood, passed through the Jingzhou prefecture and was delivered to the royal study. After reading it, Su Wenshu was furious, pounding the desk. A bunch of corrupt officials, daring to deceive their superiors and oppress their subordinates. 3 months ago, the southern provinces of Tong, Jian, and Jin suffered 20 consecutive days of torrential rain, leading to disastrous flooding. The levees broke, claiming the lives of 70,000 innocent people. Now, another 3 months have passed, and an additional 100,000 have succumbed to starvation and disease. And at the root of all this misery are the local officials. Fearing punishment from the imperial court, they concealed the news of the disaster and barricaded the provinces, prohibiting refugees from fleeing. Without resources or aid, the disaster victims collapsed en masse, dying in scores. If it weren't for an outlaw faction known as the Red-Clad Order, who couldn't bear to see the suffering and carved out an escape route for the refugees, this news would never have reached the capital. "Your Majesty," Zhao Jiming pleaded anxiously, "our immediate priority isn't punishing corrupt officials, but rather providing relief for the hundreds of thousands of disaster victims in the south. Besides, behind those local officials, every one of them, didn't they all have ties to the Shin family?" Su Wenshu pressed down his anger as rationality began to take hold. "Hundreds of thousands of refugees. How is the court supposed to resettle them?" "The best course would be to open the grain reserves," Zhao replied, "to sustain them until the floods recede, and then arrange for their return to their native lands." A frown deepened on Su Wenshu's brows. "But the national treasury is already depleted. The Northern Rhone campaign is inevitable, and even the army's rations remain uncertain. If we exhaust the silver on disaster relief, what are our hundreds of thousands of soldiers expected to survive on thin air?" At this moment, for the first time, the weight of the throne bore down upon him. Disaster relief, military campaigns, and the livelihood of the people. Every issue demanded silver, and the one thing he lacked most was silver. He glanced at Zhao Jiming. The Zhao family was the second most influential clan in the capital. Perhaps, but Zhao Jiming humbly bowed deeply. "Forgive me, Your Majesty, I have no solution. My family's resources are modest at best, and would prove insignificant compared to the scale of disaster relief or military needs. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Wenshu's eyes. Very well. Tomorrow, summon all ministers for court. We'll deliberate on this matter collectively. The next day at court, civil and military officials stood aligned on both sides of the Grand Hall. Su Wenshu took the lead, gesturing for a eunuch to bring forth the scrolls that documented the tragedy, the disaster, the casualties. The scroll was passed from one official to another, each one furrowing their brows in dismay. The southern provinces had already deteriorated to such a degree. Gentlemen, Su Wenshu's gaze swept across the assembly. Do any of you have a plan? Yet amongst the hundreds of ministers, not a single figure stepped forward. As long as Shun Jianchong remained silent, no one else dared to act. Su Wenshu's gaze moved slowly across the room, eventually landing on me. I was his last hope. Uncle, he said, his face full of anticipation. Do you have any suggestions? I let out a long sigh. Even with Zhao family support, this young emperor struggled to stand his ground. Your Majesty, I began, this humble servant does have one strategy. But before I could finish, Shun Jianchong stepped forward, swiftly cutting me off. That sly old fox, his intentions were clear as day. The most advantageous plan for himself was to have me removed first. If I were fighting for my life, I wouldn't have the time or opportunity to win favor on this court stage. Your Majesty, Shun Jianchong roared theatrically. The flooding in the southern provinces must surely be a consequence of the regent king's arrogance and cruelty, which has incurred the wrath of heaven itself. I implore your Majesty to sentence the regent king to death, to appease the heavens. A brief silence. They're treating him like a fool, playing games at his expense, I muttered coldly, fixing my gaze on Shun Jianchong. Minister Shun, it seems your judgment is clouded with age. This flood wasn't caused merely by negligence of those guarding the dam. The root of the problem lies in the dam itself. It was built with shoddy workmanship, crumbling at the first test. I stepped closer, my tone sharp. And if my information serves me right, the person in charge of constructing this southern dam was none other than your nephew, Shun Mu. The imperial court allocated nearly 10 million taels of silver, and in return, what did we get? A catastrophe that killed nearly 200,000 people. The hall fell into a heavy silence. Not only do you fail to take responsibility, Minister Shun, my words grew slower and colder, each one piercing the air, but you have the audacity to try and shift blame to me. What is this? Do you think I'm easily bullied? Or do you believe I truly lack the courage to have you executed? Shun Jianchong's face turned ashen. He wasn't afraid to debate based on reason, but if someone flipped the table, all reasoning became irrelevant. Your Majesty, I declared firmly, I request a full investigation into Shun Mu. 10 million taels of silver for a dam that turned into rubble. There's surely corruption involved. Su Wenshu's voice rang out, sharp and decisive. Minister of Justice, you have 10 days to uncover the truth. Fail to do so, and you can find yourself a cell in the dungeons. The Minister of Justice visibly shuddered. Why yes, your Majesty. Shun Jianchong gritted his teeth, practically cracking them in frustration. Shinmu wasn't just overseeing waterworks. He was also profiting handsomely for the Shin family. He was mired in filth. If this investigation proceeded, it would inevitably implicate the entire Shin family, perhaps even himself. The other court officials, however, looked invigorated. The lucrative position of overseeing water management had long been monopolized by the Shin family. With their fall from grace, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity? Investigate. The more thorough, the better. Seeing that my point had landed, I finally spoke again, my tone softer now. Your Majesty, regarding the resettlement of these 300,000 refugees, I have a proposal. The entire court buzzed in shock. That's 300,000 people, not 30. The capital city, with a total population of 1.04 million, would be overwhelmed by such numbers. Mismanagement could lead to chaos and rebellion. Everyone's expressions showed they were contemplating the same concern. Su Wenshu quickly composed himself. Imperial uncle, are you truly confident? I broke into a grin, a calculated smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. Merely 300,000. That's nothing to me. Simple. However, I continued, there's one thing I'd request from your Majesty. Speak freely, uncle. The desolate land 50 miles outside the capital. I request full authority over it. Su Wenshu hesitated. That barren wilderness? What use could you possibly have for it, uncle? Meeting his gaze, I refrained from answering. In time, Your Majesty, you will understand. For now, allow me to thank you on behalf of these 300,000 people of the South. Shun Jianchong stood frozen, his mind swirling in disarray. A disaster in the South, a fallout so great that even Shin Mu had been drawn into the vortex. After court was dismissed, the chatter among officials was ceaseless. 300,000 refugees crammed into an already overburdened city. How would I handle it? No one could figure it out. Many were already preparing to watch me make a fool of myself. In the Zhao family's carriage, Zhao Jiming glanced at his son and asked, Erlai, what do you make of all this? How do you plan to settle Su So? Zhao Alai shook his head. I have no idea. The capital's population is already overcrowded. Forcing 300,000 more people in would turn the place into total chaos. Zhao Senong, who had been silent with his eyes closed, let out a long sigh. Stop guessing. The mysterious strategist behind His Majesty must have a plan ready. The two brothers relaxed their furrowed brows. With that mastermind's brilliance, such problems could surely be resolved effortlessly. The Zhao family father and sons had just sat down when a eunuch from the palace came to call on them. Lord Zhao, the emperor has urgent matters to discuss. Please accompany me to the palace at once. Zhao Jiming glanced at Zhao Senong, stood up, and said, Let's go. In the imperial study, Su Wenshu dismissed the attendants and ordered Dong Xian to bring in a large chair. Lord Zhao, have a seat. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The young emperor got straight to the point. The floods in the south went unreported for 3 months. The people are displaced, resentment is growing, and the corrupt officials responsible deserve to die. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. I'm ordering 500,000 taels of silver to be allocated from the national treasury for disaster relief. Zhao Jiming froze for a moment. Though the Jing dynasty appeared strong on the surface, its internal finances were stretched thin. Tax revenues had been declining year after year, while expenditures steadily increased. The treasury might not even have 500,000 taels to spare. Your Majesty's benevolence is the fortune of the people. However, can the treasury still produce such a sum? The war with the northern tribes can wait. The disaster victims cannot. Su Wenshu's gaze was calm, yet resolute. Silver can be earned again. Lives, once lost, are gone for good. If the palace has to tighten its belt, so be it. This silver must be found. Zhao Jiming's heart shuddered. Such compassion and resolve from one so young. He truly had the makings of a wise ruler. The Zhao family is willing to contribute 100,000 taels to assist the nation in its time of need. Good. Su Wenshu beamed with delight. My uncle said Lord Zhao was a pillar of the realm, and it seems the praise was well-founded. The matter of disaster relief, I entrust to you. Zhao Jiming was momentarily stunned. A pillar of the realm? Over the past 2 years, Su had openly and covertly suppressed the Zhao family, something Zhao Jiming remembered all too clearly. That prince had changed a great deal of late. After leaving the palace, Zhao Jiming immediately began arranging for the funds. By evening, 500,000 taels of silver arrived at the Zhao residence as promised. News of this spread far and wide. At the Shun residence, our restless little emperor, Shun Jianzhong, sneered. Barely got a taste of real power and is already eager to make a show for the common folk. A man dressed in black spoke in a low tone. What's your next move? The South is full of our people. Not a single coin of his silver will reach those wretches. We'll use this opportunity to bring down Zhao Jiming, Shun Jianzhong said coldly. And as for that Red Banner stronghold, how dare they stand up for the lowly masses? Wipe them out. The man in black frowned. Sir, our men have already clashed with the Red Banner stronghold once. Their leader, Shang Hongyi, is a top-grade 8th rank martial artist. 8th rank, top grade. Shin Jianzhong's fingertips tightened slightly. In the hierarchy of martial skill, 5th rank fighters could lead a 100-man squad. 6th rank could command 1,000, 7th. Let a force as strong as an army. At the 8th rank, one moves like a phantom, capable of taking their enemy's head amidst thousands. At the 9th rank, they bow to no king. To deal with someone of the upper 8th rank, It requires either the encirclement of thousands or the combined effort of two other 8th-rank powerhouses. Right now, the Shun household lacks both. Is there any way we can win them over? Shun Jinchong asked. Highly unlikely. Unless we have something irresistible, top-tier martial arts, rare spiritual pills, or extraordinarily precious treasures. Shun Jinchong's frown deepened as he listened. The Shin family had risen to prominence just a year ago, all thanks to Su's support. While they had the status, their foundations were thin. Currently, they only had one lower 8th-rank individual under their command. And Susu? His forces included Liang Wukuei, a new 8th-rank fighter in the Breakthrough Battalion, Xiao Ju, a veteran lower 8th rank in the Prince Su military, Su Lianghan, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies and a mid-8th rank powerhouse, as well as the 2 sharp blades of his operation, the 12 Moons and the Shadow Decision Division. In comparison, the Shun family was far too weak. At all costs, Shin Jinchong said through gritted teeth, "We must bring Shang Hongyi over to our side." The man in black hesitated. If we manage to obtain the Gu King Pill from the southern border tribes, there might be a chance. Gu King Pill. The elder of the southern border tribes, Mofin, must have it. When refined, it can help one break through quickly, but it's an incredibly rare item. He would never give it up willingly. Killing intent surged in Shun Jinchong's eyes. Then kill him and take it. I've had enough of those southern border folk anyway. Make your move tonight. Understood. Unnoticed, in the shadows of a corner, a small black snake slithered silently away toward the rear courtyard. Inside the rear courtyard, the snake climbed onto the arm of a man in simple, rough clothing. The man's eyes snapped open, fury blazing. Those damn Shin dogs. They dare covet my Gu King Pill? Wishful thinking. Master Moffin, Lord Shin requests your presence. The man in black knocked on the door, but there was only dead silence within. His expression changed instantly. This is bad, he's gone. The night deepened. Moffin glanced back at the Shun estate, gritting his teeth as he growled to himself. Shin Jinchong, mark my words. Once I return to the southern border, I will not let today's grudge go unanswered. Before he could finish his thoughts, he turned and found himself face to face with a pair of blood-red eyes. A figure clad in red stood silently in the darkness, like a starving wolf that had been lying in wait. Greed and killing intent were written all over their gaze. Moffin's hair stood on end as a chilling sense of death enveloped him. Why block my way? Moffin asked, his voice low. You dared to plant a Gu curse on my lord. The red-clad figure's voice was sharp and icy, like cold steel. Hand over the antidote for the blazing sun Gu, and perhaps I can spare your life tonight. Moffin squinted. So, you belong to Susu. I'll let you in on a little secret. Blazing sun Gu has no cure. A sinister smile curled across his lips. Once the parasite fully matures, it will no longer be satisfied with feasting upon its kindred desires. It will devour the host's flesh and burst out from within. Moffin's voice turned venomous as he sneered. Susu slaughtered countless of my southern people. Let him now be consumed, inch by inch, as my Gu feasts upon him. The man in red is indeed a disciple of the Dark Judgment Division. You're courting death. As his words landed, he had already moved in a flash. Boom. Leprosy threw a punch, causing the air to explode with a loud crack. The blood disciple's fingers curved into claws, slashing down. Leprosy spat a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he staggered back several steps. You're a rank 6 lower. You're my very first opponent since advancing to rank 6. The blood disciple sneered proudly. Dying by my hand is an honor. Leprosy wiped the blood from his lips and smirked coldly, pulling out a small black snake. The snake bit down into his forearm, and within 3 breaths, it disintegrated into black smoke. In an instant, a gray serpent-shaped totem spread across his entire arm. Hiss! Leprosy flicked his tongue like a serpent, his pupils narrowing into reptilian slits. He no longer resembled a man, but a coiled and lethal viper ready to strike. With explosive force, he lunged. The blood disciple's expression turned serious. This man's rank was nothing impressive, yet after being possessed by the serpent's venom, his energy surged all the way to the peak of rank 5. A claw swipe landed, but it was like striking steel. Even the blood disciple's hand stung. Leprosy forcibly withstood the attack, snapping his jaws at the blood disciple's throat. The blood disciple countered with a sharp knee to his abdomen. Thud! Leprosy was sent flying a full 10 feet, but as he landed, he slithered across the ground like a snake, vanishing into the shadows in the blink of an eye. The blood disciple's brows furrowed deeply. He had never faced such a strange foe before. He reached over his shoulder and drew out his brutal iron claw weapon, the Blood Reaper claw. Hiss! A snake-like hiss shattered the silence. The blood disciple spun around, sweeping the iron claw in an arc. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. The clash of metal echoed, sparks raining down as two figures exchanged blows in rapid succession under the cover of night. Squelch. The dull sound of flesh being torn by iron rang out. A gruesome gash tore open across Leprosy's abdomen, blood pouring out in a crimson tide. His eyes brimmed with unwillingness. The ghost serpent venom was depleted, and even with it, he was no match for the deadly iron claw. The blood disciple lowered the massive claw and glanced coldly at the fallen man, though a shred of unease crept into his heart. For someone of rank 3 to use venom magic to battle at rank 5, and upon merging with the serpent, to nearly rival the peak of rank 5, had he not ascended to rank 6, his own life might have hung in the balance tonight. Are all men of the southern tribes this troublesome? He muttered under his breath while searching through Leprosy's belongings, pulling out several small bottles which he tucked away. Quick! He's over there. The sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance as a group of riders rapidly approached. The blood disciple remained unfazed, smoothly vanishing into the cover of night. Countryside, an abandoned temple. Song Yuan approached the blood disciple. Is it done? Ran into a few surprises, but the man has been dealt with. The blood disciple handed over the bottles. He claimed there was no antidote for the prince's fiery sun venom. I found these on him. See if they're of any use. Song Yuan examined the bottles one by one. After a moment, he selected a single dark green vial. There's no antidote, only venom parasites, he said, his eyes flickering. But this one, it looks like it could be from the southern sacred. Daylight kissing me is quite improper. She shyly pushed me away, her cheeks flaming like a blooming rose. Proper or not, you're mine, I said with a chuckle, then took a sip of tea to steady myself. All right, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Once you've found some suitable matches, let me know right away. As I spoke, my thoughts drifted back to the mysterious Goo King pills. I couldn't help but marvel at how the paths of fate wove intricately. Blood too sacrificing such priceless treasures for my sake. It was a gesture that carved itself into the depths of my heart. Loyalty like his was rare, and I vowed silently to repay it in a way worthy of his selflessness. Just as I stood to leave, I couldn't resist ruffling Zhao Wanwan's hair fondly, earning an indignant pout. Don't you worry, silly girl. Your insight might be the key to solving more than one dilemma of mine. Just don't play Cupid too carelessly. And with those parting words, I stepped back into the grand, bustling courtyard of Su Prince's estate, where political intrigue mingled with whispered promises and unspoken bonds. Outside in the yard, she asked, shall we head inside? I smirked devilishly, reaching to pull her towards the room, but my feet froze in place. Aunt Xiang, what are you doing here? Not far away stood Aunt Xiang, her face slightly flushed, that mature yet alluring expression caught somewhere between embarrassment and hesitation. My face burned hot. For a moment, I felt as though I'd been caught red-handed doing something I shouldn't have. Zhao Manwan jolted like she'd touched a live wire. She leapt out of my arms, hastily tidied her clothes, and even quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. When she was done, she shot me a glare so sharp it screamed, *C. Told you this would get awkward, *. It's late. You both should head inside and rest, Aunt Xiang blurted, only to immediately regret it, covering her mouth too late. Zhao Manwan's face turned an even deeper red, so crimson it looked as though it might drip. I scratched my head awkwardly. No. I suddenly remembered I've got something to handle. You two carry on. And with that, I fled for dear life. That same day, Zhao Manwan left the estate. She spent the next few days visiting her childhood friends, and finally decided to host a small gathering 3 days later at the royal residence. I sent word to the commanders of the 3 armies. instructing them to attend as planned. Just as I was busy organizing the event, which, frankly, felt more like a matchmaking celebration, Su Lianghan barged in urgently. General Su, what brings you here? The moment he reached me, he dropped to his knees. Your Highness, this subordinate deserves punishment. What crime have you committed? I asked. Recently, the Shun family has been making frequent approaches to recruit me to their cause. I ignored them each time. But yesterday, they sent over 1,000,000 taels of silver, saying that as long as I pledged my loyalty to the Shin family, the silver would be mine. I didn't take it, but while I was out this afternoon, my miserly wife accepted it behind my back. She only did it out of greed, Your Highness, not out of disloyalty. I raised my hand to silence him, chuckling. If she accepted it, she accepted it. Do you really think I don't see where your loyalties lie? I continued, evenly. Going forward, anything the Shin family sends, take it. Whatever you need, ask for it. Make it so that Shun Jianchong is utterly convinced. You've completely pledged your allegiance to him. Su Lianghan froze, bewildered. Your Highness, is this? The Shun family has a deep-rooted presence in Jingqiao. I explained, my gaze steady. There's no legitimate cause to destroy them outright. It would invite public outrage and leave us vulnerable to political fallout. But if we lack a reason, I paused, letting my words sink in. Then we'll make one. General Su, I'm assigning you a task. Your orders, Your Highness? Win over the Shun family's trust. Either provoke them into outright rebellion, or gather evidence against them that would be damning enough to eliminate them. This subordinate understands. Su Lianghan affirmed, steeling himself. At that moment, Lu Ji burst in, panting. Your Highness, the 500,000 taels allocated from the National Treasury for disaster relief, plus the Zhao family's donation of 100,000 taels, they've already gone missing en route to Jianzhou. Minister Zhao has already presented a report in the Imperial Study. Shun Jianchong, along with several other ministers, is heading to the palace as we speak. My expression darkened. They had the audacity to touch disaster relief funds? Shun Jianchong, you must really have a death wish. Inside the Imperial Study, Su Wenshu's face was as dark as a stormy sea. Minister Zhao, he said, his tone cutting. You mean to tell me that the 600,000 taels of disaster relief funds disappeared the moment they reached Jianzhou? Zhao Jiming's voice trembled. Your Majesty, I personally oversaw their delivery. At dawn, the 600,000 taels arrived in Jianzhou. The prefect divided it into 3 portions to send to 3 separate provinces. But come nightfall, scouts reported back. After layer upon layer of transfers, not a single coin remained. What have you uncovered? Su demanded. Prefect Chen Kai embezzled 400,000. Of the remaining 200,000, 50,000 was kept by County Magistrate Wei Nian under the pretext of transfer fees. The Inspector General Zhou Lu took another 50,000. The remaining 100,000 was handed to Captain Wu Pei for safekeeping, who claimed that along the way, they were ambushed by bandits. After a fierce altercation, 80,000 taels were supposedly lost in battle. Su Wenshu clenched his teeth, the veins on his temple bulging. And the last 20,000? Surely that was delivered, Wu Pei stated. Zhao continued reluctantly that his deputy commander, who had fallen into gambling debts, heard about the funds being transported and absconded with the final 20,000. Su Wenshu let out a bitter laugh, anger simmering into a boiling rage. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Loyal stewards of the Jing dynasty, delivering relief funds only to devour them whole. 600,000 taels meant for the suffering, swallowed down to the last coin. Zhao Jiming sighed heavily. And this was only what happened in a single province like Jianzhou. How much more corruption festered across the vast lands of Jing. Minister Zhao. Su Wenshu's gaze burned as it locked onto him, filled with desperate yearning. What is to be done now? He had once believed that with control of the capital's chief magistrate and the imperial guards, he could restrain the court and its ministers. Only now did he realize how naive he had been. If even a mere provincial prefect dared to deceive and defraud, how much more brazen would the powerful aristocratic clans of the capital be? Zhao Jiming's tone was weary, resignation evident. Your Majesty, I can barely protect myself at this point, let alone manage the aftermath. Who dares to lay a finger on you? You are the chief magistrate of the capital. Your Majesty still doesn't understand, do you? Zhao gave a bitter smile. You tasked me with overseeing the disaster relief in the south, and now such a scandal has occurred. Do you think the Shun family will miss this golden opportunity? Su Wenshu felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He collapsed back into his chair. Finally, it all made sense. Shen Jianchong had never intended for the 600,000 taels to reach the people in the first place. The south was the Shun family's stronghold, with much of its territory firmly under their influence. The fate of the disaster funds was always dictated by Shen's whim. And yet, Su Wenshu had fallen right into their trap, assigning Zhao Jiming to oversee it, giving Shen the perfect excuse to bring him down. Your Majesty, a eunuch announced anxiously, Minister of Personnel Shen Jianchong has arrived at the palace, accompanied by several high-ranking officials. They request an audience. Su Wenshu felt his blood freeze. They were here. This was his first direct confrontation with Shen Jianchong, and yet he was being dragged into battle, unprepared and under duress. And he had already lost. Let them in, Su Wenshu muttered, his voice trembling as he turned to Zhao Jiming, guilt written all over his face. I failed you. This is my doing. But I promise you, I will do everything I can to protect you. The words were firm in tone, but devoid of conviction. Zhao Jiming, resigned to his fate, could only afford a faint, tired smile. He did not wish to crush his emperor's spirit further and quietly responded, Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Jianchong stormed into the imperial study, followed closely by a throng of officials, fury written all over their faces. The heads of the ministries of war, revenue, rights, works, justice, and personnel, every powerful and influential figure in the court, were all present. Your Majesty, Shen Jianchong didn't wait for formalities, launching straight into accusation. I must impeach the capital magistrate, Zhao Jiming, today, a man who can't even handle disaster relief. What right does he have to hold the post of capital magistrate? If it were me, I'd voluntarily step down long ago. The ministers of justice, war, works, and revenue all stepped forward in unison. Your Majesty must remove Zhao Jiming from office and immediately imprison him. 600,000 taels have vanished into thin air. Zhao Jiming must be held accountable. Su Wenshu could hardly tolerate it any longer. Enough, his voice roared, halting their barrage. The room fell into an abrupt silence. For the first time, the gathered officials witnessed the emperor lose his temper, yet the display failed to cow them in the slightest. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The officials bowed low, determined not to retreat an inch. And if I choose not to comply with your demands? Su Wenshu's tone was icy. The Minister of Revenue, Feng Lai, exchanged a glance with the other three ministers before speaking. If Your Majesty insists on shielding Zhao Jiming, then we have nothing left to say. However, an old servant like me, weary and ineffectual, would no longer dare to serve Your Majesty. I humbly request to resign and return home. Please grant your servant this favor. With that, the elderly minister tottered down to his knees. The Minister of Justice immediately followed suit. I, too, feel unworthy of my position and humbly request to resign. Please grant your servant the permission to retire. The ministers of Works and War both knelt in succession, pleading for resignation. Su Wenshu's eyes burned red, seething with barely restrained rage. These treacherous bastards, they dare to use resignation as a weapon to coerce me. Gripping the armrest of his throne in raw frustration, his chest heaved violently. Zhao Jiming finally sighed. Your Majesty, the situation has come to this. Zhao Xinong's brow had been furrowed the entire time. With the way Shen Jianchong was pushing, it was clear he wouldn't rest until his son's life was destroyed. But what could the Zhao family do, weak as they were? Your Majesty, Shen Jianchong pressed again, his gaze sharp and menacing. At this moment, removing Zhao Jiming is the wisest course of action. Surely, Your Majesty sees this. The air was thick with tension as all eyes waited for the emperor's decision. Su Wenshu's heart sank with chill despair. If he refused to dismiss Zhao Jiming today, these ministers would never back down. Just as he opened his mouth, Your Majesty, the regent, Prince Su, requests an audience outside the hall. At the sound of that name, Su Wenshu felt as if he had been pulled from the depths of despair, grasping onto a lifeline. Uncle! Summon my royal uncle at once. Shun Jianchang's eyelid twitched violently, a sinking dread settling over him. Susu again. That cursed scourge. I strode into the imperial study with the confidence of a dragon pacing its den, my steps deliberate and commanding as I surveyed the room. A faint smirk played at my lips. My, what a lively gathering in the imperial study today. As I walked past each person, I paused just long enough to call their name. Fu Daming of the Ministry of Works. Mo Jiao of the Ministry of Justice. Feng Lai of the Ministry of Revenue. Xue Julin of the Ministry of War. Ah, and our esteemed Minister Shun of the Ministry of Personnel. Finally, I came to a stop before Shun Jianchang, locking eyes with him as I spoke, my voice low and laced with quiet menace. Everyone gathered here. Could it be that you're discussing strategies with His Majesty for handling the flooding in the 3 southern provinces? Dragging out a chair, I seated myself just below Su Wenshu with a smile brimming across my face. Such a fine assembly of Jin Dynasty's greatest minds and most ingenious talents. With all of you here, how could a mere flood pose any real threat? Your Majesty, how's the discussion going? Whose brilliant solution has stood out above the rest? Shun Jianchang and the others' expressions darkened. They couldn't shake the feeling that my words were barbed. Su Wenshu, seeing me, let out a sharp breath and scoffed coldly. Royal uncle, they're not here for the flood. Feigning surprise, I asked, oh? Then what could possibly be more pressing than the lives of 1 million disaster-stricken citizens in the south? They've come to demand I depose Zhao Zhiming. The smile on my face instantly froze. Smack! I slammed my palm against the table, the forceful sound sending an involuntary tremor through the room. Ridiculous. Rising abruptly, I pointed an accusing finger at the group of ministers and bellowed. You draw salaries from the throne, yet fail to show loyalty. You eat food farmed by the hands of the people, yet couldn't care less about their very survival. The southern disaster is like a raging fire with people starving and drowning every single day. And instead of devising a way to save them, you gather here in full force to corner His Majesty into removing a mere governor. I let my gaze sweep slowly across every face in the room. Do you think deposing one governor will drain the floodwaters? That the people will magically be saved? Or is it simply that you can't wait to install one of your own in that position? Turning my glare toward Zhao Zhiming, I continued with an edge in my voice. This catastrophe? The Zhao family has already donated 100,000 taels to relief efforts. And you all, what have you done? Nothing. Nothing. Except stabbing one another in the back. The reprimand left the ministers red-faced, fuming quietly, but with no words to retort. Su Wenshu, on the other hand, was practically glowing with satisfaction. As victorious as they had appeared earlier, the court officials could not even manage a single retort now. Feng Lai. I suddenly addressed him by name, my voice sharp. He visibly flinched. Why yes, Your Highness. I'm here. With unrelenting eyes, I demanded. I heard you want to retire? The moment I got word of the relief funds this morning, I knew Shin Jianchang planned to use this as an opportunity to strike at Zhao Zhiming. Zhao was someone I was nurturing as a key pillar of the administration, and I wouldn't allow anyone to destroy him. So I rode straight to the palace without pause. From the exchange earlier, I'd already seen through their ploys completely. Feng Lai, nearing 60, was trembling under my scrutiny. Everyone in the room, including him, knew my reputation as a fearsome enforcer with quite the history. Yes, Your Highness. His Majesty's misjudge. I'll approve it on behalf of His Majesty. I cut him off firmly, my tone absolute. Feng Lai froze. Shin Jianchang, Xue Julin, Fu Daming, and Mo Jiao all looked up in shock. Why, Your Highness? What did you say? Feng Lai stammered in disbelief. I repeated each word clearly. I said approved. You're right, you are old. Too old to properly grasp the current state of the Jin dynasty. Starting tomorrow, there's no need for you to attend court. Go home and get some rest. Here you go. Fine then. Feng Lai's mind went blank. Resigning was nothing more than a move to force the prince's hand. He never actually intended to leave. The position of Minister of Revenue? He had fought for years to secure it. How could he have had enough of it yet? Your Highness, His voice trembled, words cut off mid-sentence. I offered him a smile that reeked of understanding. Minister Feng, rest assured. Although I am merely a regent prince, I command 3 major armies. What I say counts. If I say you'll step down smoothly, you'll step down smoothly. As for your replacement, I've already decided. You just need to enjoy your retirement in peace. Soft words shrouded with a sharp edge. The regent prince, commanding 3 armies, words binding as law. Who dared to challenge me? It had likely cost them their head on the spot. I turned to Mo Jiao. Minister Mo, you said you are unfit for office. Upon reflection, I agree. 3 years as the Minister of Justice without accomplishment? Mediocre at best. Time for you to rest at home. Your Highness, I didn't even spare a glance at him, my eyes now falling on Fu Daming. The fat man immediately trembled like a leaf in the wind. Your Highness, I can still serve Jingqiao. What I said earlier was utter nonsense. Fu hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness. I swept a glance at Minister of War Xue Julin. He quickly added, Your Highness, I did act recklessly just now. I retracted my gaze. In that case, I'll give you all another chance. Then my attention shifted to Shun Jianchang. Minister Shun, are you also of the opinion that working in Chun Di court feels constraining and that you'd rather retire? His expression darkened. No need. Your Highness' tyranny concerns me. As a loyal minister, I must stay vigilant to ensure His Majesty does not stray onto the wrong path. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Enough. Return to your duties and focus on resolving the flooding in the south. I need a private audience with His Majesty. Feng Lai and Mo Jiao left looking as if they had just attended their own funerals, practically crawling out. Fu Daming and Xue Julin took their leave as though fleeing for their lives. Only Xin Jianchang remained unmoving. Your Majesty, Zhao Jiming has repeatedly failed his duties, resulting in heavy losses. If he is not removed and investigated, it will be impossible to pacify the court and the public. I noticed when Shu, seated on the dragon throne, clenching his fists. Below him, Zhao Sinong frowned. The old fox was clinging on to Zhao Jiming's mistakes, unwilling to let go. Just as Zhao Sinong opened his mouth, I cut him off. Old man, Zhao Jiming is under my protection. You won't move him. Now leave. Zhao Sinong froze. Zhao Jiming froze. The shock in their gazes was plain as day. Shun Jianchang coldly retorted, Prince Su, Jingqiao does not belong solely to you. If you act like this, you'll lose the people's hearts sooner or later. I couldn't help but let out a laugh. Minister Shun, that handwritten order you issued to the governor of Jianzhou, instructing him not to release even a single tael of silver to the disaster victims? It's still in my possession. If I were to make it public, who do you think would lose the people's hearts then? Is it the royal family or the virtuous high minister as the world perceives? The moment I said handwritten letter, his pupils constricted sharply. That letter, I originally intended to bluff him. But seeing his reaction now, it seems it truly exists. So, Prince, he spat my name through clenched teeth, barely holding back the urge to devour me alive. I greeted him with a smile. Minister Shun, for what matter do you call upon me? Mark my words. The intent to kill was so thick it could almost become tangible, cloaking the imperial study in an eerie chill. I waved my hand, my smile unwavering. Oh, Minister Shun, do you wish to kill me? He stared at me in silence. It's not something to be ashamed about, I said leisurely. After all, I've also often thought about killing you, Minister Shun, wiping out your entire family, even. A cold sweat ran down his back. Humph. We'll see. Your Majesty, this humble official takes his leave. He stormed out, brushing his sleeves dramatically. The others soon followed suit. Zhao Sinong glanced at me, then at Zhao Jimin. I told them, you two may leave as well. The hall emptied, leaving only me and Wen Shu. He slumped into the chair, his usual pomp entirely gone. Uncle, do you really have that handwritten letter? No. I bluffed. He looked even more defeated. I added, an emperor must never reveal their true emotions. Keep people guessing, and you'll never find yourself at a disadvantage. He sat upright, his expression determined. I'll remember that, Uncle. But I want strength. I want control over my destiny. I refuse to be a puppet. He grasped my hand tightly. Help me. In a quiet voice, I asked, let me ask you, what do you think is the way of kings? A ruler governs the world with benevolence and justice, stabilizing the people with virtuous administration. Without bias or factions, They pave a dignified path for their kingdom. And what of the way of hegemons? To dominate the weak with power, to establish one's nation through force. And the way of heaven, neither preserving the virtuous Yao nor sparing the tyrannical Jia. Heaven acts impartially. His answers were flawless, textbook perfect formulations from the great scholars of history. But I wasn't satisfied. Did I fail to answer correctly, uncle? They were all correct, I said, folding my arms. Textbook answers. Then, what is your view, uncle? He asked earnestly. A surge of killing intent erupted from me, strong and undeniable. What is the way of kings? Those who disobey, kill them, I said coldly. Dong Xian, who stood nearby, jolted in alarm. Wen Shu frowned at first, then suddenly beamed with delight. And the way of hegemons? He inquired, his voice quivering slightly. Even those who obey, kill them, too. The way of heaven. Kill them while chanting the wrath of the heavens. The way of Confucianism. Before you kill them, tell them why. He seemed more fascinated with each answer, his eyes gleaming brighter and brighter. Dong Xian, however, was growing pale, perhaps regretting ever entrusting me to mentor this child. And the imperial way. When Shu pressed, if I want you dead, you must die. When Shu sat there, exhilarated, while Dong Xian looked utterly horrified. Which path do you want to take? I asked, my voice calm yet chilling. When Shu mulled it over for a long time before answering. Uncle, can I choose all of them? I was momentarily speechless and sank back into my chair. Very well. For today, we'll start with the way of Confucianism. He furrowed his brows slightly. What he wanted to study was the true way of kings, the path of dominance, the imperial way. Send people to secretly gather evidence of corruption and wrongdoing among the court officials, I said. Then, deliver that evidence directly to them. Those who submit will be pardoned as a gesture of mercy. Those who refuse, eliminate them. His eyes lit up. There's a world of difference between someone who holds another's life and death in their hands, yet chooses to leave a sliver of hope, and someone who only knows how to wield a blade. This is the true edge of the Confucian way. After I left, Wen Shu immediately turned to Duke Dong. I recall my late father leaving behind an intelligence network for me on his deathbed. Am I correct? Yes. It's called the Winged Dragon Guard. They've existed since the establishment of the Jing dynasty and are remarkably powerful. Duke Dong paused for a moment before continuing. Back when Emperor Longqing passed the throne to your father, he was afraid that your father wouldn't be able to control the Winged Dragon Guard. So, he ordered them to go into seclusion for 20 years. They were forbidden to interfere in the affairs of the court unless summoned by imperial decree. Can I call them back into service? Wen Shu asked. The Winged Dragon Guard was meant to be a sword left for your father by Emperor Longqing. But your father, even until his death, never used them, not for lack of desire, but because he couldn't control them, Duke Dong said solemnly. Your Majesty, you must think this through carefully. Once they're awakened, there's no turning back. Having served under 3 emperors, Duke Dong deeply understood the terrifying power of the Winged Dragon Guard. Even with his level 8 martial skill, he wasn't enough to keep those people in check. Because among the Winged Dragon Guard, there were level 9 martial masters. The oldest one, now likely nearing 70, was still alive and showed little reverence for the young emperor. They had the potential to protect the Jing dynasty or to overthrow it. Wen Shu nodded decisively. I am certain. My uncle has already shown me the way. The rest, I must walk on my own. Duke Dong, awaken the Winged Dragon Guard immediately. Duke Dong hesitated for a brief moment before replying. As you command, Your Majesty. Tianlong Mountain. Clouds swirled around the mountain peak, where a towering structure pierced the sky. The tower's surface was weathered, overgrown with moss and weeds. This was the headquarters of the once legendary Winged Dragon Guard, Winged Dragon Tower. Over 200 years old, the site had fallen silent 13 years ago with a single imperial decree. At the mountain gate, a young man in a blue robe was sweeping fallen leaves from the steps. An elderly man in fine robes approached at a slow pace. The young man stopped, startled. In his 10 years on the mountain, this was the first time he had ever seen an outsider step foot here. Honored guest, this is Tianlong Mountain, home to the Winged Dragon Tower. I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. I am Duke Dong, the elderly man said kindly. I'd like to meet your leader, Duan Tianyi. The young man froze. How does this old man know the name of our leader? Even he, an official disciple, had only heard it mentioned once by his master. I'm sorry. Our leader has been in seclusion for many years and does not involve himself in worldly matters. Please return. Duke Dong handed him a token. Give this to your leader. He will know to meet me. The token was made entirely of gold, its weight solid in hand, with the words Winged Dragon engraved on the front. 2 words. The young man hesitated briefly before taking the item and turning away. Half a cup of tea's time later, he returned, his demeanor noticeably more respectful. The commander invites you. At the Inglong Manor, in the courtyard stood 3 white-haired elders. The moment Dong Xian entered, a terrifying wave of aura crashed down upon him. He remained unfazed, simply waved his sleeve, and the overwhelming pressure disappeared instantly. Sleeve mastery technique. The 3 elders' eyebrows twitched. A top-tier martial art housed in the scripture hall, paired with this sleeve mastery hand. It's said that once perfected, it allows its practitioner to battle above their own level. I didn't expect you to actually master it. But even so, one elder remarked, raising his eyebrow. This technique, no matter how strong, caps at the 8th rank. Your lifetime will never touch the 9th rank. I can't step into the 9th rank, Dong Xian replied with a gentle smile. But I also don't fear any of you 3. The final elder burst into laughter before stepping forward. Such bold claims. Let this old man test your mettle. A palm shot out. True energy surged, spreading like layers of clouds. Dong Xian flung his sleeves forward, the shadows of his robes stretching over 10 yards like a shroud, concealing the sky. A claw-like hand, sharp like an eagle's talons, split the air and directly met the elder's palm. Boom! Both parties took a single step back. The elder was astonished. An upper 8th rank practitioner taking on my heavy cloud palm, without flinching? The sleeve mastery technique lives up to its name. The elder in the center then spoke. Superintendent Dong, the Inglong token you brought to the mountain. What is the purpose? Dong Xian replied solemnly. His Majesty has decreed, starting today, the Inglong Guard is to be restored. The 3 elders fell silent. After a moment, Commanding Officer Duan Tianyi stepped forward. The Inglong Guard accepts the order. Dong Xian descended the mountain and rushed back to the palace to deliver his report. Beyond the clouds, Duan Tianyi and the other 2 elders watched his fading figure. Old Duan, with our current capabilities, do you really think it's necessary to re-enter the court's affairs? Duan Tianyi spoke quietly. 1 year ago, I felt as though I briefly glimpsed the threshold of the martial master realm. Between the 9th rank and mastering the true essence of martial arts lies a bridge of understanding. To achieve enlightenment, one can't simply idle away on the mountain. The other 2 looked at him with perplexed expressions. Both at 9th rank, but while Duan Tianyi had essentially reached its peak, only a step away from the breakthrough, they remained stuck at the lower 9th rank. The young emperor wants to investigate the corrupt officials of the Jing dynasty. Should we? Information is the simplest matter for the Inglong Guard, Duan Tianyi said dismissively. Investigate. A day later, the intelligence arrived at the royal palace. Dong Xian, how did the Inglong Guard accomplish this so quickly? When Shu asked, incredulous. Dong Xian, however, was unsurprised. The Inglong Guard has existed for over 2 centuries, with deeply entrenched resources and a vast intelligence network spanning the entire nation. If they wish to investigate, there's nothing they can't uncover. When Shu unfolded the sheet of paper, his expression gradually growing grim. One single sheet. Over 200 names. Corruption, bribery, misconduct, case after case, each backed with irrefutable evidence. All of them. Over 200 officials. The politics of the Jing dynasty has long been rotten to the core. Make several copies of this and deliver one to each of the higher-ups. When Shu's voice was chilling. Does His Majesty have a message for them? A fierceness rose in the young emperor, only to retreat as quickly as it appeared. Tell them that their crimes are all punishable by the annihilation of their families. If they want to live, they must offer a gesture of loyalty. Your Majesty, acting this way might tarnish your reputation. When Shu chuckled bitterly. Royal uncle once told me that only those with power are worthy of dignity. A reputation is never bestowed by others. As long as I hold the power that makes them tremble, The power of authority and awe. Respect will naturally follow. Dong Xian hesitated. His reason told him this line of thought was dangerous. But upon closer reflection, every word made sense. At the Shun residence, Shen Jianchong summoned a man clothed in black. Wen Jian, if you wanted to kill Su Su, how would you do it? Wen Jian stood in contemplation for a long while. There's an underground force known as the Hall of Azura. They have the means to kill him. You're confident? The Hall of Azura boasts a rank 9 master, with numerous rank 8s under their command. I'd say there's a 70 to 80% chance. Wen Jian paused. But they're assassins. They're very expensive. What's the price? To kill Su Su, 3 million taels of silver. Shen Jianchong was stunned. 3 million taels? That would nearly bleed him dry. Despite all their years of corruption, the Shen family's wealth only totaled 20 to 30 million. What of the medicine Gu King pellet? That scoundrel Ma Feng slipped away early. By the time we arrived, he was already dead, nothing but a corpse. The Gu King pellet was gone, likely stolen. Damn it. Shen Jianchong kicked over the table. Contact the Hall of Azura. 3 million it is. If it means Su Su's death, it'll all be worth it. Su Lianghan accepted that 1 million taels and is now trying to curry favor with us. Shen Jianchong was ecstatic. Really? Yes. Although his appetite is a bit excessive. The only thing worse than an appetite is no appetite at all. Shen Jianchong slapped the desk. Arrange for a meeting. I want to see him. Elsewhere, I was preparing for a banquet when Dong Xian suddenly came to see me. Your Highness, His Majesty seeks your counsel. In the imperial study, when Shu was gripping a stack of intelligence reports, his brows deeply furrowed. Royal uncle, the greedy officials of Jing dynasty are too many. Many of them don't even take us seriously, let alone consider surrendering any form of allegiance. Start with diplomacy, then use force. I replied calmly. If persuasion fails, resort to action. Does royal uncle intend to execute them? I nodded. But according to the intelligence, there are over 200 individuals involved. If we kill them all, the government will come to a standstill. Humph. My tone turned icy. Corrupt officials fear death the most. They dare to ignore us because they believe the Shun family's tree is sturdier than ours. That's why we must kill. And kill we shall, decisively and unrelentingly. We must kill until they're terrified, until they tremble in submission. Only then can we see reality for what it is, I said. Wen Shu stared at me intently, a gleam of admiration lighting up in his eyes. How many do we need to kill this time? He asked. As many as it takes to make them tremble, I replied after a brief pause. We'll need these corrupt officials' fortunes to fund the war against the Barrow. His face changed, shocked by the realization. Using confiscated funds from corrupt officials to support the campaign against the Barrow. It was a plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. A dynasty's decay does not begin with corruption itself. It begins with the tolerance of it. And once the sword is drawn, one must not only cut the leaves but strike the roots. The admiration in Wen Shu's eyes grew more fervent. An hour later, an imperial decree emerged from the emperor's study. The Imperial Guard Commander Zhao Lai is hereby ordered to arrest Chen Kai, Wei Nianzhong, Wu Pei, and an additional 235 corrupt officials. No trials necessary. Execute them on the spot. Confiscate all family properties and redirect every last bit of embezzled silver to the national treasury. The moment the decree was announced, the entire court was in an uproar. The young emperor had made his stand. He intended to cleanse the court in blood. A chilling pressure descended upon everyone, weighing on their hearts. In the Prince Su residence, my expression darkened as soon as I heard the news. When Shu has unleashed the Yinglong Guard, I murmured, my voice low. Can he truly keep those old devils in check? 13 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Longqing, my late father forcefully disbanded the Yinglong Guard. The only real reason? Their commander, Duan Tianyi, was aligned with the Yin King. The Yin King, being of non-legitimate descent, had been sent far north to guard the borderlands years prior, fully removed from succession contention. Yet Duan Tianyi refused to let go, plotting in secret on the Yin King's behalf for many years. Thus, my father ignored widespread court opposition and issued an imperial decree, sealing the Yinglong Guard in Tianlong Mountain. never to descend without a direct order from the emperor. And now, my second brother, the Yin King, stood at the height of his power, having solidified his foundation in the northern territories over many years. The Yinglong Guard veterans, those old devils, were surely stirring dangerous ambitions once more. Zhao Manwan approached silently, resting her hands on my shoulders, her voice soft. Your Highness, don't let these bothersome thoughts weigh on you. Shall we finalize the guest list for the banquet? I nodded, momentarily pushing aside what had yet to unfold. All right. In a small tea house, Shun Jianchong stood beside a second-floor window, gazing at Su Lianghan cautiously, making his way from afar. A small smile tugged at his lips. If he could secure Su Lianghan today, he would no longer have to worry about me. Su Lianghan climbed the stairs, casting wary glances around him before lowering his voice. Why summon me here? If the 12 moons find out, I'm finished. General Su, rest assured. Shun Jianchong smiled faintly. Once you and I join forces, what is a mere Su to fear? Su Lianghan's tone grew grim. I'm well aware of your intentions, but you'll need to show me some sincerity. At the very least, I need to know who it is I'm really working for. Otherwise, I'm doing just fine as the commander of 3 armies. Why should I pledge loyalty to you? Shun. Jianchong's eyes flickered. I can tell you who's behind me. But Su Shuai, Commander Su, also needs to show some sincerity. Su Lianghan pulled out a tiger tally. The 3 great armies only follow the tiger tally, not the man holding it. This is the tiger tally for 200,000 Jingwu troops. Secretary Shun, take it, consider it my sincerity. The tiger tally for 200,000 Jingwu troops. Shun Jianchong took it, his breathing immediately becoming heavier. Now, can you tell me who's behind you? Su Lianghan leaned back in his chair. Shun Jianchong enunciated each word. Prince Ning. The next day, the Prince Su residence hosted its first banquet, exclusively inviting daughters from the most powerful families of the Jing dynasty. I sat in the position of the host, surrounded by a group of burly men. There was Liang Wukue and Jiang Zhibao from the Pafeng Battalion, as well as Xiao Ju and Li Lang from the Prince Su army. On the other side of the hall, Zhao Manwan was dressed to the nines, sitting amongst a group of young, unmarried ladies. They whispered softly to one another, occasionally breaking into silvery, bell-like laughter. Every time this happened, the burly men at my table couldn't help but glance over. Liang Wukue stared at the group of ladies, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Liang Wukue, I shot him a glare. Keep it together. You're about to start drooling. Startled, Liang Wukue quickly wiped at his mouth and raised his wine cup. A toast to you, Your Highness, from me. Outside the Prince Su residence, a group of people dressed in red gathered together. They were assassins from the Azura Hall, sent to take my life. When do we strike, boss? One of them asked. The middle-aged leader calmly replied, wait until the generals of the 3 great armies leave. Then we move. After the feast, Zhao Manwan walked over to me with light, graceful steps. Your Highness, why don't we let the generals and the ladies sit together, chat a bit, and get to know each other better, she suggested. The generals' faces instantly lit up with joy. They were here today mainly for these young ladies after all. I glanced at the burly men, who were already struggling to conceal their eagerness, and smiled. All right. And so the burly generals and the young women sat together. The ladies blushed faintly, occasionally stealing glances at Xiao Ju and Liang Wukue. Meanwhile, the men began recounting tales from the battlefield, their stories making the girls gaze in admiration one moment, then frown in worry the next. As the night deepened, these tough warriors each found themselves hitting it off with a young woman they fancied. I couldn't quite tell what they were whispering about, but every now and again, the ladies blushed shyly while the men burst into hearty laughter. Zhao Manwan and I exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. This was a success. I turned to look at the blood disciple standing rigidly behind me, exuding a cold, stern aura. Blood disciple, come sit. We've just taken in a new girl in the residence today, and I'm worried she might not understand the rules. From now on, you'll be responsible for showing her the ropes. The blood disciple froze. He'd been assigned to protect me. How did it suddenly turn into mentoring a newcomer? Nearby, Zhao Manwan whispered a few instructions to Qing'er in a low voice. Before long, Ching'er led over a young girl dressed in a simple blue robe. Shuetu, do you remember this young lady? Zhao Manwan asked with a smile. Her name is Wu Yingying. You two seem to share some fate. Remember a year ago when Wu caught fire? You happened to be passing by and rushed into the inferno to save her. Wu Yingying had a delicate, innocent look, with a petite figure that exuded a quiet charm. The kind of classical beauty you'd find in a girl next door. Big brother Shuetu, she said shyly. At her address, Shuetu froze the moment his eyes landed on her, his heart skipping a beat. I glanced at him knowingly and grinned. Yingying, why don't you sit next to Shuetu? If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask him. Wu Yingying bowed gracefully and sat down beside Shuetu, exuding a calm confidence unusual for her age. Meanwhile, Shuetu sat stiffly, his entire body more tense than when facing an enemy armed with a blade. Big brother Shuetu, why do you look so unhappy? Do you not like Yingying? She asked, looking up at him with a slight frown. Shuetu panicked. A faint trace of disappointment flickered in Wu Yingying's eyes. Well, that's fair, I guess. Someone as amazing as Big Brother wouldn't look twice at someone like me. Her voice trailed off as tears began to glisten in her eyes. Quickly, Shuetu blurted, I do like you. Wu Yingying's face immediately lit up, her eyes crinkling up into crescent moons. Really, Big Brother? You mean it? Shuetu nodded. Yes. That one simple word was enough for her. A year ago, when she was amidst the raging flames and felt as though death was imminent, a tall figure had burst through the fire and carried her out. Lying in his arms that day, she'd made up her mind. This was the man she would marry, no matter what. I couldn't help but marvel at the scene before me. This girl sure knew what she was doing. Within just a few words, she had targeted Shuetu's softest spot and melted his composure entirely. When the banquet ended, the girls rose to bid their farewells. The strong men in attendance scrambled to act as escorts, competing to walk the women home. Zhao Manwan and I watched the lively scene unfold, both of us grinning uncontrollably at the sight. Manner, their business seems wrapped up. I turned to her, gently holding her hand with a mischievous smile. But how about my business? What are we going to do about that? She rolled her eyes at me. Oh, what? Does the prince also need his humble servant wife to set him up with someone? I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. No. What I mean is, with such a stunning, graceful woman as my princess by my side, I barely think of anyone else. Sweet talker, she huffed. But then, she arched a brow and asked, speaking of which, why is it that you always stop halfway? Is there something wrong with your body? All impressive on the surface, but underwhelming deep down. That lit a fire in me. Underwhelming? You actually said that out loud. The moment the words left her lips, she seemed to realize how far she'd gone. Covering her mouth with her hand, she lowered her head, muttering under her breath, Never mind. I wouldn't know anyway since. I've never, tried. With things escalating this far, how could I hold myself back? One swift move, and I scooped her up into my arms. All right, fine. Tonight, I'll prove to you how wrong you are about me. Just as I turned around, Aunt Xiang froze in the doorway. She'd come by to supervise the cleaning of the banquet hall after hearing it had concluded, only to accidentally stumble into. As soon as I walked in, I was greeted by a striking scene. Aunt Xiang, already an extraordinary beauty, stood there, fresh from her bath, her figure cloaked only in a sheer black robe. Without thinking, I blurted out, Aunt Xiang, step aside. The princess consort and I have some matters to discuss. Aunt Xiang froze in astonishment. Did the prince really just say that so bluntly? Zhao Manwan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, blushed deeply, her cheeks and neck flushed crimson. She buried her head into my chest, pretending not to see Aunt Xiang at all. With her in my arms, I bypassed Aunt Xiang and headed straight into the bedroom. Inside, her face was a delicate shade of pink, her gaze slightly intoxicated and soft as silk. My lord, in that moment, her beauty captivated me, as if the entire world dimmed in comparison. Meanwhile, Shen Jianchang had just returned to his residence. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly retrieved the tiger tally from his belongings, running his fingers over it again and again while basking in satisfaction. Though the Shen family had managed to infiltrate the 6 guards with people over the years, up until now, They never had an army truly under their own control. With this Tiger Tally commanding the Jingwu troop, everything had changed. "My lord," reported an aide, "the Shura Hall operatives have already taken position outside the Prince Su Manor. Once the banquet disperses, they'll strike. This time, they've sent 1 grade, 8 upper and 6 grade, 8 lower assassins. We'll leave no survivors in Prince Su's manor." A cold gleam pulsed in Shun Jinchong's eyes. "Haha, excellent, excellent indeed. Hasn't Su always boasted about wanting to destroy my Shin family? This time, I'll repay him in his own coin, by wiping out his Prince Su manor first." When Jian spoke hesitantly, "What about the young mistress? She's still imprisoned in the manor's dungeon." After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jinchong responded, "She is, after all, my daughter, and she has worked diligently for the Shin family over the past 2 years. Save her and bring her back." "Understood." The night deepened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The faint sound of piercing wind rang out. Lu Ji suddenly opened his eyes, staring toward the roof. In just a few steps, he reached the door and called out, "My lord, assassins!" I was instantly wide awake. "Manhwan, find somewhere to hide and don't come out under any circumstances." Her eyes brimmed with worry. "Please, be careful." Grasping the Prince Su's sword, I strode outside. On the rooftop, a group of assassins in skeleton masks looked down coldly. The middle-aged leader gave a low command, "Move." As soon as they leaped to the ground, the Prince Su Manor's soldiers were upon them. "Alert! Assassins have invaded the manor." The loud warning spread throughout the estate. Within moments, over 100 elite soldiers emerged from the shadows, carefully selected from the finest of the 3 armies. After the poisoning incident involving Shun Yuanhui, Lu Ji had doubled down on fortifying the manor's defenses. "Kill them." The assassins, showing no signs of fear, brandished their blades and advanced. The intruding assassins numbered 6 in total, 1 grade, 8 upper and 5 grade, 8 lower. From the distance, another grade, 8 lower stood on a rooftop, wielding a longbow. 7 grade, 8 experts. Such a lineup could annihilate any martial sect in the Jianghu. Over 100 hardened warriors charged forward to meet them. Squelch, squelch. The 6 elite assassins fought in unison. The fierce soldiers were no match at all. Within one clash, 7 or 8 had fallen. Yet they showed no fear, charging forward relentlessly, one after another. Outside the mansion, upon hearing the commotion, Song Yuan immediately barked orders at Song Jia. "Someone's trying to assassinate. Summon the Shadow Unit and the 12 Moons. Get everyone to the royal residence immediately." "Understood." When I arrived with my sword, only about 20 out of over 100 fierce soldiers were left standing. Corpses littered the ground. Anger blazed in my chest. To me, these soldiers weren't mere subordinates. They were my brothers. Just earlier at the feast, we had been drinking and feasting, laughing together. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were gone, forever separated by life and death. "You bastards!" Song Yuan and Song Jia arrived with reinforcements, and upon seeing the carnage, their fury erupted as well. "Kill them! Avenge our fallen brothers!" I charged forward, sword in hand. Song Yuan, Lu Ji, the 12 Moons, and the Shadow Unit all followed suit. The leader, a fighter of the 8th rank, smirked disdainfully. "Kill them." 5 assassins leapt into action simultaneously. Even with the combined efforts of the 12 Moons and the Shadow Unit, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. "So this is the famed Su King's manor? Pathetic," the leader sneered. In a flash, Lu Ji thrust a sword towards him. The leader lazily swung his blade. Clang! Lu Ji was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing onto a stone table with a sickening thud. Blood poured from his arm. "You son of a..." Xue Tu roared, his eyes blazing with fury as his iron claws struck for the leader's throat. The leader pushed off with one foot, leaping into the air and narrowly dodging Xue Tu's attack. Xue Tu's heart sank, but before he could adjust, the leader had already appeared before him, seizing him by the throat and tossing him aside like a rag doll. In that brief moment, Song Yuan had somehow circled behind the leader, slashing downward with his blade. Slick! The long knife left a gash a foot long on the leader's back. "Damn it!" the leader snarled, swinging his sword at Song Yuan in retaliation. Song Yuan had anticipated the counterattack and braced himself, but the sword was too fast. So fast that he couldn't see how the leader pivoted. So fast he barely managed to lift his blade halfway in defense. Shoo! The sword slid along Song Yuan's weapon, sparking as it cut into his chest. Before he could recover, the leader's fist slammed into his torso. Song Yuan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. My vision turned red with rage. Enough! I thundered, stepping forward and charging with my sword aimed at the leader's face. The leader sidestepped my thrust and responded with a punch to my back. The impact was like being struck by a falling hammer, forcing blood to gush from my mouth. He flicked the blood off his sword and turned his sharp gaze toward me as I struggled to stand, a cruel smile curling his lips. Your life is mine now. The assassin leader began to approach me. From behind him, Song Jie lunged, locking him in a desperate hold. Your grace, go. Now, the leader scowled, reaching with one hand to pry Song Jie's arms away. Je personally witnessed his woman pleasuring another man, only to die before his eyes. Courting death. Enraged, my inner energy surged violently as I thrust my sword toward her face. Shen Yuanhui's face turned pale, and she stumbled back in terror. The surrounding assassins, however, reacted swiftly, attacking in unison. Although my skills were formidable, I was still no match for these elite warriors. In a mere moment, I was subdued, forcefully pinned to the ground. Seeing me captured, Shen Yuanhui quickly regained her composure and, brimming with anger, shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Do it!" The assassins exchanged glances before turning their eyes to their leader. The leader frowned and ordered firmly, "Quickly!" A few assassins grinned with malice as they advanced toward Zhao Manwan. Aunt Xiang and Zhao Manwan turned ghostly pale, but Aunt Xiang still stood her ground, shielding Zhao Manwan firmly. You treacherous rebels! If you dare harm the princess consort, you shall face endless ruin. Her threat fell on deaf ears, the assassins seeing it as a mere joke. Zhao Manwan's eyes flashed with determination. Aunt Xiang, hold them off for me. She turned to me, her gaze filled with unwavering resolve. My prince, it is enough for Wanner to have been your woman in this life. In the next life, Wanner will still be yours. A cold chill pierced through my heart. Before I could process her words, Aunt Xiang had already dashed forward with a selfless cry, colliding head-on with the assassins. Swords pierced her chest, their blades emerging gruesomely from her back. At that very moment, Zhao Manwan turned away and, without hesitation, rammed into the stone wall. Thud! She collapsed to the ground, her forehead a bloody mess. Wanner! I roared in anguish, thrashing desperately, yet unable to break free from the assassin's iron grip pinning me down. Shen Yuanhui sneered disdainfully at Zhao Manwan's lifeless body. A wretched life for a wretched woman who dares dream of another lifetime. How laughable! Wen Jian gave her a brief look, then gestured towards me with his chin. Kill him. We're leaving. Two assassins raised their weapons, prepared to strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as their blades were about to fall, two streaks of lightning shot through the air, piercing their throats directly. The assassins toppled wordlessly to the ground, life drained in an instant. At that moment, a cacophony of synchronized marching reverberated from outside the prince's residence. Assassins attacking the Su prince's mansion. Surround the premises. No one is to escape. A voice dripping with murderous intent resounded through the air. Boom. The mansion gates were blasted apart as countless imperial guards swarmed in. At the head of the charge, Zhao Alai. The assassin leader's expression darkened. Quick! Kill him! The closest assassin lunged toward me, but in an instant, a chilling sensation swept over his neck. As his vision swayed, he saw his own headless body crumple to the ground. And then, nothing. Zhao Alai retrieved his massive axe, stepping to my side. Your Highness, are you all right? I rose slowly, my gaze icy and furious as I gritted out. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Alai hefted his giant axe again, charging straight toward the assassin leader. With reinforcements flooding into the mansion, panic flashed across the leader's face as he fought his way out, barking orders for retreat. Shouting, retreat. Any later, and it'll be too late. Shen Yuanhui anxiously protested. But Su Su isn't dead yet. If it weren't for your meddling, he'd have been dead by now. When Jian retorted coldly, Shen Yuanhui fell silent. Indeed, had she not insisted on humiliating me, I would already be a corpse under their blades. The assassins fought while retreating. Zhao Alai's soldiers, most of whom only knew basic combat skills, struggled to hold off these skilled fighters. In mere moments, the encirclement was broken. After seeking my command, Zhao Alai led his men in pursuit. At the same time, back in the palace, upon receiving the news, Su Wenshu dispatched Dong Xian, along with elite palace fighters and royal physicians, to the scene. But they were still a step too late. By then, the palace had turned into a living hell. Army medics moved in and out of the chambers, occasionally bringing out basins of bloodied water. Dong Xian held his breath in shock. It was clear these assassins were utterly ruthless. He raised his eyes to look at me. I stood motionless in the courtyard, staring silently at the flickering candlelight within the room. My expression was unsettlingly calm. Behind me stood three generals, Su Lianghan, Xiao Ju, and Liang Wukuei, all exuding a grim and oppressive air. Dong Xian dared not approach me. Instead, he quietly directed the royal physicians to assist. Around 2 hours later, a breathless medical officer rushed over. "My lord, the princess's life has been saved, but she has yet to regain consciousness. We'll need more time." "Understood," I nodded. "What about the others?" "Aunt Xiang's injuries aren't severe, but her meridians are damaged. She may be left disabled for life. Lu Guard, Song Yuan, and Xue Tu have mostly external wounds. They just need rest and recovery. As for Tsang Jie, he's semi-conscious and keeps crying out in pain. He hasn't woken up yet." My chest tightened and my voice trembled. Find a way to ease his suffering. Tsang Jie, he always feared pain the most. Seeing the redness in my eyes, the medical officer let out a quiet sigh. Who would have thought that this iron-fisted prince could show such emotions? "I will do everything in my power." "Thank you." I bowed deeply in gratitude. Dong Xian stepped closer and advised, "My lord, you must take care of your health." "Yes." Before his words had fully settled, my body suddenly gave out, and I collapsed. "My lord," cries of alarm erupted as people scrambled toward me. "Quick, call a physician." Soon, news of the attack on the Su prince's mansion spread throughout the city. Every faction was stunned. The Shin family had actually made their move. The Su prince's forces had suffered heavy casualties. The princess's fate was still uncertain, and even the Su prince had fallen unconscious from the shock. The Zhao residence. Upon seeing Zhao Alai return, Zhao Sinong anxiously asked, "What happened to the Su mansion?" "The prince is fine, but he fainted again." "I don't know the full details," Zhao Alai replied, still visibly shaken. "Thank goodness I was there today." 2 elite marksmen were on duty. At the slightest disturbance, they were to eliminate the assassin immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Sinong frowned. "What about your sister then?" Zhao Alai fell silent for a moment. Shen Yuanhui wanted to disgrace Wanner to get revenge on Su Su. Wanner, to preserve her dignity, took her own life by ramming her head against the wall. Zhao Sinong slumped into his chair. "Such cruelty. It's all the fault of that damn Su Su." At the Shun residence. Smack. Shen Jianchang's hand landed hard on Shen Yuanhui's face. "Do you even understand the extent of the disaster you've caused me? If it weren't for you, Su Su would already be dead by now. I should never have had Wen Jian rescue you." Shen Yuanhui clutched her flushed, burning cheek, disbelief written across her face. "Father, you hit me? Hit you? After ruining everything for me? You're lucky I don't kill you." Shen Jianchang roared. Shen Yuanhui wept softly, not daring to utter another word. "Wen Jian, lock her up. I don't want her in my sight." Wen Jian stepped forward, grabbed her, and dragged her out of the room. Shen Jianchang turned back toward the assassins gathered in the room, his face once again beaming with a cunning smile. "Haha, apologies for that little scene. Su Su is still alive, so I must ask for your help once more." The lead assassin scoffed. "If it wasn't for your daughter, Su Su would already be dead by now. If you want us to act again, well." He rubbed his fingers together suggestively. Shen Jianchang chuckled. "Money, right? 2 million upon success. How does that sound?" The leader glanced back at his team, then nodded. "That's more like it. But you should know, After dealing with that Princess Su, we're still nursing some frustration. Let's just say tempers are running high. Shen Jianchong gave him a knowing grin, a grin shared between men. Don't worry, gentlemen. I'll take care of everything for you. The next day, I slowly regained consciousness. Su Lianghan and the others rushed to my side. Your Highness, you're finally awake. I sat up. How's Cangjia? It stabilized. He's no longer crying in pain, they said. Taking a deep breath, I exuded a menacing aura. Summon all of the king's palace's men who have ties to the martial world. Bring them back to the capital. Recall every member of the Anjua Division and the 12 months unit currently out on missions. Send word to the retired generals from the 3 major armies. And issue the order for the 3 armies. March into the capital. One order after another was issued, my expression cold and unrelenting. Xiao Zhu and Liang Wukue both felt a shiver down their spines. As you command, Your Highness. Outside, County Magistrate Dong, who had been waiting, heard everything, and his face turned pale. The capital was about to descend into chaos. The relentless orders from the Su Palace swept through the land, shaking every corner. In the martial world, a woodcutter carried a bundle of firewood, walking along a road. Whoosh! A dark object flew toward his face. The woodcutter instinctively raised a hand to catch it. It was a ball of paper. Unfolding it, for characters greeted his eyes. From Su King. An urgent decree. Return to the capital at once. His expression turned solemn as he cupped his hands towards the distant forest. I'm Wei Bing, a humble warrior under Prince Su. I obey your orders with loyalty. In a quiet mountain village, inside an old house, an elder, past 60, played with his grandson with a candy in hand. Old son, you've got a letter. The courier called from outside the courtyard. The elder's face darkened slightly as he turned to his obedient grandson. Go find your father. He stepped outside, reached out his hands, and accepted the letter sealed with Prince Su's emblem. An order from Prince Su, Jinwu veteran son Renjia. Return to the capital immediately. The elder's face took on a serious expression as he turned toward the direction of the capital and saluted in military form. Jinwu veteran son Renjia obeys the command. Across various provinces, hidden branches of the Anjua Division and the December sect all received the same brief command. Return immediately. Countless powerful warriors affiliated with Prince Su's forces hurried towards the capital. Liang Wukue, riding fast on horseback, reached the military camps of the 3 great armies just 100 miles outside the capital. Dismounting in a single move, he looked up and roared. Our prince has been bullied by the Shun family in the capital. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me. The entire camp erupted into chaos. What? Someone dared to mess with our prince? To hell with them. Grab your gear. We're marching into the city. Who in your capital would dare to lay a hand on our prince? Brothers, into the city. Thousands of soldiers poured out of the military camp, their anger palpable. After all, it's always been their prince who bullies others, not the other way around. To think someone dared to touch their prince, it was a death wish. Jiang Zhibao murmured with concern. Old Kuei, isn't this too many people for the task? Damn it. The princess consort's life is hanging by a thread right now. I don't care. Liang Wukuei's eyes were bloodshot. This time, I'll make sure the scum in the capital knows what kind of wrath they've unleashed against the 3 great armies when they messed with our prince. Everyone, prepare, into the city. You capital. The spies of the major noble families had nearly worn down the houses of their leaders with urgent reports. Patriarch, a group of martial warriors has entered Prince Su's manor. Keep investigating and report back immediately. Patriarch, all the retired generals of the 3 great armies have arrived in the capital. Keep investigating and report back. Patriarch, every branch of the December sect and Anjua division is heading for the capital. Keep investigating and report back. Patriarch, the 3 great armies have marched out of their camps. What? The family heads of the noble households were panic-stricken. The 3 great armies marching out. As the news spread, the nobility, as well as the civil and military officials in the court, were all trembling in fear. The fate of Jing dynasty seemed to have reached a dangerous turning point. Damn it, that idiot Shen Jianchong. If the Shin family wants to die, they shouldn't drag the rest of us down with them. If the three great armies march into the city and Su Su decides to act on ulterior motives, none of us will survive. Hurry. Send people to guard the city gates. Under no circumstances can we let them come in. Find out which branch of the 6 guards is on duty at the city gates today and order them to hold the line at all costs. I'll go beg the Empress Dowager. At this moment, only she can keep Prince Su in check. It's too late. The city is being guarded by the Imperial Guards today, and they're all under Su's command. Buzz. The aristocrats of the capital began to tremble. Shen residents. Shen Jianchong had a rare deep sleep, even dreaming about becoming the top chancellor of the capital. He woke up in great spirits, stepping out the door with a satisfied smile, and looked up at the sky. It's already evening? Wow, I must have slept really well today. Ha ha ha. My lord, this is bad. Wen Jian ran in, panicking. Why are you in such a frenzy? What happened? The 3 main armies. They've entered the city. Shen Jianchong froze for a moment. Entered the city? What? Is Su Su planning a revolt? Then he smirked coldly. Revolt? Let him revolt. I've been waiting for this. Once he rebels, I'll finally have the perfect justification to eliminate him. Wen Jian was stunned. My lord, do you mean you have a hidden card to deal with the 3 armies? Shen Jianchong pulled out a tiger tally. This is the tiger tally for the Jingwu troops. Take it and find the Jingwu army. They will obey your orders. Command them to wipe out Prince Su's forces and the Feng Breaker Battalion. Wen Jian, clutching the tiger tally, began to calm down from his earlier panic. My lord, you are brilliant, hiding a trump card like this all along. Shen Jianchong, full of confidence, chuckled. I exchanged this for Prince Ning's personal letter with Su Lianghan. With these 200,000 Jingwu troops, the Shun family will remain undefeatable. When Jian paused briefly, confused. You got it from Prince Ning's letter? Why does this sound like a trap? What are you standing there for? Go. Shun Jianchong barked. All right, I'm on it now. Nighttime. Tens of thousands of soldiers arrived on the outskirts of the city gates. The Imperial Guard General at the gate, noticing the forceful display, was terrified to his core. May I dare ask what you're all here for? Liang Wukuwei, exuding menace, responded, We are acting under the command of Prince Su to enter the city and eradicate the traitor Shen Jianchong. Open the gates immediately. The general was further alarmed. Shen Jianchong, the Minister of Personnel, was infamous as a politically powerful figure. Someone like him couldn't possibly be eradicated just because someone said so, could he? I'm sorry, we've received no such decree. At that moment, Zhao Alai rode his horse up to the city wall. Let them through. The general's face changed. But commander, no buts, Zhao Alai interrupted. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. The general hesitated briefly before issuing the order. Open the gates. Liang Wukuwei gave a brief salute to Zhao Alai. Thank you, Commander Zhao. With that, he led his troops storming into the city. Zhao Alai watched the elite ranks of the remaining Jing dynasty army charge in, his eyes filled with admiration. Say what you will about Su Su, but the soldiers under his command are truly something else. The army poured into the city. In the capital, the noble families could only hear the sound of the wind left him trembling all over. A minister stood on the street, staring at the 3 armies charging in like ferocious tigers, his voice shaking. Prince Su, is this rebellion? The heavens are about to change. Someone murmured quietly. As soon as the 3 mighty armies entered the city, Wen Jian, leading a group of men clad in black, blocked their path. He raised the tiger tally high above his head. This is the tiger tally of the Jingwu troops. Jingwu troops, obey my command. Silence fell over the army. Every face displayed confusion, especially the soldiers of the Jingwu troops, who were utterly baffled. Jiang Zhibao glanced at Liang Wukuwei and asked, Old Kuei, does the Jingwu troops even have a tiger tally? Why have I never heard of it? Hell no. Liang Wukuwei waved dismissively. We 3 great armies take orders only from royal decrees or commands from the princes. He let out a cold laugh. That brat's clearly making things up. Kill him and raise the battle banners. In the Shun family's courtyard, Shun Jianchong lounged in a recliner, relaxed and carefree. Judging by the current situation, he was a step closer to climbing to the position of chancellor. Suddenly, when Jian burst in, covered in blood. The tiger tally is fake. The three armies never had such a thing. My lord, you've been deceived. Shun Jianchong jerked upright, his face turning pale in an instant. The three armies are already marching toward the Shun family. My lord, you must think of an escape route quickly. There's no time left. Shin Jianchong stumbled back a step, muttering to himself. Su Lianghan lied to me. Then what of the letters I exchanged with Prince Ning? My lord, how could you be so blind? This was clearly a trap. Someone as sharp as you falling for this. Wen Jian gave a bitter smile. A winning hand, shattered into ruins by Shun Jianchong himself. I thought it was a trap, but Su Lianghan baited me with control over the Jingwu troops. And for a moment I sigh. Shun Jianchong slammed his fist into a tree, a glint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Wen Jian, gather all our death warriors. Call for the assassins from the Shura Hall as well. If I must die, I'll take Su Su down with me. At Prince Su's mansion, everyone was in position. Su Lianghan presented a stack of letters to me. My lord, these are incriminating documents proving Shun Jianchong's conspiracy with Prince Ning to rebel. They're enough to erase his entire clan. Please give the order. I looked over the crowd gathered below, martial artists from the Jianghu, retired generals, the 12 Months Brigade, and the agents of the Dark Decision Unit. Every pair of eyes blazed with hatred. 1,000 murderous intents boiled down to one command. Move out. Wipe the Shin family clean. Ziki Alley. 2,000 death warriors dressed in black, armed with curved blades, formed a dense blockade across the streets leading to the Shin estate. The cold gleam of their weapons was chilling. I pulled my horse to a halt at the front of the formation, a lineup of masters arrayed behind me. A thunderous rumbling echoed. The three great armies had arrived, filling the alley with an unending flow of figures. The aristocratic families lining both sides of the street slammed shut their gates, trembling within their houses. I looked down from atop my horse, my voice frigid and commanding. Drop your weapons. Spare those who surrender. Leave them a whole corpse. For those who resist to the end, annihilate their clans, 3 generations, and even their neighbors. But truth be told, no matter what they chose, I had no intention of letting them live. Wen Jian and the death warriors displayed sorrowful looks, but none laid down their weapons. Kill. The Duke's forces, already unable to hold back their rage, roared as they charged forward. Blades clashed, and one figure after another fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river down the alley, the stench of iron filling the air and engulfing half of Yujing City. The 6 assassins from the Azura Hall turned pale. They had merely taken a rest at the Shin family estate and woke up to find themselves trapped. What now, boss? One of the 8-ranked assassins asked with a shaky voice. The leader replied gravely, what else can we do? We fight our way out. 6 figures leapt into the air. From behind me, over 10 figures followed suit. A towering, burly man locked eyes with the assassin leader. From the Duke Su's estate, I, Wu Fu Pei Jing, invite you to die. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura began to exude from him. Stronger than any 8th rank, but not yet at the 9th rank. A level commonly known in the martial world as half-step 9th rank. For the first time, the assassin leader's expression turned serious. Pei Jing threw a punch, and the assassin leader met it head-on. Boom. The assassin leader was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing through an entire courtyard wall. From the Duke Su's estate, I, Wu Fu Muhan Song, invite you to die. From the Duke Su's estate, I, General Sun Rinjie, invite you to die. One after another, formidable warriors, long dormant, stepped into the fray, all above the 8th rank. The assassins of Azura Hall were now terrified. They had vastly underestimated the hidden strength of the Duke's estate and were now paying the price. In the Imperial study, Su Wenshu paced back and forth. Seeing Minister Dong enter, he immediately asked, "What's the news?" "Your Majesty, the Duke Su's forces are fiercely attacking the Shin family. Within 2 hours, the Shin clan is bound to be wiped out." A sharp glint flashed in Su Wenshu's eyes. "Good. After tonight, there will be no more Shin clan in Jingchao." Minister Dong hesitated. "Your Majesty, the Duke mobilizing the army into the city has already crossed the line with the noble houses. Once this is over, it might stir up a lot of trouble." Su Wenshu's face darkened. Umph. The Shin family brought this upon themselves. It's all deserved. Send the Yinglong Guard to investigate Shun Mu thoroughly. I want all the evidence of the Shun family's crimes. Nail them to the pillar of shame so that they may never rise again. In the bustling, drunken fragrance pavilion, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to me in his facial features, sat in the courtyard. Innkeeper Wu Zue approached. Your Grace, the Shin family is done for. The young man gave a cold chuckle. That idiot Shin Yuan Wei ruined my plans. And Shun Jianchong, an even bigger fool, was duped by Su Lianghan with just a few words. A fake tiger tally in exchange for my handwritten command. Shun Jianchong's greed for your Grace's papers has always been nefarious. His death is no loss, the innkeeper Wu Zue replied. The Prince of Ning rose to his feet. The matters in the capital are mostly settled. What needed greasing has been greased. The time has come to return to the West and ready ourselves for the grand plan. It's done. Outside Ziki Alley, the sound of killing echoed tirelessly. Boom. Suddenly, heavy rain poured from the sky, and the noises of battle gradually faded away. Su Lianghan stepped forward. Your Highness, the remaining assassins have retreated back to the Shun household. I swung down off my horse, carrying the sword of the prince, and walked straight into the Shun family's main hall. Shun Jianchong sat high upon the main seat. The few remaining assassins stood below him, fear already apparent in their eyes. Su, how dare you, he snarled viciously at me, to lead your army without imperial consent and slaughter the entire family of a second-ranking minister. Do you even have the emperor, let alone the imperial authority, in your eyes? I've said it before. I looked at him coldly. I can raise the Shin family to unimaginable heights, but I can also grind them into the dirt. If you'd kept to yourself, I might have spared your life. But time and again, you've tested my limits. I can no longer afford to let you live. Shun Jianchong sneered maliciously. You think killing me will end well for you? Officials and citizens alike will condemn you. From then on, your name will forever bear the stain of a tyrant, cursed for generations. I scoffed. Do you think too highly of yourself? Or do you take me for a fool? Your letters conspiring with Prince Ning, the dirty deeds carried out by Shin Mu, your privately raised assassins. Any one of these is enough to warrant the extermination of your entire clan. Shun Jianchong's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Annihilation of his 9 kinship ties. The moment this criminal charge was sealed, he would become the Shun family's eternal disgrace. Even in death, he would be condemned for generations. Su, he trembled uncontrollably. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Between you and me, there's no sentiment left to speak of. I signaled the guards without hesitation to seize him. Shun Jianchong bellowed with rage. Kill him. Kill him for me. The assassins exchanged uncertain glances before eventually dropping their weapons and kneeling before me in surrender. Shun Jianchong's body swayed repeatedly as though he might collapse. His most loyal followers had betrayed him. Moments later, he was dragged by his collar and thrown at my feet like a rag doll. Scared now, I looked down at him. Swallowing hard, fear flickered in his eyes. You can't kill me. I'm still your father-in-law in name. A swift kick landed square in his mouth, knocking him to the ground like a beaten dog. Raising his head, the reflection he saw in my eyes was of my sword descending slowly. The first strike severed one of his arms. His scream tore through the night. The second strike took one of his legs. Su, you won't die a good death. The third strike pierced through his back, pinning him to the ground. I leaned in close to speak beside him. After tonight, the Shin family will be wiped out, your entire clan obliterated for treason. Your sons, your daughters, your relatives, all 9 familial ties. I will personally send them to reunite with you in the underworld. This time, true fear overtook Shun Jianchong. He didn't care about life or death. What mattered to him was his legacy. How utterly laughable. How ironic. I gave him no chance for rebuttal. With one clean stroke, I severed his head. Su Lianghan. At your command, my lord. Search the entire nation for everyone connected to Shun Jianchong's 9 familial ties. When you find them, bring them in, alive or dead. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes, my lord. Inside Shen Yuanhui's room, she huddled in the corner of the wall, her face as pale as a sheet. trembling as she listened to the desperate screams and clashes outside. They have to hold the line. We can't let Susu break in. She knew that if I caught her, death would be inevitable. Bang! I kicked the door wide open. Susu. I stepped forward and yanked her out of the corner. Susu, I'm your wife. You can't kill me, she shrieked. If you dare kill me, my father will never let you go. I waved dismissively, and a round object rolled to her feet. She looked down, and her blood ran cold. It was the severed head of Shun Jianchong, her father, his eyes wide open in death. Susu, you killed my father. Not so fast, I said coldly. I'm sending you down to reunite with him now. No, you can't, she trembled all over. You've been afflicted by the Sunfire Goo curse. Without me, you'll be consumed by the parasites and die a horrible death. Even if that's my fate, I'll make sure I kill you, a poisonous viper, with my own hands. My voice was icy as I gestured. You like curses and poisons, don't you? Let's see how you like this one. Bring it here. A member of the 12 Months faction approached with a porcelain jar. I opened it, and a scorpion-like venomous insect crawled out. No, I won't. Susu, I beg you. Overcome with extreme fear, she lost control of herself, and a wet patch spread across the floor beneath her. Grabbing her by the hair, I forced the insect into her mouth. Her hands clutched at her throat as her face turned an ashen hue. Moments later, blood began streaming from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as she writhed on the ground in agony. I watched her suffer without a shred of pity. Roughly half an hour passed before her body went still. She's dead, my lord. A soldier confirmed after checking her breath. Dump her body in the wilderness. Let the wolves deal with it. Not far away, Su Lianghan and others stood watching me, sensing my suffocating aura of menace, none daring to step closer. Marshal Su, what about the Sunfire Goo in the prince's body? Xiao Ju asked worriedly. Su Lianghan shook his head. We can only hope the 12 Months can develop an antidote in time. The group collectively let out a heavy sigh. The crown princess had been the prince's Achilles heel. Shin Yuanhui's gravest mistake had been daring to harm her. That night, the entire capital city quaked under a cloud of dread. The Shin family, once a dominant presence in court, had been annihilated by my hand. With 300,000 soldiers still stationed in the city, no one could predict where my blade might strike next. My lord, the Shun family hoarded 37 million taels of silver and antiques and artwork valued at over 8 million. Su Lianghan reported. As expected, the Shin family wasn't clean, I said coldly. Distribute 10 million among the brothers as a reward, and bring the rest back to the palace. Yes, my lord. The three armies came and went swiftly, the entire operation lasting no more than 4 to 5 hours. Once the soldiers had left the city, the rest of the capital's noble clans finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. When I arrived at Juxianjuan, Zhao Manwan had already woken up, though her body was still frail. I sat by the bed, gently placing a hand on her forehead. Does it hurt? She gave a weak, pale smile. It doesn't. Being able to see you again, my lord, it's a blessing. I've already killed Xin Yuanhui, that venomous woman, I replied. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. My lord has shed blood again. Such a vicious person deserved to die, I said. Don't think too much. Just rest well. I'll go check on the others. Lu Ji and Song Yuan were wrapped in white bandages. Their injuries were relatively mild, and they could already get out of bed. How is Song Jie doing? I asked. I didn't dare go see him myself. Just the thought of him crying out in pain made my chest tighten. Little Jie is okay, but he lost his left arm. He's feeling a bit down. Song Yuan sighed. Relieved, I nodded. As long as his life is spared. What about Shui Tu? He's awake now. Miss Wu is with him, Song Yuan replied. Hearing they were all alive, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, I requested a leave of absence from the young emperor to stay at home and focus on caring for my brothers and family. He granted me a full month on the spot. At the same time, Su Wenshu brought charges against the Shin family, raising deadly assassins in secret and conspiring to rebel. These two grievous offenses permanently nailed the Shun family to the pillar of shame. During that period, nearly every day, members of the Shin family, both from the main household and the collateral branches, were dragged to the execution grounds and beheaded. The atmosphere was tense. Civil and military officials, as well as every noble household, were on edge. On one front, the young emperor was wielding his metaphorical sword, ruthlessly purging corrupt officials. On the other, I had obliterated the Shun family under charges of treason. Everyone feared that the blade would soon fall on their own heads. One of the five great noble families of the Jing dynasty, the Chang family, Chang Guogong, Chang Guoshen, sat solemnly in his seat, holding the position of patriarch. With the fall of the Shin family, news of Prince Ning's supposed rebellion has also leaked. This leaves us in a difficult position, an elder said in a grave tone. Another elder exclaimed in anger, Su is getting too bold. To dare mobilize 3 elite troops into the city just to wipe out the household of a second-rank minister. Is there anything on this earth he wouldn't dare to do? The elders all chimed in, agreeing. Patriarch, we must deal with Su. Otherwise, he might really start to believe that no one in the world can restrain him. Slowly, Chang Guoshen opened his eyes. Draft a memorial to the emperor, requesting that I come out of retirement and take the position of Minister of Personnel. The elders were shocked. The patriarch was going to re-enter court. Additionally, we need control of the Ministry of Revenue. Chang Guoshen continued as he stood up, his voice cold. Make the necessary arrangements to place our people in key positions there. The Chang family has kept a low profile for far too long. It's time the world sees clearly who truly holds the power to govern the Jing dynasty. At a branch of the Azura Hall, reporting to the Lord, Xiao Ming and his team were annihilated, and the Shun family has been destroyed. Should the assassination mission proceed? A cold voice responded. The creed of Azura Hall is simple. Once a mission is accepted, we do not stop until death, even if the client has perished. Stick to the plan. Continue to assassinate Su until he's dead. Yes, my lord. Days passed by. Just as I was immersed in the peaceful life of spending every day with my wife, Lord Dong arrived at the royal residence, holding an imperial edict, summoning me to the palace. Before I could ask questions, he got straight to the point. Yinglong Guard just sent word. Prince Ning has raised an army of 200,000 in the western prefecture. We suspect he's planning to rebel. I raised an eyebrow. Prince Ning's rebellion didn't surprise me. What intrigued me was this information coming from Yinglong Guard. With their resources, they should have uncovered this long ago. To reveal it only now, is it mere coincidence? Or is there another motive at play? I didn't dwell too much on it, and followed Lord Dong to the royal study. Su Wenshu didn't waste time once he saw me. Uncle, is Aunt doing better? With some time to rest, she'll recover. That's good to hear, he sighed in relief. But his expression quickly darkened. Uncle, how should we handle the matter with Prince Ning? He was uneasy. Just as he was beginning to reform the bureaucracy and assert his authority, news of Prince Ning's rebellion was dropped on his lap by Yinglong Guard. Why panic? I said coldly. With your uncle here, Su Ning won't cause any major waves. Su Wenshu lowered his head in silence. Prince Ning's foundation in the western prefecture runs deep. To bring him down won't happen overnight, I said calmly. Food is eaten one bite at a time, and the road is walked one step at a time. The court is still rife with treachery. 30,000 refugees remain stranded in the capital without resettlement, and the Northern Rome tribe is watching for any opportunity. Picking a fight with Prince Ning too early will throw the world into chaos. You must act as if you know nothing of this for now. Once the timing is right, I will deal with him for you. Hearing this, Su Wenshu gradually steadied himself. Understood, uncle. A thought crossed my mind. What's the progress on those corrupt officials? Su Wenshu immediately bristled with frustration. The Imperial Guards apprehended 30 officials today. Uncle, do you have any idea how much stolen silver we found in their homes? He held up 3 fingers. Over 3 million taels. To put it into perspective, the entire kingdom's tax revenue for the last year was only 50 million. The fortunes of just these 30 individuals are worth the taxes of multiple counties. It's unthinkable how much blood they've leached from the common people. Crystal clear water has no fish, I responded faintly. There have always been corrupt officials, and there always will be. Tomorrow, seize assets from another 20 officials, and then stop. Any further, and you risk destabilizing the entire system. Though Su Wenshu wished to execute all 200 or so corrupt officials outright, he knew all too well Pushing too hard, too fast, would provoke backlash. This operation wasn't about total elimination but warning the court, forcing other officials into alignment with his ranks. When fresh allies filled the court, there would be time to settle scores later. After a moment of thought, Su Wenshu asked, "Oh, Uncle, about the vacancies in the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel. Do you have anyone in mind for those roles?" Lord Dong's brow tightened slightly at his question. I knew exactly what he was thinking. What? The Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official of the second rank, is in charge of overseeing the empire's taxes. If I were to take the opportunity to place my own confidence there, and they were to harbor ulterior motives in the future, it would be a disaster. I replied, "If there is no suitable candidate, you could ask your late father's loyal supporter and former grand tutor, Fu Taiyu, to come out of retirement." As soon as the words left my mouth, the tension drained from Duke Dong's face. I hadn't placed my own people there. This was equivalent to telling them, "I have no interest in that dragon throne. At least, not for now." Fu Taiyu, a virtuous statesman who had held the court together with his intellect during the late emperor's reign, had retired a few years ago. If he could be persuaded to return to the court to assist the young Su Wenshu, it would bring considerable benefits. My nephew understands. Su Wenshu nodded thoughtfully. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." I stood up and added, "Once the refugee situation is settled, we can discuss the northern campaign and Prince Ning." My nephew respectfully seized the royal uncle off. As I reached the palace gates, I suddenly paused. "Xiao Lin of the Ministry of War has notable abilities. Consider bringing him into your fold." Without turning around, I continued, "There's also Fu Daming. He's a slippery character, but he's highly skilled in unconventional warfare strategies. Used wisely, he could be a sharp blade." With that, I walked out of the palace hall, leaving Su Wenshu staring after me with a complicated expression. Back at the royal estate, I first stopped by Juxiang Garden to check on Zhao Manwan and Xiang Yi. Both were still frail, so I didn't stay long. Upon stepping outside, I instructed Lu Ji, "Gather a few men. You're coming with me to the refugee settlement." "At once, Your Highness." Western outskirts of Yujing. Some 300,000 refugees crowded this area. The court had set up rudimentary shelters made of straw to shield them from the elements, but there were still many left with no place to stay. They sprawled helplessly in the mud. Everywhere I looked, I saw the gaunt, hunger-ravaged faces of commoners. The deeper I went, the heavier my heart grew. When the realm prospers, the people suffer. When the realm falls, the people suffer. This saying was undeniably true. As I reflected, a figure suddenly darted out of an alley and threw itself into my arms. Lu Ji narrowed his eyes, his energy flaring. From the shadows, a covert hand signal was exchanged among the members of the Songyuan dynasty's secret operatives hidden in the crowd. Several figures approached me discreetly. "There she is. Grab her. How dare you steal from me? You little wretch. Beat her to death." A shrill yell erupted behind us. Turning around, I saw a group of men in ragged gray uniforms charging toward us with wooden clubs. The child in my arms was covered in dirt and looked almost ghostly pale from hunger, making it impossible to discern her features. "Spare me, young master." She clutched my arm tightly, her voice trembling. She couldn't have been more than 16 years old. "Why are they after you?" I asked. "My family got separated from me in the crowd, and now they want to sell me." A burly middle-aged man pushed through the mob, glaring at me. "Hey, brat, I've claimed that girl. If you know what's good for you, back off." I didn't move. "You don't know what's good for you, huh? Break his legs." Two men in gray clothes sneered viciously as they lunged at me, their hands aiming for my chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Before their screams could escape, Lu Ji had already twisted their necks. The burly middle-aged man nearby shuddered. Those were sixth-rank martial artists, and just like that, they were dead. "You dare kill people from Drunken Fragrance Pavilion?" he bellowed, his bravado barely masking his fear. Lu Ji turned to look at me. I didn't stop him. In one swift motion, he stepped forward, grabbed the man's head, and smashed his knee into his face. Thud! The man's eyes rolled back, and he nearly passed out. "Do you know who's backing me?" he roared in desperation. "I'll tell you, His Highness, Prince Ning." "Prince Ning?" I narrowed my eyes. So the owner behind the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion was Prince Ning. Interesting. Kill him. I said with a wave of my hand. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Ji responded calmly. The words, Your Highness, made the burly man freeze in shock. He stared at my face intently. Earlier, he'd assumed I was just some well-dressed noble's son. But now, the more he looked, the more familiar I seemed. A prince. In Yu capital, save for the regent Prince Xue Su, who else could be referred to as Your Highness? His face instantly turned pale. Su Prince. Are you? Your Highness, Prince Su. I smiled faintly. Good eyes. Try to keep them in your next life. With that single sentence, I had sealed his fate. His body trembled as he fell to his knees with a thud. Your Highness, Prince Su. I was blind and foolish. Please spare my worthless life, Your Highness. I remained expressionless, glancing down at the girl curled up in my arms. In a soft voice, I asked, Little girl, tell me, does someone like this deserve to live? Terrified, she shook her head quickly. You heard her? I said to the burly man. She says you're not worthy. With a glance, I signaled Lu Ji. Then, taking the girl's hand, I turned and walked away. Behind us, several Dark Judgment Division experts surrounded the gray-clothed men. Kill, Lu Ji uttered coldly. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk the sound of necks breaking echoed crisply. Not a single one was spared. At first, the surrounding refugees stood silent with shock. Then, cheers erupted among them in celebration. These scum, emboldened by Prince Ning's backing, often roamed the refugee areas, abducting women with good looks to be sent to the drunken fragrance pavilion. The common folk had endured it in silence for too long. Today, at last, justice had been served. Little girl, what's your name? I asked her as we walked. And where's your family? Why are you out here on your own? Her eyes remained alert despite her fearful demeanor. Though her face was dirty and hard to discern, her mannerisms and grace revealed her upbringing as a daughter of a noble house. I'm Qin Qingyun from Tongzhou. I came to Jianzhou with my father to visit my grandfather. But we ran into flooding on the way back, and I got separated from my family in the chaos. The Qin family of Tongzhou, I chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I'll help you find your family. She nodded sweetly. Big brother, you're a good person. Qingyun believes you. She tilted her head to look up at me. If it weren't for meeting you, I would have already been sold by those scoundrels. The mere thought of the fate awaiting her at Drunken Fragrance House made her shudder. Stick with me, and no one will dare touch you. Okay. She nodded obediently. Big brother, where are you headed? I know the area well. I can guide you. I need to meet someone in the refugee district who can make decisions. She thought for a moment. Grandpa Changsun might fit. I'll take you to him. She grabbed my hand and led me through the shanty town's narrow paths. Shortly after, we stopped in front of a shabby, makeshift hut. Grandpa Changsun, are you home? Out came an elderly man, well past his 50s but still sharp and spirited. His brows furrowed upon seeing Qingyun. Young lady, why are you wandering around again? The refugee district is dangerous. If the Drunken Fragrance House takes you, your life is ruined. From now on, you're not to set foot outside. Hee, all right. I'll listen to Grandpa Changsun. Qingyun agreed with a cheeky grin. Only then did the old man's expression soften. Catching sight of me, his gaze turned vigilant. And this gentleman is? He's looking for someone in charge, so I brought him here, Qingyun explained. The old man raised his eyes, sizing me up. Noting my fine robes and dignified demeanor, his brows furrowed deeper. Young lady, go inside and wash your face first. I need to have a word with this man. Qingyun glanced at me. I nodded. Only then did she bounce cheerfully into the hut. As soon as she was out of sight, the old man's demeanor shifted entirely, his gaze sharp and piercing. Judging by your attire, your background is anything but ordinary. Why have you come to the refugee district? I inclined my head respectfully. My name is Su. I mean no harm. May I ask, sir, are you the man who oversees matters in this district? I am the former prefect of Jianzhou. I've been out of office for many years, but by the trust of the people here, I still carry some authority. The former prefect of Jianzhou, my heart skipped a beat. Could it be? You are Changsun Jueming, the recluse of the wilds. The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised I knew his name. That would be me. I was overjoyed. Changsun Jueming, the legendary figure of the Longqing era. A man who could govern a nation with his intellect and stabilize it with his military might. Back in his official days, when the royal court was rife with factional strife and power struggles among the princes vying for the throne, everyone had sought to recruit him. Yet, he longed only to serve the common people and eventually resigned, retreating from the bloody storms of politics. Never did I expect that my visit to the refugee district would lead me to such a hidden gem, one of the most capable statesmen, living quietly among the displaced. What business do you have with me, sir? It concerns the resettlement of 300,000 refugees. Since it's about the refugees, does your lordship have a solution in mind? Changsun Jueming cut straight to the point. I didn't hold back. I requested Iron Mountain Ridge, 50 miles outside the city, from His Majesty. I planned to build a city there to house all 300,000 of them. The old man's brows furrowed sharply. A city capable of housing 300,000, that in Jing Dynasty terms is equivalent to a full provincial capital. To build such a city from the ground up would demand monumental amounts of manpower and resources. Wealth, it's an astronomical figure. Your Highness, surely you jest? I'm absolutely serious, I replied confidently. However, this matter takes time, and as it happens, the Northern Rhone tribes have invaded. That battle cannot proceed without me personally overseeing it. I looked at him with a meaningful gaze. At times, I truly feel like I can't be in two places at once. His heart sank, like a helpless little sheep staring at the web I had so carefully spun. Taizhan Ridge, if I recall correctly, isn't that just a barren mountain range? He hesitated to respond further. To be precise, it's a mountain range rich in minerals, I explained. Just a day ago, I dispatched 3 large battalions to begin building houses there. It's no longer desolate. Master Changsun, would you lend me your expertise? He froze in place. Having resigned from his official position for years, he was as rusty in governance as an unused tool. Besides, the current Chunda dynasty was far less desirable than the prosperous Longqing era a decade ago. He hadn't planned on re-engaging with court affairs. Yet, I suddenly bowed deeply to him. Master Changsun, please help these 300,000 suffering civilians. The old man's entire body trembled. The once arrogant and unrestrained Prince Su, as the rumors described, was now bowing for the sake of the refugees. He gazed at me in silence for a long moment before finally speaking. If your Highness truly has the heart, this old man can offer his humble assistance. Got him. If we don't settle these 300,000 refugees for even one more day, it will become a greater hidden danger by the day, I added. Please gather the people at once. I need to address them. Very well. I'll go now. He, clearly eager to resolve this matter quickly, turned and walked toward the heart of the refugee compound. As soon as he was out of sight, Qingyun popped out of hiding. With her face washed clean, this girl was absolutely stunning. Her delicate features carried a serene, gentle elegance, and her graceful form only complemented her beauty. She was undoubtedly a budding young flower. Big brother, how did your talk with Grandpa Changsun go? The more I looked at this clever girl, the more I couldn't help but smile. I ruffled her hair. You truly are my lucky charm. Without you, how could I have found such a hidden talent out in the countryside? To thank you, I'll give you a reward. What do you want? Just ask. Anything I want. Her eyes lit up. As long as I can make it happen. She gave me a mischievous look and said, Then, how about I become Big Brother's wife? I nearly choked on my own breath, coughing violently as I stared at her in astonishment. This little girl, only about 15 or 16, just said she wanted to be my wife? Was I being teased? Absolutely not. Pick something else. She pouted. Humph. I heard everything you said to Grandpa Changsun. A proper regent prince doesn't go back on his word, does he? This isn't breaking a promise. This is something I genuinely can't do. Pick another reward, or let it wait until you've thought it through. Humph. The regent prince can't even handle something as simple as that. I decided to flat out ignore her. She hesitated for a moment, then looked up again. Big brother, does the reward still count? Of course, as long as you don't bring up anything absurd. She smiled slyly, then promised to do something for me. What is it? Her eyes curved into crescents as she grinned. Haven't decided yet, but it'll be something you can do and something that doesn't go against morals or harm others. I paused for a moment before nodding. All right. A flash of cunning gleamed in her eyes, like a little fox that had just stolen a chicken. Half an hour later, Changsun Jueming returned and reported. My lord, the people are gathered. I followed him to an open clearing. Crowds of destitute citizens filled the space, clad in tattered clothes and pale-faced. Scanning the sea of weary souls, my chest felt heavy. Everyone, I am Prince Su, I announced, raising my voice. Today, I'm here to help you find a place to settle. The displaced, lost, and confused began to look up at me. Flooding has ravaged the 3 southern provinces, and rebuilding will take time. But staying in the capital indefinitely is no solution. My voice grew firm. So I petitioned the court to allocate Taizhan Ridge to host all of you. There, you can build homes, farm, do business, practice medicine, live the lives you want to live. Are you serious, my lord? A frail man stood up hesitantly. As serious as it gets. Will we have food there? Someone shouted. Yes, plenty of it. Will there be shelters? A woman asked, her voice trembling. Yes, there'll be shelters, I reassured them. The initial arrangements are humble, but I promise to help you build proper houses within a few months. Words buzzed as the crowd began murmuring amongst themselves. I projected my voice again, loud and clear. If you trust me, Su, we can depart now. General Su Lianghan and 5,000 troops are already stationed at Taizhan Ridge to assist. Wooden sheds have been erected, enough to house you while settling in. Once stable, we'll help you rebuild homes, start businesses, make money, and return to the lives you once had. Brother Wang, what do we do? What choice do we have? Prince Su is the only one willing to help us. Let's head to Taizhan Ridge. By noon that very day, 30,000 refugees began their journey. A seemingly endless stream of people stretched for miles, families and belongings in tow, weaving like a living river. On the city walls, Changsun Jueming stood with a melancholic expression. He couldn't quite understand why he had chosen to put his faith in my words and board this ship with me. Perhaps it was my unrelenting resolve that struck a chord in him. Just then, San Yuan approached me from behind. My lord, reports have come in that refugees have started arriving at Taizhan Ridge. General Su has prepared 60,000 wooden homes and delivered 60,000 bushels of grain. Well done. Tell Fu Daming to lead officials from the Ministry of Public Works to assist. Whatever General Su needs, give it to him, I instructed. And make sure to let Su know. If he dares slack off, I'll personally storm his estate and confiscate everything. As you command. Changsun Jueming froze, overwhelmed by my foresight. 30,000 refugees. Stranded in the capital for days, with the court at its wits' end, I had already managed to construct housing for 60,000 households and gather 60,000 stone of grain at Taizhan Ridge. Lord Changsun, would you care to join me for a visit to Taizhan Ridge? He nodded, clearly wanting to see for himself whether those 60,000 homes and 60,000 stone of grain were real or not. Sang Yuan, prepare a carriage for Lord Changsun, I instructed. No need, Changsun Jueming said. Though I'm past my 50s, I can still handle a spirited horse. A war horse will suffice for me. At the city gates, he mounted the horse in one swift motion, his movements smooth and precise, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general. Seeing this, I could hardly suppress the grin spreading across my face. This time, I truly struck gold. Lu Ji rode up, a solemn look on his face. Your Highness, someone is tailing us. At least 2 8th-tier experts. Do we know who sent them? Most likely the Shura Hall. Once they take on an assignment, they won't stop until the target is eliminated. Last time, they lost 7 8th-tier experts. This must be for revenge, Lu Ji said, frowning. Your Highness, perhaps today is not the best time to visit Taizhan Ridge. No, I said firmly. There are 300,000 people depending on me. I need to see it with my own eyes to feel at ease. Your Highness, Lu Ji began, but I raised a hand to stop him. Changsun Jueming chimed in as well. Your Highness, a wise man doesn't linger under a crumbling wall. If danger is certain, it's better to avoid it for now. If Shura Hall tail us endlessly, does that mean I should just stop doing anything? I shook my head. If it's meant to come, it will come sooner or later. I turned to look at him. Lord Changsun, you say that a wise man avoids risks, but I believe, when wild beasts and fierce predators dominate the path before you, we must face them without fear and charge ahead. The world calls me, Su, a reckless brute. But tell me, Lord Changsun, Would you join me today and, for the sake of those 300,000 refugees, become a reckless brute alongside me? Changsun Jueming stared at me, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. He now realized why my influence in the military ran so deep. Bursting into laughter, he exclaimed, "Haha, Your Highness jests. Since I resigned from office a decade ago, I ceased being a virtuous man. Today, I will follow Your Highness into battle and happily become the so-called brute the world speaks of." I threw my head back in hearty laughter as well. "Then you'd best keep up." Without another word, I gave my horse a nudge, and it bolted forward like the wind. Changsun Jueming cracked his whip, quickly following suit, with Lu Ji spurring his horse close behind. In the shadows, Song Yuan's expression turned grim. "Send orders. Mobilize all 5th tier and above from the 12th Moon and Dark Judgment units to immediately protect His Highness. Then dispatch word to General Su. He must lead reinforcements in person." The warhorses galloped, carrying us deep into the dense forest before abruptly coming to a halt. The three of us, myself, Changsun Jueming, and Lu Ji, surveyed our surroundings with cautious eyes. The official road was eerily devoid of travelers. Though it was high noon, an icy, bone-chilling aura swept over us. Killing intent, the kind of presence one could only exude after taking thousands of lives. "Who dares stand before Prince Su of the Jing dynasty?" An ethereal voice floated over. Lu Ji snapped his gaze toward the large tree ahead. There stood a figure cloaked in a dark red robe, wearing a skull mask, poised upon a branch. 8th grade upper level. Lu Ji recognized it immediately. However, it seemed like two other experts of the same rank and a group of assassins lay hidden nearby, their concealment techniques extremely advanced. "You must be from the Hall of Azura," I said calmly. "We've yet to settle the score from last time, and now you've delivered yourselves to my door. It seems I should pay your Hall of Azura a proper visit one of these days. That is, if you can survive tonight," the assassin in the red robe retorted, leaping down from the tree. Boom! The ground exploded on impact, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, an astonishing sight emerged. The assassin's head was pinned firmly against the tree by a massive hand. The one doing the pinning was a burly man dressed in short garb, Pei Jing, a martial warrior serving in the Prince Su estate. A mere 8th grade upper level, acting all high and mighty, Pei Jing sneered coldly and casually twisted the assassin's neck, killing him instantly. Lu Ji, seeing this, loosened his grip on his sword. He had been gravely injured, and even in his prime, he would not have been a match for that assassin. Suddenly, the sharp whistling of a blade slicing through the air broke out, as a shadow lunged at me with a sword. In that critical moment, another figure descended mid-air, intercepting the attack with a horizontal slash of his saber. The assailant staggered backward repeatedly. Upon seeing who it was, he tightened his expression and growled. "Prince Su estate, martial warrior Mu Hansong." Mu Hansong, gripping his heavy saber single-handedly, swung it with fury, slamming his blade down. The force launched the 8th grade upper-level expert like a cannonball, sending him spiraling through the air. The Overlord's strength. Another shadow descended from above, hurling a deadly kick my way. Before the strike could land, Pei Jing swiftly caught the foot midair with one hand and ferociously flung the attacker out. The figure crashed hard into the ground. A sultry, flirtatious voice suddenly whispered near my ear. "Oh, Your Highness, seems like you're all alone now." I turned to see a stunning woman clad in red, gazing directly into my eyes. Her flowing garment danced in the air, and a sweet fragrance began to permeate the atmosphere, a faintly seductive aura swirling dangerously around me. Charm magic. At a near distance, Changsun Jueming's face darkened, and he shouted in alarm, his voice roaring like thunder. "Your Highness, that's charm magic. Don't let yourself fall for it." But I was clear-headed. No matter how much she twirled or posed, it didn't faze me in the least. In fact, I was rather curious how, in this world, charm magic could supposedly ensnare someone's soul so unknowingly. The woman in red, however, mistook my reaction, believing her magic had taken effect. Flashing a bewitching smile, she purred, "Old man, I have important matters to discuss with your prince here. If you ruin his mood, can you bear the consequences?" Chong Sun Jueming's eyes flared as he unleashed a surge of righteous chi around him. Wicked woman, retreat at once. My, such an unromantic old fool, she sulked adorably. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a swift flick of her wrist, the long whip at her waist lashed toward Chong Sun Jueming like a serpent. Chong Sun Jueming began chanting under his breath, the righteous aura around him growing increasingly intense. He cultivated a technique known as the righteous chi method, a skill requiring unparalleled purity of heart. The virtuous cannot be mended. He struck his fist against the whip. A tide-like force surged at him, forcing him back a step. I was stunned. He actually withstood a full-force attack from an 8th grade expert. The woman in the red dress was taken aback. Mid-8th grade? High 8th grade. Chong Sun Ju-ming responded with a grave look in his eyes. Oomph. No matter how strong you are, stopping me means death, she sneered, her tone dripping with murderous intent. She lashed her whip again, its length shrouded in a faint reddish aura, slashing toward him like a venomous snake. At the same time, assassins lurking in the forest swarmed out like a black tide, more than 100 of them, each prepared to lay down their lives. Even the weakest among them was at 5th grade. Attack! Protect the prince! Song Yuan bellowed. From the shadows, the covert elites of the Darkbreaker Division and the 12 Moons emerged, intercepting the deadly assailants. I unsheathed the sword of the Sioux King and charged in, closing in on one of the black-clad assassins. I brought my sword down in a furious slash. He hastily raised his blade to block, but the sheer weight and ferocity of my blow cleaved him in two. Without hesitation, I pressed forward, gripping my sword with both hands. Another heavy slash. It bit deep, blood gushing forth as another head hit the ground. My swordsmanship was sharp, devoid of any unnecessary flair. Every strike was precise and lethal. Those who faced me were all felled in a single blow. A burly man set his sights on me, wielding a massive iron hammer. With a deafening roar, he swung the hammer down. I raised my sword to parry. Sparks flew wildly as the sword of the Sioux King glanced off the hammer's surface. The force seared through my hands, sending a fierce ache through my palms as I was flung backward over 10 steps. I stomped hard to steady myself, forcibly stabilizing my footing. The burly man leapt into the air, gripping his hammer in both hands, and roared as he brought it crashing down again, a blow infused with his full force and true energy. I showed no fear. As the hammer descended, I slid sharply to the side, skimming along the ground. Mid-slide, I hurled the sword of the Sioux King with all my might. The blade pierced his abdomen, skewering straight through him and embedding itself diagonally in a distant tree. Together, kill him. 5 assassins nearest to me exchanged glances, then lunged forward in unison. Boom! A figure darted out, landing right in front of me. It was Lu Ji, his sword already slick with blood. Courting death, he spat coldly. His body blurred into motion, a fleeting streak as his blade danced, slicing through 5 torsos with ease. In mere moments, they crumpled lifeless at his feet. As I stood there, my instincts screamed a warning. A chilling aura enveloped me. I spun around. Someone was now but a foot away from me. Mid-8th grade, the assailant extended his palm forward. I mustered the 5 sovereigns' mountain-shifting fist, channeling my inner strength with everything I had. My fist shot forward, veiled by the phantom shadows of 5 majestic figures standing behind me. Fist met palm. Energy rippled through the air as the 5 phantom figures disintegrated instantly. I was sent stumbling back over 10 steps, my breathing chaotic and unsteady. The assassin across from me was shaken to his core. He was a mid-8th grade master, and the palm strike had been his best effort. Any ordinary man would have been reduced to a lifeless mess, but I came out unscathed. He regained his composure and began gathering energy again, launching another palm strike. I tried to muster my strength, but my inner energy had already been drained. The 5 phantom figures had absorbed the brunt of his attack earlier, leaving me momentarily powerless. At this very moment, the thunder of hooves erupted. Liang Wukue charged forward astride his steed, wielding a massive battle axe. His chiseled muscles tightened as he raised the axe high, striking down fiercely at the assassin. The assassin looked up, only to see the giant axe already buried in his chest. With a swift gallop, Liang Wukuei dragged him along the ground. Blood spurted, his body twitching, until it finally lay lifeless. Liang Wukuei swept his icy gaze across the chaos. Brothers of the Breakthrough Battalion, heed my command, slaughter this lot of scum. 3,000 iron cavalry of the Breakthrough Battalion surged forward, their aura of death enveloping the battlefield. The most formidable vanguard amongst the three major armies, they were renowned for their ability to break through the unbreakable. Once the Breakthrough Battalion entered the fray, no situation in the world was beyond their ability to resolve. Retreat. Retreat at once. The assassins of the Shura Hall broke into a cold sweat, scrambling desperately to flee. 3,000 of the Breakthrough Battalion, not to mention 8th-tier warriors. Even 9th-tier experts would only avoid their sharp edge. Liang Wukuei dismounted before me and knelt on one knee. This lowly general arrived late to your rescue. Please forgive me, my lord. Those people couldn't take my life. I spoke lightly. Let's go to Iron Mountain Ridge. One instance sticks time later, the group arrived at Iron Mountain Ridge. Su Lianghan, accompanied by 3 major military commanders, was already there to greet us outside the ridge. My lord, I was busy handling the affairs on the ridge today, and the intelligence from the Shadow Division was intercepted by that brute Liang Wukuei. By the time I found out, he'd already mobilized his troops and left the camp. Su Lianghan complained the moment he saw me. If I had gone instead, there's no way I'd have let them escape. Liang Wukuei scoffed. Just keeping 30,000 people fed and organized is enough for your old self to worry about. By the time you'd reacted, who knows how many times the Lord would have been reincarnated. I raised an eyebrow. Can't you wish me well for once? I shot him a glare. Liang Wukuei covered his mouth with a sheepish grin. Slipped out. Forgive me, my lord. I turned to Su Lianghan. What's the current situation? The 30,000 citizens have been settled, roughly 5 per household. The food supply should last about 13 days. Well done, I nodded. The next step is to divide the area and establish a city. Su Lianghan quickly waved his hands. That I cannot do. Warfare, training soldiers, setting up formations, I'm good at those. But as for handling state affairs, I'm utterly clueless. Managing the disaster relief these past few days had already left him drained. From big to small matters, everything required his input. Now that this day was over, he was finally free of it all. Administrative duties were meant for civil officials. Forcing it upon him would only create more chaos. Don't worry, I've already chosen the right person for the job. I smiled as I pointed to a figure beside me. Perhaps, back in the Longqing reign, you even worked together. All eyes turned to Changsun Jueming. Su Lianghan's expression shifted in shock. You your master, Changsun? Changsun Jueming greeted him with a polite bow and a smile. Changsun Jueming, at your service, Commander Su. To have the chance to collaborate with Master Changsun again in this lifetime. It's an honor to Su. Excellent. Su Lianghan laughed heartily. Commander Su, why don't you escort Mr. Changsun to rest for a while? Of course, my lord, Fu Daming has arrived with officials from the Ministry of Works, Song Jie reported, stepping forward. I smiled. Seems he's still afraid I might seize his household. Bring him in to see me. Yes, my lord. Su Lianghan led Changsun Jueming along the Iron Mountain Ridge. What was once barren land was now filled with wooden houses. Refugees, newly assigned homes, were joyously furnishing their new abodes. Children were playing and chasing each other on the roadside. Women were tilling and planting seeds in vegetable plots beside the houses, while the able-bodied men were cutting trees and digging soil alongside soldiers from the Third Army. The scene was harmonious and bustling. If someone didn't know better, they might think these people had lived here for generations. But the reality was, these 300,000 refugees had arrived less than half a day ago. Changsun Jueming recalled past events. When they fled from the south to the capital, the situation was pure chaos. If not for him negotiating with some old acquaintances, a violent rebellion led by the oppressed might have been inevitable. They were later resettled outside the city, but even so, the soldiers patrolling there behaved arrogantly. He still remembered an incident where a child accidentally bumped into a soldier. The soldier actually drew his sword in anger. Again, it was Changsun who had to step in to mediate. But now, the soldiers of the Third Army showed no trace of disdain. No one here called them refugees, or peasants. Instead, the soldiers addressed them warmly with terms like dear elder or fellow villager. This alone eased the heavy burden on Changsun Jueming's heart. Mr. Changsun, the 300,000 settlers have been divided into 4 districts: north, south, east, and west. Each district houses around 75,000 people, Su Lianghan explained. The mineral resources in the Iron Mountain Range are currently being surveyed. The prince says our initial development will depend on these minerals. After that, we'll focus on, the tertiary sector. Don't ask me what that means. I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly myself. The prince also says that going forward, we must prioritize developing industry and advancing iron smelting and steelmaking techniques. Changsun Jueming listened, utterly perplexed. For someone who prided himself on his vast knowledge and years of experience among the people, terms like industry and tertiary sector were entirely foreign to him. Whenever he pressed for clarification, Su Lianghan would only hem and haw, repeating the same line. That's what the prince said, but I don't fully understand it either. Instead of frustration, Changsun Jueming found himself growing increasingly curious about this prince he had yet to meet. Inside a wooden house, Fu Daming stood trembling in front of me. When I sent for him, this portly man nearly fainted with fright. I couldn't blame him. Considering my past actions, the fear was justified. After all, I had no qualms about erasing an entire household. Take the Shun family as a prime example. One day, Shun Jianchang was managing court affairs, and the next day, the entire Shin family had disappeared from the capital without a trace. Your Highness, I've brought all the officials from the Ministry of Works as instructed. Whatever instructions you have, the ministry will execute them to the letter. Fu Daming fawned and pledged eagerly. I remained focused on marking and sketching on the paper in front of me, ignoring him. After a while, after lighting the incense, I looked up. Fu Daming. He visibly jolted. I'm here. Here are a few schematics. Take a look. I handed over the freshly drawn plans. He received them with both hands, spreading them out to examine. The first was of a massive steel smelting furnace, a vertical design with a circular cross-section. Its iron plating formed an outer shell, while the interior was lined with fire-resistant bricks. The structure was divided into 5 sections from top to bottom: the throat, shaft, belly, bosh, and hearth. He appeared half understanding, half clueless. Could such a massive hunk of iron really smelt metal? The second sheet showed a large circular design that baffled him completely. Thankfully, I had labeled it an irrigation water wheel. Irrigation, he understood. Water wheel? Not so much. The third sketch laid out the manufacturing process for a specific item. Again, he was lost. Sweat began to pour from Fu Daming's forehead. Not a single drawing made sense to him. Moments ago, he had brimmed with confidence, but now he couldn't even comprehend a basic schematic. What's wrong? You can't understand them? I asked. His legs nearly gave out beneath him. I'll need more time to study these. Please, Your Grace, grant me some time. No need, I interrupted. These designs will be put to use very soon. I don't have time for you to waste. His corpulent body trembled as he swallowed nervously. Your Grace, do I still have a chance? Give me just one day, and I promise I'll figure it out. I don't need you to figure it out. Please, Your Grace. His face turned pale. Lowering my head, I resumed my tasks in silence. He wobbled unsteadily before dropping to his knees. Your Grace, just take the officials from the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen and follow the instructions on these diagrams to build what they describe. I cut him off again. You don't have to worry about anything else. The tension drained from Fu Daming's body. He had no clue what the drawings meant, but the Ministry of Works housed the most skilled craftsmen in all of Jing. Following step-by-step instructions wouldn't be a problem. Get out. Those 2 words were music to his ears. Of course, Your Grace. I'll leave right away. Dragging his portly frame, he retreated swiftly. Facing me made him feel more suffocated than dealing with the Emperor himself. Sitting at my desk, I stared ahead thoughtfully. The mines of Iron Mountain Ridge were rich with resources, but the rock was solid and highly resistant to extraction. So, I decided to develop black powder. The formula was simple enough: saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in specific proportions. Grinding and sieving the mixture to a fine, uniform consistency completed the process. With its power, mountains could be split and foes shattered. To excel in one's craft, the tools must first be sharpened. Song Yuan, I called toward the door. Have someone bring Song Jie to Iron Mountain Ridge. Song Yuan, caught off guard, paused for a moment before responding. Yes, Your Grace. An hour later, Song Yuan returned, escorting Song Jie into the room. Song Jie's body was still frail, his face pale, his left arm wrapped in white bandages that had yet to come off. Though his injuries were mostly healed, his spirit was broken. Your Grace, why have you called me? He forced out. A forced smile crept onto his face. I handed him the formula for gunpowder. You've always been a clever kid. Here's a task, one that only you can handle. Will you take it? His eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. Your Highness, I've lost my left hand. I'm useless now. I can't do anything right. Song Yuan, who was standing nearby, let out a sigh, his face filled with concern. Nonsense, I barked. I trust you to get this done, and only you. Just tell me, will you take it or not? Startled by my sudden sternness, he hurriedly replied, I'll take it. Your Highness, I will. I patted his head. That Song Jie, I know, wouldn't let a missing arm defeat him. Pull yourself together. You can do it. His eyes bore into mine, a lump forming in his throat. These days, his biggest fear was that I'd think he was useless and abandon him. But now he was sure. I wouldn't give up on him. Your Highness, what's the task? I swear I'll get it done, no matter what. His gaze was resolute again. I smiled. Song Yuan wiped away a tear and smiled as well. This thing is called black powder. Once we develop it, not only can we mine through the iron veins in Tai Mountain, but it'll also give us a massive advantage in future battles against the Northern Rome. Song Jie's expression turned serious. That's why this has to remain top secret, I said. I'm establishing a new unit called the Shinji Battalion, and you'll be its commander. Everyone involved in the production of black powder must be closely monitored. If anyone leaks even the smallest bit of information, I paused. They'll be executed. When he heard the word commander, there was little joy on his face. He understood how heavy this responsibility was. By entrusting him with this role, I was showing immense faith in him, but also placing immense pressure on his shoulders. Don't worry, Your Highness, he said solemnly. Song Jie will not let you down. I clapped him on the shoulder. Go on then. Yes. Song Yuan stayed a while longer. Anything else? I looked up at him. His eyes reddened. Your Highness, thank you for not giving up on Jie. My expression grew serious. Everyone thinks of us as a lord and his subordinates. But I've never seen you as mere subordinates. The soldiers, the veterans, and the two of you here in the Prince's Manor, I've always thought of you as family. As brothers. Song Yuan. He raised his head to meet my gaze. Family never abandons family. At the doorway, Lu Ji, who was leaning against the wall, smiled faintly. And up on the roof, Mu Hansong and Pei Jing exchanged grins of their own. While I was strategizing in Tai Mountain, on the other side of the capital, Su Wenshu was shaking up the imperial court by ruthlessly purging corrupt officials. In the eastern market, blood had seeped deep into the soil. The common folk cheered in approval, while officials trembled in fear. In mere days, nearly 60 ministers had been beheaded. Meanwhile, in a remote village, is Su dead? A man's voice broke through the darkness. The red fox lowered his head. Master, the assassination attempt failed. Su is surrounded by strong men like Pei Jing and Mu Hansong. We can't get close to him. Pei Jing, Mu Hansong, the man murmured, deep in thought. This is beyond the capabilities of our branch. I will report this to headquarters and let the hall master decide. For the sake of the Shin family's 3 million taels of silver, they had already lost 1 high-level 8th rank expert and 6 lower-level 8th rank fighters. No matter how deep the roots of the Hall of Azura ran, experts above the 8th rank were, after all, limited. At the Zhao family residence, Zhao Sinong furrowed his brows and said, in recent days, His Majesty has cracked down on nearly 60 corrupt officials. If this continues, it could lead to major trouble. Ever since the matter of the disaster relief funds, Zhao Jiming had been following his father's instructions to lay low and stay out of the court's sight. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Some people are probably hoping for this to happen. The more chaotic the court becomes, the more it works in their favor. I've heard that officials have been frequenting the residences of Yin Wang and other powerful nobles. If they end up forming a united front, the trouble might surpass even what the Shun family caused. With the fall of the Shin family, the court officials in the capital were like frightened birds, desperately seeking protection for fear of being the next target. Zhao Sinong shook his head gravely. Prince Ning's rebellion seems inevitable at this point. And with Yin Wang and other princes harboring ambition, the young emperor's position is fragile. One Shin family has been dealt with, yet here come Prince Ning and Yin Wang. It's enough to give anyone in court a headache. If only Su Su were willing to fully support His Majesty, Zhao Jiming remarked with a cold snort. No matter how much Prince Ning and Yin Wang try to stir up trouble, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Jing dynasty. Unfortunately, his behavior has changed so much, it's hard to tell whether he's friend or foe. I just can't imagine Su Su being on our side, Zhao Jiming added. Don't be so quick to assume, Zhao Sinon countered. Last time, during the disaster relief funds affair, you got out of trouble only because of Su Su. Zhao Jiming shook his head again. I'd prefer to believe that it was orchestrated by the mysterious figure behind His Majesty. At that moment, Zhao Alai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. No need to worry further about the corrupt officials. Last night, His Majesty issued an order to stop the arrests. Both Zhao Sinong and Zhao Jiming exchanged surprised glances. This is the perfect time to clean house, Zhao Jiming said, frowning. With His Majesty's temperament, why would he stop so abruptly? It must have been on the advice of that mysterious figure. Zhao Alai, still deep in thought, added. Lately, His Majesty has been summoning Su Su to the palace more frequently. Their meetings last for 1 to 2 hours at a time. And every time His Majesty sees Su Su, he seems more composed afterward. He paused, then suggested, could it be that the mysterious figure behind His Majesty is actually Su Su? Zhao Sinong and Zhao Jiming exchanged glances before exclaiming in unison, stop overthinking. That's absolutely impossible. I've been staying at Taizhan Ridge for over 10 days now. The Ministry of Works has been working day and night, and they've finally completed the first blast furnace in Jing Dynasty history. Do you know what this means? It means that the iron and steel production technology of the Jing Dynasty will leap forward by 100 years overnight. Irrigation water wheels are now being mass-produced. And I have a production line that I value the most, soap. In an era where people can only use coarse soap beans to bathe, the moment soap reaches the market, it's destined to take the world by storm. I can almost envision scenes of it being sold out instantly. I walked to the base of a mountain. In front of me stood a massive iron furnace. Flames roared inside the chamber as townsfolk tirelessly added firewood to stoke the heat. The terrifyingly high temperatures burst forth from the furnace mouth, and everyone nearby was drenched in sweat. Fu Daming came rushing over, looking thrilled. Your Highness, you're truly a genius. The method you taught us produces refined iron of exceptional strength, and the output has increased several times over. From now on, our Jing dynasty will never lack refined iron again. Last night, Tai Shanlian conducted its very first blast furnace iron smelting. The results were astonishing. One furnace, over 1,700 tons in a single run. In just a month, one blast furnace could yield over 50,000 tons. Keep in mind, 50,000 tons equals almost half a year's output in the old days of Jing Dynasty. One furnace, 1 month. If we were to build several more, just imagine the staggering increase in production. I smiled in satisfaction. Well done. Make sure Chang Sun gives everyone a pay raise. After finishing matters at the Ministry of Works, I arrived at a newly cultivated field. An elderly farmer approached me. This old farmer greets Your Highness. How's the irrigation water wheel working out, sir? At the mention of the water wheel, his face immediately lit up with joy. It's incredible. The Ministry of Works delivered over 100 of them. We can now divert water from Taizhan River to irrigate the crops. With these water wheels, next year will surely be a bumper harvest. I nodded with a smile and told him to go rest. On my way back, I asked Fu Daming, how's the soap production line coming along? All 3 lines have been built and are officially starting production today. Would Your Highness like to inspect them? Lead the way. We entered a huge wooden workshop. 3 fully prepared production lines stood ready. All the workers had been carefully selected from the 300,000 commoners. Their backgrounds were clean and trustworthy. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone greeted me cheerfully. Had it not been for me, many of them would still be wandering, struggling to survive. In their eyes, I was their savior. Work hard. The more soap you produce, the more wages you'll earn. A middle-aged woman spoke with gratitude. Your Highness, just taking us in was already a great kindness. How could we dare take wages as well? She's right, Your Highness. We're willing to work for you, wages or not. I shook my head. I am the regent of Jing Dynasty, and you are the people of Jing Dynasty. Helping you out of hardship is merely my duty. Gratitude is one thing, work is another. Rest assured and keep working. The wages are yours to take. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right keeping you here. Everyone exchanged glances and eventually accepted. Soon, bar after bar of soap was being produced in their hands. Fu Daming brought over a few finished pieces of soap in his hands, proudly displaying them. A variety of scents. Your Highness, please take a whiff. Does this meet your expectations? Osmanthus, chrysanthemum, orchid. I leaned in to smell. The quality was almost indistinguishable from what I'd known in my previous life. All the workers held their breath, eyes fixed on me. I smiled. Excellent. These soaps are of superior quality, ready for mass production. The wooden workshop burst into cheers. Their excitement wasn't for their wages, but because they had found a way to help me. I turned to Fu Daming. Starting today, prioritize full-scale production. Keep costs around 15 when per unit. Also, all industries in Taishanling must only employ workers from our local community. Yes, Your Highness. When I went to find Changsun Jueming, he was deeply focused, sorting through the household registers of 300,000 people. As soon as he noticed me entering, he quickly stood. Your Highness, how are you adjusting to life here in Taishanling? Housing, meals, are they all right? It's quite comfortable. Every day, I feel fulfilled with work. How are the household records coming along? Everything has been documented. I nodded. He had always been fast and meticulous in his work. From this population, select those who have studied before. Establish schools and teach the children how to read and understand principles of life. Changsun Jueming's head shot up abruptly, his eyes wide with surprise. I could see the shock in his expression. Since ancient times, education had always been a privilege reserved for the elite. Most of these 30,000 children were the descendants of merchants, artisans, and common folk. From the moment they were born, they were destined to have no connection with books. No one in the world had ever cared whether they could read or whether they understood morality. I locked eyes with him, speaking slowly and clearly. This matter is of utmost importance. Make sure it's implemented. Whatever funds or resources are needed for the schools, name them, and I'll provide. Your Highness, educating more than 30,000 children is no small expense. Are you certain? I don't expect every child to pass the imperial exams or become a grand academician, I said calmly. I only hope that by the time they leave the school, they'll have learned enough to survive in this chaotic era. Changsun Jueming's entire body seemed to quake with emotion. His eyes changed completely. Your Highness, your virtue is boundless. Since the core focus is on survival, traditional Confucian studies won't suffice. In a few days, I'll draft the curriculum myself. Have the teachers follow it. Yes, Your Highness. After staying in Taishanling for another couple of days to ensure everything was on track, I left for the capital, escorted by Liang Wukuei. The moment I entered the city, I headed straight for the imperial palace. The issue of the refugees had been settled. Now, it was time to address the growing threat of the northern Rome tribes. When Su Wenshu heard I had arrived, he personally came out of the imperial study to greet me. Uncle, his spirits were high as of late. The strategies I'd shared with him had borne fruit. Ever since he ordered Zhao Zhiming to execute nearly 60 corrupt officials, the remaining ones had finally fallen in line. Just this morning, he received 34 of them in audience. Officials who just days ago wouldn't even give him the time of day were now groveling at his feet, begging for mercy, scrambling to show loyalty. How has handling state affairs been recently? Everything going smoothly. Before Your Highness arrived, I met with 34 officials. They all said as long as I don't touch their interests, they're willing to pledge loyalty. His face was lit with joy. I shook my head. This is not something to be happy about. His smile froze. The loyalty of civil and military officials to the emperor is something that should be natural and unquestioned. But now, We rely on threats to gain loyalty. Don't you think that's absurd? Su Wenshu froze for a moment, then took a deep breath. Your Highness, I accept the lesson. Stay humble in victory and resilient in defeat. That's the only way to achieve great things. Understood. How much silver was confiscated? Over 6.7 million taels of silver and around 2.4 million taels worth of treasures. Your Highness, we've struck gold. I paused for a moment. Use it to prepare supplies and provisions. Your Highness is planning to wage war on the Northern Rhone. The trouble from the Northern Rhone can't be delayed any longer. If we wait, it'll become a disaster. Have the refugees been settled? Mostly on track. As for the remaining work, I've delegated it to capable subordinates. They'll handle it well. Then it's time to deal with the Northern Rhone. I'll personally oversee the preparation of supplies and equipment. No room for mistakes. Good. I paused. Additionally, Iron Mountain Ridge will begin mining and forging weapons soon. All the weapons for this war will be purchased from there. Su Wenshu was stunned. But the 30,000 refugees have only been at Iron Mountain Ridge for less than 2 months. Can they forge enough weapons for a large army? Don't worry. The weapons from Iron Mountain Ridge are 100 times better than those from the Chong family. Blast furnace steelmaking, an innovation centuries ahead of the current era. However, Su Wenshu wasn't focused on the weapon's quality. Instead, his sharp instincts caught onto one word: Chong family. The Chong family, one of the 5 major clans of the Jing dynasty. The Shin family, once dominating the court, was merely a pawn propped up by the Chong family. Shin Jinchong's legal wife? A legitimate daughter of the Chong family. His eyes lit up. Your Highness, you've dealt with the Shun family, and now you're aiming at the Chong family behind them, aren't you? Cutting off their foundation, brilliant. He clapped excitedly. The Chong family controls 80% of Jing's iron mines. The Ministry of War purchases weapons from them annually. Imagine the fortune they've hoarded. If we confiscate the assets of the Chong family, then we're talking. His eyes sparkled, looking every bit like a money-obsessed merchant. Nearby, Dong Xian could only let out a helpless smile. It seems His Majesty has developed quite a taste for asset confiscation.